Straight where with this big tailwind today we'll be seeing speeds of well over 350 kilometres per hour down towards the Dewan corner, turn number 1. Amazing part of the racetrack down here. We'll walk around and speak to some of the riders and catch their thoughts. We'll start with some of the Honda boys over behind us right now, and Joamir, who is taking a nice moment here with the fans. We're just talking about the wind here this week, and what did you notice from the warm-up, Joan, coming down towards turn 1 with this big tailwind?
Well, yeah, the truth is that the warm-up has been difficult for everyone. The wind was massive out of turn 2 and then in another part of the track, but we're trying to enjoy also in this situation. We have an amazing track despite the weather, so we will try to make a good show.
You always hear how much the riders love racing at Phillip Island. Is this true amongst the rider group?
Yeah, this is a super extreme track. Or you love it or you hate it. There's not a midterm, you know. So I love it. I like a lot to ride on this track. So hopefully we can do a good race and hit to the last three rounds.
Go well today, mate. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Joamir there, a world champion in the MotoGP class and riding with the Honda team. Today we're going to have a chat with Alex Rins, a winner here of the Grand Prix. One of only 2 riders in the field today to have said they've won the Phillip Island Grand Prix. How much do you love coming back to Australia, Alex?
Coming to Australia, to the island, I mean, it's unbelievable. I really enjoy. It's one of my favorite tracks. Days like today with this wind, it's not one of my favorite ones. But yeah, let's try to enjoy, to bring the show to the guys that they are here. At least the temperature is not bad comparing the other days. So let's see if the wind went a little bit down.
It looks like Yamaha is making fantastic progress, and maybe a bit of chat about the wind being a good thing for Yamaha today.
Let's see. The bike was quite unstable this morning on the warm-up, but yeah, it's working not bad. Good opportunity for Jack here in front of the home ground. But yeah, let's see.
Right, best of luck today, mate.
Thank you.
We'll sneak over and get a quick word with Raul Fernandez as they're starting to load in the shirt cannons. So I think we're not too far away from firing some gifts and prizes up into the crowd. Raul Fernandez did an amazing job yesterday aboard his track house at Aprilia. Well done yesterday, taking home a medal. Can you do it over the longer distance today?
For sure we will try. I'm very happy because always to ride here in Phillip Island is very nice, and if you get one result like that, always is a fantastic feeling. So yeah, today in the warm-up I feel again super comfortable with the bike. The wind was a little bit difficult on turn 2 and 3, but anyway I feel comfortable to make the race.
We have a lot of fans here in Australia of Trackhouse because of the NASCAR program as well. So are you feeling that fan base here in Australia?
Yes, I feel also that we need to get some good results because in NASCAR they are making an amazing job. So we need to make something similar, and we are pushing for that.
Good luck today, mate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Raul Fernandez. An amazing job. Back-to-back sprint podiums and doing an incredible time on his bike in qualifying yesterday. Let's get both the Cressini boys where they've just got back on the bus after firing some prizes up into the crowd. Alex Marquez doing a wonderful job sitting second in the championship, hopefully locking away that here today. And also Fermin Aldeguer, who was the most recent Grand Prix winner, still riding the wave. I know a difficult day yesterday, but such a wonderful time for you in Indonesia.
Yeah, yesterday was a difficult day, but today we have another chance. I arrived here and win the last Grand Prix with extra motivation, but difficult track for a rookie rider with the wind. With MotoGP is completely different, but nothing. Today we will see if the wind go a little bit down because it was a difficult warm-up, but we will see. I'm ready.
What happened with your little moment yesterday?
Nothing. I was on the limit, trying to recover some position. I lost a little bit the rear tire and a little push in the front, and I crashed. But physical, all perfect. That is the important point, and we will see today.
Thanks, Fermin.
Thank you.
We'll sneak over and grab Alex here as well. Difficult day yesterday in qualifying, but bounced back nicely in the sprint race. It sounded like tyre choice was maybe the problem for you, Alex. Is that right?
Yeah, the front tire choice was not the best one, but I mean we suffered, but we were able to save it quite in a good way. So we'll try today to make the right choice. We'll see if the wind will go down a little bit because the water was quite difficult. But yeah, we'll try our best as always and try to extract the maximum from this weekend.
We're coming up to a Stoner corner. This is 200 kilometers per hour mid-corner speed. Were you getting a big crosswind here earlier today?
Yeah, it was not really nice. Honestly speaking, you know, was the worst part or one from 2 to 3. But anyway, it's for everybody and we need to adapt.
All right, mate, best of luck.
Thank you.
Big chance to lock away second in the championship. A few boys just taking a moment to try and hide from the wind. I might come down and speak to Fabio. You're just going to come up to us. Thanks, Fabio. The pole man is back. Similar story to Alex maybe for you in the race yesterday with tyre choice, but that pole lap, mate, that was absolutely electric. You're still riding the wave off that amazing lap yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, it was a good lap, but yeah, in the race I chose the medium front. That was completely my mistake. From turn 2 in the lap 1, I knew that I made a mistake, but yeah, let's see today is so windy, so higher choice will be quite easy, but let's see how we can warm them up. But yeah, let's see if the wind is coming down, because it's also first lap with that wind. It's quite easy to make a collision, and then riding is difficult, but let's see if we can manage.
It's not just the chance of wind, there's also a small chance of rain for later today as well. Your thoughts on that?
I don't care. I mean, of course I prefer the sun, I mean dry, but you know, if it's raining for everyone, but of course I prefer to be dry.
All right, best luck today.
Thank you.
Fabio Quartararo did an amazing job putting that bike on pole with the quickest lap ever here at Phillip Island. Let's duck into the KTM boys and we'll grab Paul Espargaro, who's done an amazing job. Hey, welcome back straight into the top 10. I don't think I've seen any rider smiling more than you this week, and you're having a great time.
I'm just trying to take that opportunity and enjoy it at maximum, because I don't know when I'm going to jump the bike again. So now it's a nice opportunity here, especially Phillip Island, one of my favorite tracks. And you know, enjoying this weather, because normally we have this rainy weather and very cold weather, which this weekend we are enjoying with more or less good weather apart of this wind. But you know, it's a great weekend.
Had some amazing memories and times here in Australia over the journey, haven't you? Can you just tell us about how much it's a pleasure to ride a MotoGP bike around this place?
Yeah, it's a special. Back in home when I was, you know, before to come here, I was in New York with some friends, and I was explaining them what is to race here in Phillip Island, and I was showing them some pictures of the straight, you know, looking the sea, and some images from the top where you see all the sea and all that, and it's amazing, it's unbelievable. So I was explaining this, and I was just full of joy, you know, and looking forward to race here. So it's a nice opportunity. I'm super grateful. So let's bring a good show to these people.
Amazing job yesterday. Top 10 every session so far. So we'll see you in the race.
Thank you very much. See you.
Espargaro, he's got that big smile going here this weekend. We'll sneak in and have a word to Pedro just next to him, who's got a big smile on his face because you've got a pretty fast bike. You've been playing around with some upgrades this week. Have you stuck to those upgrades for the races?
Well, yeah, more or less. Let's see how it's going, because it looks like today with the wind, everything was becoming more difficult for everyone. But quite happy about the race of this year, and also with the feeling of today's warm-up for this. Let's see what is going on in the race.
Yeah, no, we didn't get you in the Grand Prix last year, sadly out of action from the Saturday. So how do you think you'll go over the longer distance here?
Well, for sure, with the medium rear tire will help everything, you know. It's sure that will be a race of management, but I think we are ready.
All right, mate, best of luck today.
Thank you, Matt.
Fans of Pedro Acosta maybe checking in for a race win here today. Frankie Morbidelli's had a bit of a difficult time of things as well. Sorry, Miguel Oliveira will grab for a quick moment down here as well. We saw you on the 88 yesterday.
I don't look Italian enough.
No, exactly. I saw you in the hood and I thought it was Franco. You're riding the Jack Miller train with him here this week, mate. How much have you appreciated just watching the fan base with Jack here today?
Yeah, it's great. It's great to have, to be the single rider on the grid, to have the home GP. It's pretty amazing. It's a special feeling. It gives you that extra boost, seeing all your people cheering up for you. So yeah, definitely happy for him.
Have you been able to learn something bike setup wise or anything off Jack that you can use for your advantage today?
Look, there's these weekends where the guy's just fast, you know, and whatever you try to replicate, it doesn't quite go your way. So yeah, Jack is fast this weekend, so hopefully he can have a good one today.
Thanks, Miguel.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. We'll go to turn around and get a Johan Zucker. Yeah, exactly. I shot off the back of that one. Sorry, mate. Johan, I'll get a quick word off you because you are a Grand Prix winner here. What does it take to win at the Island?
Amazing. It's a special track, and I always dream about this track. So when I got my first victory there in MotoGP, I was just thinking I could not write it better.
And it was windy. 2 years ago, it was the windy race. Can you do it again in the wind here?
I don't know. I've been struggling during the weekend, so if I can catch a good top 10 would be good enough. Instead, if I have big surprise and we find a good setup for the race. But it's taking a long time to catch back the confidence on the bike. So I hope a good race, and even if we have a strong wind, enjoy on the bike.
My best of luck today.
Merci.
Great to have Joan Zarco back here with Honda. We've got some of the KTM boys. Looks like Aneo Bastianini down there firing some prizes up into the crowd. We'll go and get Franco. Well, we've been talking about him just a moment ago. The VR46 bikes, it was a difficult start to the weekend in practice one. Have you built the confidence back from that moment, Franco?
No, not really. Not really. We are trying to work. We've been trying to work in order to improve the feeling throughout the weekend, but nothing seemed to really help us. Okay, we got better and better, but we're not there, unfortunately. But let's see, first of all, how the condition is going to be, and we will try to have fun.
What's that feeling like when you lose confidence on a motorcycle? How do you get it back?
It's a nice question. You know, it's pretty difficult, especially on such a tricky track, condition-wise and layout-wise. So over here, it's pretty difficult. It's definitely not the place to struggle with the feeling, but it's our case this weekend. We will try to push it through.
Right, best of luck today.
Thank you.
We'll step over and get Pecco, who's just next to him. Speaking of confidence on a Ducati, we're going to hold on to here. Hey, Pecco, hey, mate. We're ripping through the hay shed. What a cool part of the racetrack this is. But can you talk us through the warm-up and the bike swap? Did you have any success swapping bikes?
Honestly, not a very good warm-up for me. We had some issues in both bikes, and we just need to solve it for the race.
Any more luck coming your way, hopefully, for the race today? You've got the grid penalty to deal with as well. Can we see you fighting for a top 10?
I don't think so, but let's see.
Tough weekend for you, mate. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
We're approaching Lukey Heights, which is probably going to be the windiest part of the track. I'm going to sneak around and see if we can find where Jack Miller's going, because I wouldn't mind getting Jack. He's waving to the fans as we approach the top. Hey, Jack, we'll spin you around for a quick chat, brother. We missed the podium by just 66 thousandths, but today a longer distance race. Bit of wind around, maybe a bit of rain around. It's all pointing in the right direction for you, mate, this week. You feeling it?
Yeah, feeling good. Lost my voice throughout the course of the weekend, but no, it's unreal. You know, it's been awesome to be home with the home fans. You know, they've been phenomenal all weekend, and I don't think any rain's going to be around. It's going to be a bit dusty, but that should make the racing interesting. We had good pace this morning, warm up, considering the wind. Like I said all along, you know, the ME hand was pretty good in the wind, so keen to just get underway. What is it, 3 o'clock? Wait until 3 o'clock to get out on track and yeah, try and see what these other boys have got.
Are you taking more time to enjoy it now that you're, a bit older and a bit wiser?
And I'm an old man now, yeah, absolutely. No, it's awesome. No, the reception this weekend, as it always is here in Phillip Island, but you know, this year hasn't been the easiest of years. We've had some ups and some downs, but you know, the crowds come out in full force, and it's awesome to be able to give them something to cheer for. So no, I'm beyond stoked, and you know, with Joel on pole and Samuel in second on the grid, it's shaping up to be a good day for everybody.
You had a chat to either of those two boys after that?
Briefly. You know, they've all been very busy Home Grand Prix things, but no, wishing them all the best of luck.
I love it. How good is this, mate? There's a huge crowd here at Phillip Island. They all want a bit of Jack's time, and he has done an incredible job at harnessing all that energy here this week, and we'll hopefully see him up on the steps today. We'll see if we can get Luca Marini real quick. If I remember rightly, 1 year ago we were talking about the birth of your baby, so it must be one this week, yes?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, in October, 12th October. Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Today, thank you so much. 2 days ago she starts working.
Wow, big steps, and it's an amazing thing, isn't it? But your weekend in the Honda, how are you tracking so far?
Well, we're struggling a little bit in this track. Let's see how we can handle in the race with the wind. It's so important the start and the first two corners. If we are in in the top group fighting for the third place, then can be a nice race, big fight, big group as always here in Phillip Island. So we try to enjoy.
Feels like the Honda's getting better. That's certainly how it looks watching from afar. Does it feel like that for you on the bike?
Yeah, exactly. No, it was feeling like this even before that the results start to come. But since Sachsenring, our trend is super positive. We need to keep working like this because still other manufacturers are far from us, but we are getting closer every GP.
Thanks, mate. Thanks for the chat.
Thank you.
Happy birthday to Angelina. Is that Angelina? Well done, mate. Cheers, mate. Michele Pirro. Let's have a chat to Michele because it's so cool seeing this guy back. Dressed appropriately for the wind, I might add. What, 2012 was the last time we had a GP for you? It was a CRT bike back then. So I want to know, can we still purchase the CRT bike for Marc Marquez's bike this week? Is that allowed?
So it's a long time ago when it's my last time in Phillip Island, but it's an incredible track, beautiful track. But with the MotoGP it's not simple because the speed is very high. Also the wind does not help. But also the rider is very fast. But I'm enjoying. But okay, I'm disappointed for the injury of Marc. But I try to my best also for help the development of bike because this is a different track compared to the Europe track where I'm test. We will check if there is a different solution for the future. And I enjoy every time I go to the track.
Being a flyaway round, and it's hard to replace bikes in 2 weeks, do you actually get to ride the bike that Marc was on?
Yes, it's okay. It's the bike was the same, but the rider is different. But I'm enjoy and I try my best also with him. And this season is okay for Marc, but it's very disappointing for his injury because for the rider it's not simple to win the championship and at the end of the season this injury. But we will see in the next weeks if possible come back in the last race.
Mate, thank you for the chat.
Thank you. Ciao.
Might quickly spin an A around for a quick chat as well. Maybe the rider of the race yesterday, what, 20th to 10th, I think it was in the sprint, mate. Are you feeling like you can do that again today?
Yeah, yesterday at the end, during the sprint, I'm feeling better. And, well, today, Saturday, it's very windy, but, well, we are ready to give the 100% and let's see.
All right, best of luck. We're going to send these guys down to the Hero Walk in a moment. Hope you enjoyed that. A little look at this Grand Prix circuit, hearing from the riders. Certainly the big topic here is chatting about these windy conditions, but it's going to be an exciting race. Will we get the rain? Will the wind stick around? Will the Aussies feature in Moto3 and Moto2? All to play for here in MotoGP as we get set for the Australian Grand Prix, 3 p.m. local time today.
how was the crowd going around with the trailer and the boys?
Thank you, man. Good luck. Good luck tomorrow. Can I get a photo? Yeah, Jack Miller turns 250 to him.
Located just over 100 kilometres from Melbourne, the state of Victoria, it's the 2025 Australian Grand Prix, the fast and flying Phillip Island. Bravery and skill get big rewards at a circuit regarded one of the tougher challenges of the season. They held the first Aussie GP back in 1989. A paradise for lovers of nature and motorsport, there is no place like Phillip Island on the calendar. It's time to race in MotoGP. G'day, good morning and welcome to Phillip Island. Welcome to the 2025 Australian Grand Prix. It's a pretty windy and wild race day 19 coming your way, of course. The race programme was put back by 1 hour to try and avoid the worst of some strong, powerful, gusting winds blowing off the nearby Bass Strait. It's been pretty overcast since we first arrived here this morning. You can just see there, blowing in from a southeasterly direction, gusts of around 28-30 kilometres an hour as we get set for what could be a monumental day for Aussie fans, because in all three of our Grand Prix classes we have home crowd heroes starting from the front row of the grid. Joel Kelso, the home hero in Moto3 yesterday on pole position. The 22-year-old from Darwin for just the second time in his World Championship career. What a super Saturday it was for Kelso yesterday. Senna Aegis on the podium here 1 year ago in front of his home crowd in Moto2. Well, he starts on the front row of the grid also in the intermediate race. And let's not forget, of course, in the big one, MotoGP coming up at 3 p.m. local time this afternoon. Jack Miller on the Prix Watchalong Yamaha. He also starts from the front row, close to a medal yesterday in the 13-lap Tissot sprint. So Kelso looking to be the first Aussie to win in Moto3 since Jack Miller all the way back in 2014. He's the first Aussie to ever qualify on pole position in front of his home crowd here in Moto3 at this magnificent Phillip Island circuit. He's joined on the front row by our newly crowned world champion. He got the job done in style last time out, Jose Antonio Rueda. Victory in that shortened Indonesian Grand Prix, enough to see Rueda crowned the 9th Spaniard to capture the Moto3 World Championship, the 6th KTM rider to do so. The first though in 4 years since Pedro Acosta back in 2021. Luca Lunetta, he completes a front row of the grid in what feels like being a pretty wide open 21-lap battle coming your way here down under. There is still some pretty strong gusts blowing around this part of Australia, which is going to be a big factor in this Moto3 battle. Kelso leading the field through the sighting lap, just as he hopes to be leading the field at the end of 21 laps here. Matt Burton is still to be in the commentary box with Jack Appleyard down in pit lane. It feels like, Lewis, the Australian fans have already got their ticket money's worth with 3 home heroes on the front row of the grid in all 3 categories. None better than Joel Kelso, starting from the front of the grid for the first time in 20 races since Indonesia last year, just the second pole position. And you just know that Kelso is all in for the home win. 3 Aussies, as you say today, all looking for some home magic. Joel Kelso, you are first up, going from pole position, his first of 2025 versus Buriram last season. What a time for Joel to get it. Has been on the podium here in quite windy conditions, actually, back in 2023, albeit in wet conditions. And we do use the phrase win it or bin it quite a lot in Grand Prix circles. Not always fitting, but this does have the feel of win or bust for Joel Kelso today. Kelso has led the last 4 Grand Prix in 2025 without converting any of those leads into a podium. Only world champion Rueda and the teenage rookie sensation Max Keelers have actually spent more time at the front of Grand Prix so far in Moto3 than Kelso. What a place to do it. What a way it would be to capture his first ever Grand Prix success in front of an expectant, if a little bit windswept home crowd here at this wonderful Phillip Island. Thankfully, it looks like we're going to avoid any possible rain disruption. There was rain forecast for race day here today. Well, that's not going to sweep in, hopefully, until late into the evening. Well, you'd imagine if Joel Kelso is victorious, He's going to be partying long into the night here in nearby Cowes is Joel, because we know that he does love a good Sunday night knees up, win, lose or draw.
Yeah, we were in a pub not too far from here back in that 2023 Sunday afternoon when we were all going home early when the sprint was cancelled, and Joel Kelso received a hero's reception when he walked into that particular establishment. Just imagine the reaction he'll get if he wins today. Australia has won the Australian Grand Prix in Moto3. Jack Miller back in 2014, but haven't taken victory at home since. Here is the chief threat, though, without any question, with the pressure released from the shoulders of Jose Antonio Rueda. Let's get a word, though, from the pole sitter and the home favourite, Joel Kelso, on the grid with Jack.
Joel, pole position here at Phillip Island. Doesn't get any better than this so far. How are you feeling ahead of the big one?
Yeah, pole position, good starting position. Bloody windy out there already, felt it then, but everyone's in the same boat, so let's go and bloody send it, mate.
What are the tactics?
Fucking send it.
Good luck.
Cheers, mate.
Well, he said he was going to send it in his own very special tone. We just apologise. We have to for Joel's choice of language. He's certainly pumped. He's certainly hyped up, isn't he, for this home Grand Prix. Jose Antonio Rueda then alongside him, 10th front row of the year. Only the second and last 7 for the 19-year-old. Now just David Alonso, Romano Fenati and Joan Mir have won more Moto3 Grand Prix than Rueda, who's banging form, isn't he? Not lower than second in the last 4 starts, is the new world champion.
Looking at David Almanza here, back of the 6th row in 18th place. The reason you're looking at him is at the top of your screens, causing a crash at the Indonesian Grand Prix when he took out Tayo Forosato and Alvaro Carpe. He will take a long lap penalty. That long lap penalty loop is going to be the story of the day, isn't it? Across our 3 Grand Prix classes. 3 crashes already this weekend, though, for Almanza.
Luca Lunetta, first front row starting 7 since the Aragon Grand Prix. 4th front row of his career for the 19-year-old Italian. Let's get the thoughts from Luca, who joins Jack.
Luca, it's great to see you back on the podium. Last time out, I'm sure that's given you a huge boost of confidence. Now onto the front row again. Excited?
Yes, I'm super excited. We are doing a fantastic job this week, and I really love this track, especially when it's not raining. So today I will enjoy for sure. There is a bit of wind, but I think we will manage it in the right side. We will see. I think we made a good tire choice, and we will see the race. For sure will be a group race, but I'm ready to fight, and we are fast, so let's enjoy.
Where are the most difficult areas with the wind?
For sure the turn 2, turn 6, maybe the most difficult corners, but I'm ready for it.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, turn 2. Thanks, Jack. Thanks for Luca Lunetta. The Southern Loop, turn 2, and Siberia, turn 6. As close as you get to the ocean here. That's why you're getting a bit of buffeting in those particular parts of the circuit. Second in Mandalika, Lunetta, his first podium in 7 since the British Grand Prix. First time in 3 years. Last time out, 2 Italians shared a Moto3 podium since Dennis Foggia and Riccardo Rossi were on the box together in Buriram. Of course, Lunetta joined on the box last time by Guido Pini for his first World Championship top 3.
Second in the championship, still very much up for grabs, even if Rueda has already wrapped up the title. João Angel Piqueras a moment ago. He's certainly coming under threat from the teammate to this man, Max Quiles, who's 14 points adrift now. Quiles does start a couple of rows ahead of Piqueras, but Quiles out-qualified there by his super sub teammate, Joel Esteban, who's in for Dennis Foggia, absent for all reasons through pneumonia this weekend.
A shame that as well. Foggia was due to make his 150th Grand Prix start this weekend. Despite an early crash at turn 2, Esteban, that is a career best qualifying for the Spaniard in the 7th position. You can see there just from the trackside flags just how still gusting that wind is around this 4.448 kilometre, 2.764 mile Phillip Island circuit. Well, here is Max Quiles, still very much game on in that battle for second in the World Championship. Quiles has had a top introduction to life here at Phillip Island, a real bruising crash on Friday afternoon at turn 8. 8 podiums though in the last 12 for Quiles. He has qualified inside the top 10 in all 15.
it's a circuit that I love. So we are ready to fight, to enjoy. We start in a good position, so we can fight immediately and enjoy a lot.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Such a pair of polite guys, aren't they? The 658 Squadra Corsa duo about Lanetta and Neff. Best qualifying in 16 since Austin in Texas. He did set the fastest lap of the Grand Prix here last year. It did Neff, breaking Jack Miller's 10-year-old fastest lap benchmark by well over a second.
It's Jacob Ralston then, who has a lot to prove in many respects at his home Grand Prix. As you can see there, right next to him, a family affair for the Ralstons on the grid. Still fighting for a ride on the grid next year. Best way to go about that is by continuing on the same form that we saw from him last time out when he took his career best result. Ralston, he goes from 13th.
So Max Keeler's then looking to power his way through from the back of the third row in 9th place to try and strengthen this bid for second in the World Championship. What a story that would be for the rookie. Let's get the thoughts of the boss, Nico de Rollers, with Jack.
Yeah, and there was some very late work going on Max's bike, just adjusting the handlebars ever so slightly. Well, what happened on the warm-up lap? He's had some big crashes this weekend, so still fine-tuning things?
Today the conditions changed with a lot of wind. Now he says something to improve in the bike, and we try the little details to help him for today. But anyway, today is one day when you need to be water and to see this condition, and it's difficult situation for every riders, and also more in Moto3, but he's ready for race.
How is Max? 100% after the crash?
Yeah, he's under 100%, and today is one day to take experience.
Good luck. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much to Nico Terol. Thanks to Jack. 5 minutes then to race start. Quiles has led in 11 of 14 Grand Prix so far this year. Expect to see him try and work his way through very, very quickly. It's a very strong and powerful tailwind down the start-finish straight here, down that Gardner straight. Slipstream always has a big effect here in Phillip Island, and with a tailwind blowing these pocket rocket Moto3 bikes down the straight, you could see riders coming from outside of the top 6 to leading at some stage into that Doon corner. Slipstream always key here, and more prevalent today with such a strong tailwind down the Gardner straight.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy Grand Prix to escape it, even if you are at the front of the race, no matter what kind of pace you have. Yusei Yamanaka, unlikely that he's going to be escaping away at the front of the field. He needs to get there first, coming from 16th place on the grid. Of course, cost badly with a long lap penalty last weekend, where he still finished inside the top 8, but of course he was battling for much of the race with Guido Pini, who of course escaped Yamanaka when he served his long lap penalty and went all the way to the podium.
Never had 5 top 10s in a row in his Grand Prix career, has Yamanaka. That's a bit of a carrot dangling in front of the face of the 23-year-old Japanese rider. He's been consistent points in the last 12 Grand Prix, which has featured 9 top 10s, so he's been racking up the big point scoring places on occasions, climbing up to 8th in the World Championship. Your front right of the grid then for this 21-lap Australian Grand Prix. Luca Lanetta firing away from the 4th front row of his Grand Prix career. Your new world champion, Jose Antonio Rueda, starts from 2nd, but a nation expects, can an Aussie deliver home success in Moto3 for the first time in 11 long years? Can Kelso be the king of the island in Moto3? Joel starts from pole.
Well, it's his home Grand Prix, and Joel Kelso has promised to send it from pole position, his first of 2025. World champion Jose Antonio Rueda and Luca Lanetta join him on the front row. Lanetta's first front row since Aragon. It's an equal best qualifying of 2025 for Taya Ferrosato in 4th. He's got Matteo Bertelli and Alvaro Carpe for company. Joel Esteban, who's in 4th. Dennis Foggia 7th. Career best for him, ahead of Adrian Fernandez and Max Quiles. Guido Pini had a crash in Q2 yesterday. He starts 10th ahead of Stefano Neppa and Marco Morelli, who took his MLab Honda through Q1 to 12th. Jacob Ralston, Angel Piqueras and Nicola Carraro on the 5th row. From Yusei Yamanaka, Cormac Buchanan and David Almanza. 3 crashes this weekend, and he has a long lap penalty today. Brian Uriarte, the Red Bull Rookies champion, makes his debut from 19th. He's making a debut in place of the injured David Munoz. Eddie O'Shea and Scott Ogden, the British pair next to him. Valentin Peroni returns from injury in 22nd, ahead of Noah Dekville, Ruche Moodley, Tachacombo Asri and Ricardo Rossi in 26th, who also has a long lap penalty.
Yeah, shocking weekend so far for Rossi. His worst qualifying in nigh on 4 years since Valencia, all the way back in 2021. Warm lap underway then here in Australia in increasingly windy conditions. Can Kelso conquer home soil here. Phillip Island does tend to deliver some absolute classics in Moto3. All the way back, the last time an Australian won here in Moto3 at Phillip Island. The podium between Jack Miller, Alex Marquez and Alex Rins, still the second closest lightweight world championship podium in history. 2 of the top 10 closest lightweight world championships have been right here at Phillip Island in 1998 and 2014. 3,000 of a second between Rins and Vinales in 2013. The 7th closest lightweight world championship finish in history. And 2018 was the 6th closest top 15 in lightweight world championship history, just 2.1 seconds covering the top 15 riders. We tend to get some big battles here at Down Under. Let's hope we're going to get another one over 21 laps.
Interesting information from Pirelli in terms of the tyres. All the KTMs are on the SC2 medium front tyre. All the Hondas are on the SC1 soft front tyre. Rear tyre, interesting though. Vast majority have gone for the medium option rear tyre, but we have got Keyless, Pini and Adrian Fernandez towards the front, who are on the harder rear tyre.
Yeah, 2 of those, Fernandez and Keyless, are on that 3rd row, 8th and 9th respectively. He's going to be a little bit beaten up, is Keyless. It was a real cage-rattling crash he had on Friday at the hay shed, or the old hay shed. 4th over the line in Mandalika. 11 top 5 finishes in what has been an outstanding debut season. So it feels like a long time ago, because it is a long time ago, isn't it? 11 years since an Australian won a Moto3 race here on home soil. Jack Mir, I'm sure, will be watching intently to see if it is Joel Kelso that can pick up the baton and be the first Aussie winner here in Phillip Island since 2014. It was some battle that day, wasn't it? Miller, Alex Marquez and Alex Rins were podium on that day. Those 3 all jousting in MotoGP coming up later on this afternoon over 27 laps. Green flag though has cleared at the back. Race day 19 about to commence here at Phillip Island with Kelso on pole for the Aussie fans. It's lights out and we're racing in Moto3 here down under in Australia. Jose Antonio Rueda has been sharp off the line. The new world champion's going to get the drop immediately on pole starter Kelso. Furusato has been dynamite away from 4th place on the grid. His equal best qualifying of the season. Furusato immediately slots himself up into 2nd place. Lunetta there back in 4th. Trying to tough it out now with Furusato on the inside is Kelso as they go through the Southern Loop. But it's the world champion Rueda who's wide, really wide, and Kelso will see his inside line going through too. Kelso leads his home Grand Prix.
Really good start from Keyless. He's already up into 5th place. Adrian Fernandez had a bit of a shocker. He got really off the line on his Leopard Honda. He's just up behind Carpe. They're 7th and 8th.
Lunetta going the long way around through Stone. That will set him up for the inside line on Furusato into turn 4 for Keyless. You just knew he was going to be ultra aggressive. He's picked up 5 places already as Keyless, 9th to 4th.
Looked like Ralston was getting beaten up there on the outside of turn 4. He's dropped back through the field on this first lap. Bit of a punishing first lap for him. He's in 12th at the moment, but I think he's going to be further than that when he comes to the next sector. But already Kelso and Rueda looking to put some space between themselves and the chasing group behind.
Well, that's a paid for Keyless aggression. It looked like he was about to take 3rd place on the 58 bike away from Furusato, but with Keyless seizing the inside line going through Miller, that pushed Lunetta from 4th back down to 6th place. Down the hill we go into turn 10 for the first time. Oh, Fernandez coming from a long way back there, wasn't he, on the 31 bike on the Leopard Honda, trying to make up for some early lost ground. Fernandez is now back up into 7th.
Putting a lot of trust in that soft front tyre, wasn't he there, Fernandez? One of the other big losers on this first lap was Bertelli, who started on the 2nd row in 5th. He's already back to 12th place.
Let's get now some Slipstream City as they power down the Gardner straight. They'll all be in top gear on these Moto3 bikes. Kelso with a bit of fresh air directly behind him. He's not going to get Slipstream on the run down to the Durham corner. Furusato has got through on Rueda up into 2nd place. Keyless after a super strong first lap. Oh, Furusato goes in. Oh, was that the tailwind just pushing him into that braking zone? You're going to have to adjust your braking markers here as Lunetta and Keyless get a little bit busy going through the Southern Loop.
That was Esteban, I think, that he was getting stuck into there. It's Keyless just up ahead of all that, and Esteban pushed back down the order. Ralston actually did recover. He's back up to 7th place. Really did get the benefit of some slipstream into turn 1.
Fernandez tries to go the long way around on the outside of Furusato. Going through the Southern Loop as Ralston picks up Lunetta. Beautiful move by Fernandez. Set it up on the outside of Furusato, going through Stoner corner. Put him on the inside line for Miller corner. And Fernandez then up into 4th place from 8th on the grid.
Well, Kelso promised to send it. Ralston's sending it too now up into the top 6. You can see the top 2 are starting to break clear. This group already splintering at a very early stage in this Grand Prix. And it's very easy to, if you get dropped, it's very difficult to then jump back on with that tailwind.
Kelso now leading for 5 Grand Prix in a row. Can he find himself as Ralston? Well, he is going all in here, isn't he? Jacob Ralston. Shop window time for the Aussie, desperately trying to find a ride on the 2026 grid. 13th he started this home Grand Prix. He's now up into the top 5, which would equal his career best as Fernandez darts on the inside of Quiles into 12. Oh, that was bold. That was brave, wasn't it, in the extreme from Fernandez? He made it work, and now he's up into P3.
They're already the best part of a second adrift, though. The top 2 exchange fastest laps. Ralston sets the fastest lap of the Grand Prix now on a 35.634, who's sandwiched between Quiles and Furusato. So Quiles comes out of that 3-way battle ahead, but Ralston not taking any prisoners, is he? Through Doohan Corner, Ralston up to 4th now.
I think this is what you call going for broke, isn't it, as far as Ralston's concerned? Very, very soon we might have dream territory for home fans. It could be a fairy tale day, this for the Aussie crowd, because we might have very quickly 2 Australians potentially on the podium here in Phillip Island. Still that gap of around 0.3 of a second being managed by Kelso back to Rueda. Carpe this time around sends it on the inside of Furusato as Almansa comes in for his long lap. That's all, of course, courtesy of his Mandalika indiscretion 2 weeks ago. Yeah, Carpe did get Furusato into Miller, but just pushed Carpe up to 6.
Almansa had already lost ground before he even served that long lap penalty, so if you are trying to mitigate that, he hadn't gone the right way about it. I have to give a shout out also for the debutant Brian Oriarte, the Red Bull Rookies champion, is up into 13th place on his debut. He's up ahead of his teammate Peeny already.
Do you know what? Ralston's going to try and have a look here on the inside of Fernandez down the hill into turn 10. He's going to be close enough to maybe attack. No, Fernandez is just a little bit too good. Going through the hay shed of turn 8, Ralston had the better corner speed, but then as they climbed up through Luque Ice and then dropped down to the blind entry for turn 10, Fernandez just a little bit quicker than the KTM directly behind him. Big gap there now that's emerged between Kelso and Rueda at the front of this Grand Prix, although as you can see, Kelso's healthy advantage of 9.5 a second at the start of this lap has come down quite considerably. Rueda trying to pick up some slipstream here with the tailwind as well, pushing him towards the Doohan Corner. Carpe's fastest ride on circuit right now with a 1:35.323. Carpe started this Grand Prix 6. That's where he's currently running.
0.3 of a second faster than Kelso was going, but at the moment there is still that second and a big gap between Rueda and Adrian Fernandez. Be keen to see what Ralston's up to just behind this as he's looking to attack. One Aussie defending, one Aussie attacking further back as Kelso now makes his way through Stone Corner with the world champion right on his rear tyre.
He's been absent without leave so far this weekend as Piqueras, second in the World Championship. We've seen very little of him in qualifying, in practice, and very little of him so far in this Australian Grand Prix, currently down in 9th place. Only 14 points clear, of course, of Quiles in the battle of a second in the World Championship.
Ralston's taken Fernandez out of picture, was just looking out of the window into Miller Corner. Ralston up into 3rd place. Fernandez has taken it back, though, into Siberia, and I think Ralston actually might be down the road. Yellow flags are out in Sector 2, and looking into the distance at Siberia, there are yellow flags waving. I fear Jacob Ralston, confirmation on our timing screens, has crashed out of his home Grand Prix.
Right, you've got a feeling that he was in win it or bin it mode. That's a real tough one to take. Oh, he's so angry, so frustrated. There was a career best on the offing there as Furusato properly picks up Quiles down into turn 10. Fernandez now in a real battle for 3rd place with Carpe as well. Checked out of the front are Kelso and Rueda. Will just check their advantage as they come now out of turn 12. Oh, out of the seat there. Big time out of the seat was Piqueras. Oh, he was out of the seat as he got on the gas on the 36 bike coming through turn 12. I've got to be careful here because that grass will still be down from some early weekend rain. Big scare that though for Piqueras. Put him down to 20th place.
Yeah, he's still not come over the finish line yet. 23rd for Piqueras. It cost him 8 seconds coming out of that final corner. So this is effectively a 2-horse race now for victory in this Australian Grand Prix. The home hero versus the world champion.
That cost Piqueras a new set of underwear as well. That was super scary going through 12. It might, depending on what happens, cost him second in this World Championship because that big mistake. Well, now the gap shrunk from 14 to 5 points between Piqueras and Quiles. We've still got 16.5 laps remaining here in Phillip Island. It looks like the only man who's going to be able to deny Kelso that first home victory at Moto3 here in 11 long years is going to be the world champion Rueda.
Yeah, there goes Piqueras sailing off. He'd lost it quite early around the corner, kept it upright, not just on the track, but also on the gravel, on the wet grass, as he then made his way down the main straight. Not the optimal route down the Gardner Straight is that. Tell you one other rider to keep a lookout for in this chase group. It's Marco Morelli on the MLAV Honda. Just his 5th Grand Prix. The Argentine is going to Aspar next season as a regular in Moto3. He's up into the top 10.
Keras had some skill there to stay on 2 wheels, because that was really, really scary. Further down, we've got Valentin Perrone back up into the point scoring place from 22nd on the grid. Of course, he missed at Mandalika after a real bruising practice crash. Left him out of contention. Now then, with some slipstream, we pick up 66 versus 99. This is the closest that Rueda's been potentially to line up and move on Kelso as they dart now down towards the Doohan corner. Side by side we go. Kelso just leaves his braking that little bit later, but he will know from his pit board, and he'll hear Rueda's KTM that the world champion is up for another win here.
They are in a completely different race to everybody else. They exchange personal best, 35.4 versus 35.3. They are a second a lap quicker than the chasing group behind them, which is now led by the 2nd Red Bull KTM Iron Machine. You can see him in the back of the picture, the 83 of Carpe.
Yeah, the only other rider potentially to be able to do low 135s is out of this race now. Poor old Jacob Ralston out early at Siberia. There is a massive, massive gap, isn't there, now between this dominant top 2. Real strong battle though, isn't there, raging for the final place on the podium at the moment. It's being led by Carpe. He picked up that 3rd place on the last lap ahead of Fernandez. Don't rule out the likes of Lunetta, Forasato, Quiles, Esteban, Morelli, Bertelli, all still in this big battle.
Yeah, as I say, Morelli doing an outstanding job, as Lunetta certainly puts plenty of trust in himself and in Forasato there, overtaking into the hay shed. 58 takes 72. The 2 Aspar riders are getting side by side. Esteban trying to go around the outside of Quiles. It's all kicking off in this 2nd group. They're all battling for a podium.
Forasato on Quiles now. Those two do not give a quarter, do they? Those two, if there's a pass to be made, if there's a gap to be pushed through, they will take it, and some. Forasato then now just trying to put a bit of daylight between himself and Quiles, and Esteban as well, the 2 Aspar riders just directly behind him. Forasato should get some great slipstream as well here behind the netter. Once again with the slipstream. How good is Kelso on the brakes this time? He has a look to his right hand side because he sees Rueda's Red Bull KTM Iron Machine burst past him in top gear, top speed at the end of that Gardner Straight, and for the first time then, as we start lap 6 of 21 it is, Rueda, and that leads this Grand Prix.
So is Kelso now prepared just to sit behind Rueda and have a look at the 99 and see where he's stronger, or is he going to try and attack back straight away? Does he have the performance to attack back straight away? Is Rueda just going to be able to clear up at the front of the field and potentially waltz off into the distance for a 10th win of 2025? There's no question who wants it more in this leading battle, but is Rueda just too good?
Yeah, David Alonso, Valentino Rossi, Fausto Gresini, Marc Marquez and Joan Mir, the only other riders in lightweight world championship history that have 10 more wins in a single season. More history beckons for Rueda, who has carved his way through the record books throughout this incredible 2025 campaign. There's been a tendency in 2025 when he's hit the front for him just to be able to manage the race perfectly. Only at this stage the Grand Prix is Kelso, it looks like, capable of giving any kind of late on headache. Rueda already a 10th and a half clear he is of Kelso through the 3rd split.
Quiles once again with a lunge at the inside of Forasato. Every time he looks to his right coming through turn 10, he's got an Aspar KTM in the way, either Esteban or Quiles. He's now sandwiched between the pair of them. Quiles 6th and Esteban in 8th.
Kelso too far back, as you can see in the top left of the corner screen, to pick up any obvious slipstream, although there's nothing wrong with the top speed of that level of MTA KTM machine. Is that Kelso's a bit of a pocket rocket himself in terms of physical stature. Closes up onto the rear tyre of Rueda, not close enough though to seize back the lead. Behind the top 2 is this enthralling, pulsating battle, which is now back in the hands of Adrian Fernandez on the 31 Leopard Honda, albeit briefly, as Carpe drops across his nose. They move into the southern loop.
Yeah, they're all doing low 36s, as are Rueda and Kelso now. Of course, Rueda was busy overtaking on that last lap, which saw him drop a place. This is the battle in the tail end of the points. This is the Almanza Buchanan group, 11th, 12th backwards, as we pick up this podium battle once again, as a variety of lines are taken. It's Lunetta at the inside of Fernandez, and Esteban once again right around the outside of his teammate Quiles.
We saw when Rueda made that move at the end of the Gardner Straight a couple laps ago. Kelso had a good long look to his right. Now, was Kelso just happy and content to let Rueda have the advantage, have the lead? Look at you, Jose Antonio. You had a good look at my rear tyre for 6-7 laps. So now let's see what you've got at the front of this Grand Prix as Quiles and Esteban have to briefly check up there, going through turn 7 and 8, high-speed section around Phillip Island.
Well, Esteban, of course, was a regular with Aspar on this grid last year. Perhaps came a little bit too early in his career. He's been back in the Junior GP World Championship this season, but proving here this weekend as a super sub in place of Dennis Foggia that the 78 still has plenty to offer as a Moto3 Grand Prix rider. Here is Almanza, who, of course, is recovering from his long lap penalty and potentially could jump back on to this podium battle.
Yeah, he's got through recently on Napa and Buchanan. As close to home Grand Prix this is going to be for the Kiwi Buchanan, on course for his first points in 9 Grand Prix since the Sachsenring. Buchanan in an excellent 13th place at the moment. Scott Ogden just behind him as they fan out 4-5 abreast into scary braking zone into the Doohan corner. Fernandez then has got himself back up into the head of this second group. Rueda cannot shake off Kelso there. You can still keep your eye on those lead 2 in the top left-hand corner of your screens. Some battle this, isn't it? Edge of the seat battle for the final place on the podium. This goes all the way down from Fernandez to Morelli in 10th spot.
Yes, we've got 2 Hondas at the front of this group, then a bunch of KTMs behind. Forsato on his Honda as Jacob Ralston returns to the box, greeted by team and by family. Understandably gutted, but demonstrated in the time he was in this Grand Prix just what a fine talent he is when everything is working in the right direction. Such a shame that it ended the way it did.
Right here at Siberia, he went down fighting. You knew he was going to go all in for the podium, maybe even better. He looked like out of the chasing group. If anybody could run the pace of Rueda and Kelso at the front, it was Ralston before he bit the dust. Fernandez then, the netter on the 58 bike there. How close was that going through 8 and then 9? It's the 83 of Carpe that's in defence mode right now.
Yeah, Lanetta was wide. Once again, look at Esteban just riding around the outside of his teammate once again. Didn't quite work out for him on that occasion, but Lanetta was wide through the hay shed. That puts him on a really tight inside line through Lukey Heights, loses all of his corner speed, and saw Carpe in that particular instance ride right around the outside of it.
That's Rueda's biggest advantage we've seen over the line. 0.3 of a second that was. A 35.5 from Rueda on lap 9 as opposed to a 35.7 from Kelso. Back in this epic fight for third, it's still Fernandez. Carpe there. Forasato's getting a little bit beaten up. Of course, it was Quiles who was putting some manners on Forasato into the Doohan corner. Through the southern loop we go then. Carpe. We haven't seen Carpe at the sharp end of a Grand Prix for quite some time, have we? Carpe's last podium was a brilliant second in Mugello. His form in the second half of the campaign has really deserted him somewhat. This is much more like the early 2025 version of Carpe.
Fernandez really struggling to hold that inside line into turn 1. A couple laps in a row now, he's gone way wide and found himself beaten into the southern loop by Carpe, who regains that third place. But they are now 7 seconds off the race lead, just to again emphasise what a fine job the world champion Rueda and the home Aussie Kelso were doing up front.
Fernandez back in third. He got Carpe on the brakes going into the Miller corner. So once again, Fernandez and Carpe at the front of that second group, that big dogfight for third. They've exchanged overtakes already a couple of times on this current lap. Rueda looking so cool, so calm, so collected as he so often does. Here is again trying to go the long way around his Esteban. This time around it's Forasato. He'll have the inside line now, only for the left-hander of turn 11. Joel Esteban, what a standing he's been so far this weekend for Dennis Foggia.
Inspired by Jorge Lorenzo, clearly he prefers the puff wear move, doesn't he? Around the outside, now right on the tail of his teammate once again as the Aspar duo continue to watch each other. Forasato wants a piece of it and wants to come back through. This is 6th, 7th and 8th, the 28, the 78 and the 72 part way back through this group. This time though, Fernandez clear into Doohan corner. Can he hold it on line this time and keep the lead? This time he goes slightly wide again, and is Carpe going to sweep around the outside? Not on this occasion.
Great shot there, and the lead 2 of Kelso having a massive hole punched in the air ahead of him by Rueda's KTM. No protection whatsoever ahead of Rueda. He was exposed to the gusting winds off the nearby Bass Strait. You could just see how much Kelso was able to close right up on the rear tyre of Rueda. 135.6 from Kelso on occasion as Fernandez and Carpe get busy once again going into that turn 3. As good as Carpe is going through 1 and 2, And Fernandez has certainly got his measure on the brakes going into that turn 4. Fernandez then picks up P3 again.
I wasn't convinced that Honda was stopping the 31 of Fernandez, but he did get it stopped into Miller corner. So he regains third place because it was a podium finish, or it would have been a podium finish, potentially better last weekend, and he not collided with David Munoz, but it was a performance that was good enough to secure himself a place with Leopard Honda for next season, where he will be joined by Guido Pini. Pini is further back down the field. He's had a tough afternoon, 16th.
Quiles, beautiful on the inside of Lunetta. Made that look so easy, did Quiles. Down the hill, on the brake, so easy to wash the front out there when you're squeezing a handful of front brake. Yeah, just on David Munoz, we send him our best wishes for a speedy recovery. His season over, sadly, after breaking a femur in that nasty collision with Adrian Fernandez last time out over in Mandalika. Esteban now has got himself up briefly into the top 6. He goes side by side, elbow to elbow, maxed out in top gear here. Down the start-finish straight, he's been eaten alive here, hasn't he, in the slipstream by Furusato. He does manage to hold off Lunetta though on the 58 bike. At the front though, Rueda and Kelso, nothing between those two. Still the gap just under 0.3 of a second.
Where do you look in this second group? Batelli, the other level up MTA. KTM is also in the thick of this battle. Once again though, Fernandez just can't hold it tight through Doohan corner, just sails wide onto the curb on the outside, which gives Carpe the run on him into Southern Loop. But surely Fernandez is coming straight back through into Miller.
Potentially back-to-back point scoring finish for Eddie O'Shea. He's 15.
Quiles through.
Quiles on the inside. He saw Fernandez picking up Carpe. That's Fernandez's favoured move into that turn 4. And with wide open tarmac ahead of him, Quiles took the pair of them. Payback coming immediately from Carpe on Fernandez into Siberia. Some fight this has been as for third place so far. At the moment, it's advantage Quiles, and crucially, it will move him, if it stays as is, into second place in the World Championship, with Piqueras still stuck down in a lonely 20th.
Yeah, and unlikely to get himself into the points from there. He's some 7 seconds off the back of Peroni, 19th and 20th. This was Quiles just taking advantage. He's seen this movie already into turn 4. He's seen on a number of occasions Fernandez had Carpe go side by side and said, hey, I fancy a piece of this. I'm going to pass both of you. Top left of screen, you can follow the top 2. Rueda's lead in danger of opening up to around half a second here as Fernandez and Carpe battle, although this time it's for P4.
Beautiful move once again into 12 and 4. Fernandez has been absolutely unreal. Into the slipstream we go. Quiles darts to the right hand side of the circuit to try and break the screen behind him. Look at Lunetta with a 3 or 4 bike slipstream. Eases up into ahead of Furusato and ahead of Carpe. Lunetta then now, as they attack through turn 2, the southern loop. Carpe just leans on his outside going through this long radius second corner, getting a little bit pushed out to the plane where there goes Esteban, who seems to favour some unconventional lines, I think it's fair to say, around this Phillip Island circuit.
Yeah, I'm loving the creativity of Joel Esteban. It's certainly making him an entertaining rider to watch in this Grand Prix. He's on the outside now as we come into the Miller corner. He's around the outside of Alvaro Carpe and Luca Lunetta. Esteban fearless in this Grand Prix.
Tell you what, Carpe was almost out of control there going into 4. Picks up Lunetta now, though, going through Siberia. He was so late on the brakes there, was Carpe on the 83 bike. He has a bit of a shake of his head there. I think he's just saying, well, this is just getting a little bit too messy, a little bit too scrappy. Al Mansell's dragged himself back into podium contention. Of course, he started this Grand Prix in 18th, dropped back to 21st, having served his long lap penalty after Mandalika. And some recovery this has been from Al Mansell. Don't rule out the 22 Leopard Honda.
Yep, so 2 Leopard Hondas in the middle of this battle. The Honda of Morelli's now dropped out of it. You can see him just at the back of the picture. He's now reversing back towards Neppert and Buchanan. That's 11th, 12th and 13th. So this group, third, all the way back to Batelli in 10th. 8 riders battling for one final spot on the podium, 10 seconds behind the top 2.
Well, after becoming the 18th Italian to finish on a podium Moto3 last time out, it's been a horror show so far for Pini. He stuck right down the back end of the point scoring places. Esteban then briefly up into the top 6 on the 78 bike. Just at the back of this big battle as well is Batelli, who's worked his way back in the contention. 5th on the grid, Batelli started. He dropped out of early contention very early on with a bit of a sluggish start. Up the road by well over 10 seconds are Rueda and Kelso. Still nothing between those two. Less than a quarter of a second over the line. 1:35.8. Those two both exchange. Quiles with some serious corner speed going through the Stoner corner. Can he attack Fernandez on the brakes into the Miller corner? No, this is where Fernandez has been so good. Carpe, they'll say thank you very much. He picks up Fernandez, and darting through also goes Quiles.
Furusato, Almanza And I think it was Lunetta further back. They were also dishing out haymakers to each other. They were battling 3 wide into turn 4 as well for 5th, 6th and 7th. So we're keeping an eye on everyone in this leading group. There is so much to try and keep on top of. Esteban certainly showing some bravery there and putting Lunetta in a position he didn't want to be through the hay shed.
There's just 1.4 seconds further back between the gap of, well, the battle between Morelli, Nepa, Buchanan, Ogden, Pini and O'Shea. Nicola Carrara also in 17th place, still in contention for some points potentially in this Australian Grand Prix. Once again, we'll just follow the top 2 as they power out of turn 12. Kelso just cannot get close enough, can he, to really seize on the slipstream advantage he will have behind Rueda. Rueda over the line. That's the 3rd lap in a row now. They're both on the exact same times. 35.6, 35.8 on the last lap. And now they've both done 35.9. Absolutely nothing at all between the pace of this top 2. But it's still Rueda at the front.
And they're on the exact same tyre combinations. Both of them on the SC2 front and rear Pirelli. So there's no tyre advantage for either of the 2 in this leading group. At the end of this lap, lap 15 of 21, we will have gone through the 3/4 cut-off where a race will be declared. Should we get a red flag? Of course, that became rather significant in Indonesia a couple of weeks ago.
There's not been too many people that have run Rueda close when he's been at the front of the Grand Prix for such a long period of time. Turn 4, of course it's turn 4, Miller corner where Fernandez makes yet another killer move on the inside of Carpe. Well, he has been lethal, hasn't he, on the brakes into that 4th corner as the 31 Leopard Honda. So once again, it's Fernandez that forced himself back to the head of this 2nd group. Still right in the mix, Carpe, Furusato, Quiles, Esteban, Almanza from a long, long way back. Well, so far back, he was outside the top 20 after his long lap.
Well, Almanza's found that catching this group was one thing, but getting through it is another, as Carpe is trying to go around the outside, up and over Lukey Heights. Would give him the inside line if he was close enough on Fernandez, but he wasn't. If anything, he's under pressure once again. It's Aspar versus Aspar. This time, Esteban going the conventional inside line on Quiles.
Well, round the outside didn't work, so he might as well try the only other option. That's to fire on the inside of Quiles, and this time around, it did work. Further down, the 2 Brits, Ogden and O'Shea, 14th and 15th respectively. Over the line we go then. It is Rueda. 36.1 that last lap from Rueda. Kelso still in the 35s. Kelso the only rider actually out on circuit in the 35s, helped by the slipstream behind Rueda. But Kelso, this is game on, isn't it? This is very much game on for the home win.
Rueda looking to play the role of party pooper in Phillip Island this afternoon. You don't become a world champion if you have any sentiment. He's not going to be letting anybody have this. He is a serial Moto3 winner. That's why he's world champion with 4 races still to spare. The 99 might not want this quite as much as Kelso, but he is addicted to winning.
Quiles is just getting a little bit beaten up at the moment in this battle, although having said that, he beats up Lunetta on the brakes. All this contact there further back between Esteban and Almanza. 22 versus 78 into the Miller corner. Almanza's trying to tough it out now with Batelli as well. We know he doesn't lack aggression at Almanza. The reason he was in the long lap, it was because he took out a couple of riders last time out in Manlika. This then has put Esteban down from 6th to 9th.
Through the hay shed they go then, and up and over Lukey Heights. This trio at the back need to make sure they don't get detached here from this podium group while they're busy watching each other. Of course, trading some paint on their bikes through Miller corner. Esteban again with the lunge into turn 10. So this is the battle, the trail of this group. That's 8th, 9th and 10th.
This is about to be now 5 of the biggest laps of Joel Kelso's career. Around 20 kilometres he is away from a fairy tale, from a dream coming true. Once again with the slipstream, you could just see how much he's able to close on Rueda on the brakes through that fast, high-speed right-hander of the Doohan corner. What is going through the mind of Kelso right now? He spent a long time on Rueda's tail here. He'd have seen exactly the strengths and weaknesses of the world champion ahead of him. When, if he can, will Kelso feel he can pick his moment?
In some respects, the pressure is on Kelso in this group, because Jose Antonio Rueda released all the pressure by winning the World Championship last time out in Indonesia, so he's just racing for the fun of it in these final 4 Grand Prix. Kelso, one of the things he'll be trying to compute in his mind in these final laps while he's behind Rueda is, can he out-drag him on the run to the finish line out of the final corner, and dare he leave it that late?
He's been a master tactician, hasn't he, all throughout 2025, has Rueda. You can count on one hand the amount of bad calls that he's made in Grand Prix so far this season. Eddie O'Shea's having a real strong lap. He's gone up from 15th up into 12th place. Top job by the MLAV Racing rider. He's now got Buchanan, Ogden and Neppert behind. That will be a career best for O'Shea.
Carpe's got a bit of space now behind himself in 3rd place. Quiles has got himself to the front of this group. Started the lap in 6th. He's now 4th. Fernandez back in 5th place. Esteban once again, you guessed it, round the outside of Luca Lanetta, who's not having that one into 10. So Esteban stays back in 7th place. But is Carpe making a bit of a bid for freedom in these final 5 laps now?
Rueda, that looks like a significant advantage. It is. That feels like it could be a huge lap 17 that's just been fired in by Rueda. A 1:35.982. He's back in the 35s. That's some lap time as well. You think he's got nobody ahead of him punching air or punching a hole in the air on the Gardner Straight. 36.2 was from Kelso. The gap 3.5 tenths of a second. That's the biggest gap there's been between Rueda and Kelso.
Kelso's closely right up though in this first sector. I've been watching through that helicopter shot top left for a few laps now. Kelso is superb through Doohan Corner. Turn 1 closes a lot of that advantage right back up again, and as they now come past our commentary box window into Miller, he's right on the rear tyre of Rueda again.
Carpe looks like he might be aiming for a decisive breakaway here in that fight for 3rd. His tyre wear just starting to become a bit of a factor here late on. Carpe's got about the biggest breather he's had in this entire Grand Prix in that second group. He came over the line almost 6/10 of a second clear of Fernandez, who was then his closest rival. As you can see, Fernandez has been pushed back now down to 6th place.
Well, Fernandez and Quiles are the two in this group who've got a harder rear tyre on. Doesn't appear to be giving them any sort of payback at the moment. Not a lot of time for it to pay them back with just 3.5 laps to go. Carpe's advantage as we go through the second sector, 3/4 of a second now over Quiles. It's been quite a while since we've seen Carpe on a Grand Prix podium. Mugello, in fact.
Going through turn 12, Rueda's so good in this final sector. He's absolutely phenomenal in the final sector. Kelso just cannot get anywhere near him going through 11 and 12, the two fast left-handers that complete this circuit. This is a big conundrum. This is a big puzzle that Kelso's got to try and work out here then, with 3 laps to go. 3 laps between Kelso and the finest hour of his Grand Prix career. It's been 11 long years since Moto3 victor has come from a home rider here in Phillip Island. Kelso, though, is able to pick up that slipstream as he closes in on Rueda into the Doohan Corner. But Rueda standing firm as you know he would do. He very seldom cracks in these high pressure situations.
Is it purely the slipstream that's keeping Kelso in this? Because it's always on the main straight and through turn 1 that he closes back in on Rueda. He's quick enough to stay with the world champion, but is he quick enough to attack him? He said he's going to send it. You've got 2.5 more laps, Joel, to send it.
Now or never. Kelso is never going to have a bigger and better opportunity to break his World Championship winning duck, and as mentioned before the Grand Prix, no better place to do it. He could not have dreamt of a situation where maybe his first Grand Prix success came in front of his home crowd here at the iconic, the classic Phillip Island circuit. 3/10 of a second Rueda built his lead halfway around this lap 19 of 21. Here's this still very heated battle raging for 3rd place. Furusato trying to go on the inside of Fernandez. That's going to be brave on the inside, going through 8 and 9, almost out of the car park. Almost on his way back to Melbourne Airport was Joel Esteban going through Lukey Heights.
It looks like Quiles is closing this down. He is on this 3rd lap from the finish of this Grand Prix. Just 2 to go when they'll come across the line now. So Carpe hasn't got this 3rd place secured just yet. Rueda does a 36.0. Kelso 36.1. Kelso's not exactly doing slow lap times, but it's just not quite fast enough. Penultimate lap starts.
Rueda is just too good. He is just too good, too fast in that vital 4th split. He's just able to break the toe. He's able to break the slipstream from Kelso. Just no chance at all for the Aussie to try and attack him on the brakes into the Doohan Corner. Carpe looks like he might have this one covered off for 3rd place. There's going to have to be some late heroics from those behind him, including Quiles, Lunetta and Fernandez. And while those lot continue to duff each other up, this is just playing into the hands right now of Carpe. Looks like Quiles might be the only rider that's got something to offer Carpe late on.
He's going to need the 4th sector of his life, is Kelso, on this lap. He needs to be glued to the rear tyre of Rueda when they come out of the final corner, as Esteban gets up on the inside of Adrian Fernandez. He's now up into 5th place, another couple of positions, and Esteban might yet be on the podium for the first time.
Yeah, his career best was a 4th in Le Mans, so one more position and Esteban will be equaling his career best, showing potentially, well, I feel like I should be still a full-time rider on this Moto3 World Championship grid. Yeah, Kelso, as they now drop down into turn 10. This is where Rueda has been mustered on that Red Bull KTM machine. Kelso has not got the legs in sector 4, he's not close enough, he's nowhere near close enough, in fact he's losing ground. Rueda through 11 and 12, it's those two corners that are going to decide this Australian Grand Prix.
Final lap begins then, and Kelso's not in a position to pick up any sort of slipstream. We are watching a world champion doing world champion things. Rueda back in the 35s on the last lap, a 35.7. Kelso is in the 35s too, but it's not quite enough.
Kelso really is digging deep. He's digging so deep. Desperate, isn't he, for an Australian Grand Prix victory. This one is not over yet. He's been putting so much pressure on Rueda, who just has refused to buckle at the front of this Grand Prix. Here we go, and this is an overtaking up spot going for Kelso. Not going to be close, too busy to attack Rueda into the Miller corner. He is running out of time, he is running out of corners.
His one remaining opportunity, I think, is into turn 10, the downhill plunge as you go over Lukey Heights, but he's not close enough, and I fear that even if he does get ahead of Rueda might just slipstream him and pass him to the line.
Still a massive day, still a memorable day as far as Joel Kelso is concerned. A home podium, he's been here before, this is not his first rodeo in Australia. This one looks like it's over. 0.6 of a second, Rueda leads halfway through this final lap. That is his biggest advantage of the whole Grand Prix. Kelso looks like he's fought an incredible fight, but it looks like he might just come up short in terms of victory. It's going to be a brilliant home podium though for the Aussie.
Yeah, they're in the final sector now. They're just through turn 10, top of your screens. Carpe coming under some late pressure from a pair of Aspar riders in that battle for the final podium spot.
Yeah, Carpe's under big pressure. Esteban on course for a career best 4th place, looking for bragging rights in CF Moto. Aspar fires through on Quiles. Out of the final corner we go then. It's the world champion in 2025, Jose Antonio Rueda, who gate crashes Joel Kelso's home Grand Prix party. And Rueda takes his 10th win of the season. Kelso is second. Esteban trying to get some slipstream behind Carpe. Carpe does just about hang on for the final place on the podium. Esteban, Quiles, Adrian Fernandez and Tayo Furusato, 4th, 5th, 6th and 8th respectively, all set their best laps of the Grand Prix on that 21st and final lap. Quiles then takes a 5th and just misses out on the opportunity to pinch second in the World Championship away from Piqueras. It's once again another double podium for Red Bull KTM IO. So many great stories in that Australian Grand Prix in Moto3. Jose Antonio Rueda wins for the 3rd Grand Prix in the last 4. That's the key reason why he, of course, is the world champion. And we're going to get the t-shirts, aren't we, for Red Bull KTM IO. Oh, just phenomenal. What a performance. Kelso pushed and pushed and pushed, but he just could not force a mistake out of Jose Antonio Rueda, who does become just the 6th rider in lightweight world championship history to have 10 or more wins in a single season. Listen to some of the names he joins: Alonso, Rossi, Grazzini, Marc Marquez and Joan Mir. That's a pretty exclusive club. He might have broken some home hearts, take nothing away from Kelso. He put up a rousing fight for second place. He does indeed take second in front of his home crowd. A second home podium for Kelso. And Carpe, where has he been the last few Grand Prix? Back, bang on form and back on the podium.
Those t-shirts at Red Bull KTM IO signify that they are the team's champions in 2025. You can see it then on the pit board too. So a triple crown complete for that squad. Rueda, the riders' champion, KTM, the constructors' champions and unbeaten this season, and Red Bull KTM IO, the team's champions. What a good fight though Joel Kelso put up, powered on by all of Australia. He equals his career best in second place. Alessandro Tanucci from MTAs with Jack.
Alessandro, your man gave everything there. So much to be proud of. What are the emotions like at the end of it?
Yeah, solid race, but in the end he deserved it, but Rueda is so strong. But we're really happy, and tonight we celebrate.
I can imagine. Congrats.
Ciao, thank you.
Well, it's 12:38 p.m. local time here in Australia. I think it's going to be 12:39, and those celebrations are going to be well and truly in full swing as far as Kelso and co are concerned. Yeah, the Aussie fans are on their feet. What a great show that was from Joel Kelso. 5th Grand Prix in a row that he has led. He's made the front running, but you have to say that race followed a familiar pattern in 2025. Jose Antonio Rueda just simply once again the star performer. How good was Rueda in that Grand Prix? Sector 4, in particular turns 11 and 12, was where Kelso must have known that his heart must have been sinking at times, knowing that Rueda just had the edge on him, just had that little bit of an advantage where Kelso was not able to get close enough to use the slipstream. Podium note number 5 of his World Championship career for the 22-year-old from Darwin. It's been a great weekend for Kelso. He led practice yesterday morning. Started on pole position, the first Aussie to do so, Moto3 in his home Grand Prix, and so close, less than a second, just over 0.8 of a second from that elusive first victory.
I'm sure it is bittersweet to some extent, but there is absolutely no shame in being beaten by Jose Antonio Rueda in the form that he's in 2025. Absolutely no signs of him slacking off after clinching the World Championship last time out, and congratulations to Red Bull KTM Io in their first season run by Nicky Io. They are the team's champions. Nicky's with Jack.
Yeah, riders world champions, now teams world champions, and what a way to do it, Nicky, as well. Jose Antonio, incredible again, but I imagine Alvaro getting back onto the podium means a lot after a difficult period.
I think the biggest joy today is Alvaro back on the podium, obviously, because he's had a very hard time lately, and already in Indonesia he showed that he's back in the front, but unfortunately there was crashed by the others. So of course, in general, it's great to get the team's championship, but I think the biggest joy today is from Alvaro. Congrats. Thank you.
Carte's first podium in 10 Grand Prix. It has been worth the wait. He took it by just 0.05 of a second over the absolutely superb Joel Esteban, equaling his career best in 4th, pinching that 4th place by just 0.07 of a second away from Quiles. He really is now firmly. He was in the hunt, wasn't he, for second in the World Championship. That gap, 14 it was, the deficit between himself and Piqueras. That's come down to just 3 points with 3 to go in 2025. Told you those celebrations started at 12:39 p.m. local time here in Australia. One of the rides of the race, without any question, was Almanza, 18th on the grid, served his long lap penalty, dropped to 21st. And was 9th at the checkered flag, only 1.3 seconds off the podium behind Carpe. Lunetta from the front row finishes 7th. Furasato from 4th on the grid. His equal best starting position was 8th. Great sportsmanship. As mentioned, the 6th rider in Moto3 history, or in lightweight World Championship history, to win 10 races in the same season. Just look at that list. Fausto Grazzini, Valentino Rossi, Marc Marquez, Joan Mir, of course, in 2017, and most recently, the record number of victories for last year, 14 set by David Alonso. Unfortunately, Rueda will just fall short in that tally if he does indeed win the last 3 Grand Prix, which you would not put past him.
Kelso said to Rueda there, you didn't even need it, you're the world champion. But Jose Antonio Rueda, every Grand Prix, anything he competes in, that's why the best are the best, is they want to win at absolutely everything. And as mentioned a moment ago, absolutely no sign of Jose Antonio Rueda's standards dropping after winning the World Championship.
Yeah, the burden of pressure released off the shoulders of Rueda. He was supreme at handling the pressure of trying to capture the World Championship, wasn't he, over the last 3 or 4 Grand Prix, as he edged ever closer to being that 9th Spaniard to capture the Moto3 crown. Here he is then, back on the podium for the first time in 10 Grand Prix. What a ride that was by Alvaro Carpe. 3rd place in that Phillip Island Classic, and he's with Jack.
Alvaro, it's been a difficult period, but to get back onto the podium after 10 Grand Prix and do it in a battle like that, just how much does this mean?
Yeah, I'm very happy for this because finally I'm back on the podium on the front group, and yeah, I'm very happy because of this podium on this circuit that I love this circuit. I enjoy every corner. I enjoy because it's a fantastic circuit. I like too much this track. Also, many fans here. Thank you all for come to the track to cheer. And yeah, about the race, I'm very happy because was very difficult with the battle with Quiles and Fernandez. They both was battling me very hard, and they didn't let me to do my pace. But when they give me like a few meters, I push at 100%, giving all my pace, giving my 100% on the track. Very happy because we work very well with all the team, with my crew chief, with all the teams. I have to say thanks to all of them because they in all the races that I didn't in the front group. They believe in me, they push me, and this is, I think, experience for the next year. Thank you for all the team, for all my family that they wake up to see me, and all my friends, all the people who support me. Thank you too much. I hope to be more on the podium.
Great ride, well done.
Thank you.
Well, it was certainly worth the Carpe clan waking up in the early hours back in Europe to see Alvaro back on the podium. Fair to say by the sounds of it, he's the latest member of the Phillip Island fan club, his first visit to this magnificent Australian Grand Prix venue, and he made it a memorable one, didn't he? First podium since Mugello, fourth career podium for Carpe, who of course started 2025 on the box in a Red Bull KTM IO 1-2 in Buriram behind his teammate Jose Antonio Rueda. And it has been the brilliant backup of Carpe that has seen Red Bull KTM IO canter to the Team World Championship. Well, he said to Jack on the grid he was going to send it. He certainly did send it. Second place from pole position for the home hero, Joel Kelso, who's with Jack.
Joel, you gave it absolutely everything today, and you've put a lot of smiles on a lot of faces here at Phillip Island. Just how close was that victory? What are the emotions like at the end of it all?
Well, mate, I tried my absolute best. I squeezed everything I could out of it. I was saving the tyre as much as possible. As soon as Raider wanted to go in front, I said, go for it, mate. I'm going to try to save the tyre. But he's too good, mate. Fucking hell. Yeah, I can't do it. He's just saving the tyre. He's so good at it. And the last lap he did like 5.7 or something, 5.6. And I didn't have any of that. I had 5.9 in me. And that was a bit. I tried to pull it through for the Aussie crowd, but well, best we could do today was second. But I just want to thank everyone once again for coming out and supporting me. It's so cool to see all my merchandise, everyone, all the Aussie flags out there cheering me on. And yeah, let's enjoy Sunday night then.
So much to be proud of. Well done, Joel.
Cheers, hey, mate.
Yeah, fantastic performance that by Joel Kelso. We'll get the apology out very quickly, as we have done. But yeah, Joel Kelso, as he said, and as we have said so often in 2025, Jose Antonio Rueda just too good. He has been the star performer, hasn't he? Right from the get-go, front row in Buriram to kick off the season, then the victory in that opening Grand Prix. But Kelso, what a fight he did put up. Brilliant performance by Kelso. Second this season already in Austin, second in Le Mans, and unfortunately just coming up short here in Phillip Island. But what a start to his reign as 2025 Moto3 World Champion. He's victorious for the 10th time this season. Jose Antonio Rueda with Jack.
Jose Antonio, that's victory number 10 for 2025. Joel just said you were simply too good. How do you keep on doing it?
Yeah, well, this track is amazing. I enjoy every lap. It's simply lovely, and yeah, I want to say thanks for the team for the work all the weekend, and also congratulations for my teammate Carpe, because I'm very happy to him. I'm very proud to be again both in the podium. So yeah, we need to enjoy today with everybody, because also we are Team World Champions. So yeah, I'm very happy, and I want to enjoy with all team and all of that. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, another phenomenal performance by Jose Antonio Rueda. It wasn't easy, was it? But he certainly made it look easy. As he crosses the line then for win number 10, the winning margin 0.829 of a second. Complete race of their own. Rueda and Kelso, there was a massive gap. 11.8 seconds. Carpe finished behind Kelso. Dream 2025 then continues for Red Bull KTM IO, as they are crowned Team World Champions. Was it ever really in any doubt after they took a 1-2 in the opening Grand Prix of the season in early March in Buriram? There's Nicky Ayo and Aki Ayo, of course, father and son, who do so much to nurture and develop hot young talent through the Red Bull KTM system. They've got another couple of gems on the books there, haven't they? We know Rueda will be in Red Bull KTM colours in Moto2 next year. Well, that pressure's been building on Piqueras for second in the World Championship for a good number of Grand Prix now, and that pressure builds even further. No podium now in the last 4 for Piqueras since his brilliant victory in Catalonia, and that's why that advantage over Quiles in the fight for second in the championship has shrunk to just 3 points with 3 rounds to go.
And Tai Forosato, you saw there, he drew one of the short straws in that mega battle from 3rd back to 10th. Forosato was just over a second away from the podium. That was only good enough for P8 in the end from the second row of the grid. Forosato now 10th in the World Championship. It's a 2-horse race now for runner-up in the World Championship. Piqueras versus Quiles, with Munoz, of course, injured with that fractured femur. Kelso and Carpe looks now as if they're in a battle to try and pass Munoz for 4th in the World Championship in the final 3 races.
That gives you the perfect indicator of just how sort of harsh that tailwind is, blowing the riders down at the Gardner Straight. Those flags being buffeted to the right, which is exactly where the nearby Bass Strait sits as the Australian Grand Prix Moto3 podium celebrations get underway.
And it's a party to end all parties for Red Bull KTM IO team champions, both riders on the podium today. First time since Mugello for Alvaro Carpe, but a second Aussie GP podium in 3 years for Joel Kelso. 3rd a couple of years ago, 2nd today, but ultimately second best to the very best in Moto3 in 2025. 10 victories now for Jose Antonio Rueda and counting. Congratulations to Red Bull KTM IO serial Moto3 winners, teams champions once again. Alvaro Carpe, who had a bit of a purple patch at the beginning of the season, but his podium run ran a little dry. He can lift the beautiful trophies here in Phillip Island aloft. Podium finish number 4 of the season for him now. For Joel Kelso, it's also podium number 4 of the season. And he is the toast of Phillip Island. Part 1 of their 3-pronged attack on the podium. Well, Kelso did his bit. Ultimately, though, just not quite enough. Jose Antonio Rueda underlining why he is the world champion today.
Joel Kelso did his home fans proud here in Phillip Island, but once again, just as he has done in 9 previous Grand Prix in 2025, it's Rueda that rules supreme. Takes his winning tally to this incredible World Championship winning campaign into double figures, a double podium for Red Bull KTM IO as they clinch yet another Moto3 team championship. The battle for second in the standings, well, that looks like it could go all the way down to the wire in Valencia, doesn't it, as Angel Piqueras and Max Quiles are split by just 3 points. Kelso is going to do the Jack Miller celebration. He's got a boot full of Prosecco, and we might get a double showy here because Jose Antonio Rueda is also getting in on the act as well. Here we go, the top 2 in the Australian Grand Prix. Very special celebrations. There we go, Kelso with the shoey, Jose Antonio Rueda with the shoey as well. Brilliant scenes on the podium then. I'm not so sure how good that Prosecco will be tasting out of a sweaty boot after 21 laps around the Phillip Island circuit. Of course, Aussie fans then, 1 podium in Moto3. Still got big contenders in our 2 remaining Grand Prix with Senna Aegis and Jack Miller on the front row of the grid in Moto2 and in MotoGP. Kelso from pole then equals his career best finish. but it's Jose Antonio Rueda proving unstoppable once again at the top of Moto3.
It was a two-horse race, but the world champion too strong. Rueda from Kelso, Carpe winning that extraordinary battle behind for third, ahead of Joel Esteban, who equals his best Moto3 result in fourth, beating his teammate Max Quiles on the final lap. Outside the top 10, we saw Comet Buchanan score points for the first time since the summer break, and the closest thing he has to a home Grand Prix in 11th. Eddie O'Shea, well, he threatened a career best result, but he was shuffled out of the points in that close battle. Look how close he was to the top 11. He finishes in 16th. 19th on debut for Brian Uriarte. Jacob Ralston could have potentially been in that gap between second and third. Unfortunately, though, when he was in that battle for P3, he crashed at Siberia. So Jose Antonio Rueda, world champion. Angel Becerra, now not at all certain to be runner-up. His advantage over Max Quiles after he failed to score today is just 3 points. David Munoz, we don't expect to score again this season, which means that Joel Kelso and Alvaro Carpe, second and third today, both taking advantage as they look to move themselves into the top 4 overall. KTM remain unbeaten. Of course, they have long since clinched the Constructors' crown. And congratulations to Red Bull KTM IO. They are the team's champions once more in Moto3. Aspire with 4th and 5th today close in on MSI in the battle for second place. So much was expected of the 66. Joel Kelso did not let them down. Rueda signals his intentions from the front row of the grid, immediately going side by side with Kelso. Forosato looking to get in on the action after his strong start from row 2. Rueda goes wide into the southern loop, later around the opening lap. That allowed Kelso into the lead as the top 2 immediately broke clear. Quiles, Fernandez, Carpe and others involved in that chase group, which grew further and further distant behind the leading pair. Forosato getting busy. He was offered in an Aspar sandwich during that Grand Prix. Piqueras took himself out of the chase group. He went wide coming out of the final corner. Sadly for the Australian fans, one of their hopefuls crashed out moments earlier, with Ralston falling out of a podium position. This proved to be the decisive overtake, didn't it? As Rueda moved through on the Gardner straight. Also went into tyre saving mode, but ultimately didn't have anything left for a late attack. Attack was the name of the game in this second group, which ultimately was settled in the favour of Carpe. Kelso having to settle for a brave second place at his own Grand Prix. But the world champion doing world champion things, Jose Antonio Rueda, as Joel Kelso very eloquently put himself, just too good today. Rueda notches up a 10th victory of 2025. Red Bull KTM IO, the team's champions. And Rueda, Moto2 bound next year, with potentially some records to break in the final 3 rounds of 2025. We'll begin our build-up to the Moto2 battle here, which also has plenty of Aussie interest in a couple of minutes' time.
Phillip Island's breathtaking seaside setting and super fast layout making one of MotoGP's blue ribbon events and one of the must-see races on the World Championship calendar. A tourist hotspot welcoming over 3.5 million visitors a year. There's been racing in this part of Australia for nearly a century. But who will be waltzing to the win in 2025? It's time to race in MotoGP. Welcome back to Phillip Island. Good afternoon and welcome back to the Australian Grand Prix in 2025. Already so far this season we have seen Marc Marquez wrap up his 7th MotoGP World Championship, his first since 2019. Sadly though, the 93 missing from the Australian Grand Prix and for the foreseeable future after a shoulder injury sustained in Mandalika last time out. Jose Antonio Rueda, of course, in that Indonesian Grand Prix, clinching the Moto3 World Championship. 2 out of 3 done and dusted in 2025, but one is getting very tasty, very spicy indeed, isn't it? The Moto2 World Championship still all to play for with 4 rounds remaining. 100 points still up for grabs. Just 9 now covering our top 2. Series leader Manu Gonzalez, who had the heartbreak last time out in Mandalika of a post-race disqualification for a technical infringement. No points for Gonzalez, while his chief championship rival Diogo Moreira was utterly magnificent in Mandalika, taking the victory from pole position. And what a win, what a decisive moment in the season that could be as far as Gonzalez and Moreira are concerned. Moreira then now just 9 points adrift in the championship. And as if it wasn't already set up and poised perfectly with 4 rounds remaining, well, this one's going to be spicy as well. Moreira on the front of the grid, pole position in successive races for the Brazilian star, the rising star from Sao Paulo. It's already been a fantastic week here down under for Moreira. Confirmation, finally, this has been coming, and he's moving to the LCR Honda MotoGP squad in 2026 alongside Johan Zarco. A front row which also features Senna Aegis, the home crowd hero, just the second front row start in 47 Grand Prix for the 20-year-old Sydney sider, and it is Manu Gonzalez on that heavyweight front row. The top 2 in the World Championship, 1st and 3rd respectively on the grid. Aaron Canet with Gonzalez's disqualification last time out, coming back into title contention. He's only 33 points adrift after he came through from outside the top 20 to the podium places last time out in Australia. Canet with a bit of work to do on the Fantic Racing Calyx from row 3 in 8th place. But at the moment, the momentum feels like it's very much with Moreira. 23 laps in Moto2 in this Australian Grand Prix coming up in about 10 minutes time in the company of Matt Burt. Lewis will be in the commentary box, Jack Appleyard down in pit lane. Well, this World Championship is coming to the ball very, very nicely, Lewis, after Gonzalez's disqualification last time out in Mandalika. 9 points splitting the top 2 in the standings. They're both on the front row. Senna Aegis with nothing to lose in terms of the championship, fighting for a home victory from 2nd on the grid. This one should be an absolute belter.
Cannot wait for this one. The qualifying session yesterday was extraordinary. You could write a book about Q2 yesterday. The title contenders all had their various stories, with Diogo Moreira breaking lap records seemingly for fun. Manu Gonzalez recovering from a pair of crashes on Friday, including a fast one at the Hayes Shed in FP1 to take felt like an unlikely front row start. And Aaron Canet had a crash at the start of Q2, was lucky to get back out on track at all. Get out with 1 more lap at the end of the session and salvaged 8th place. So all 3 title contenders up the sharp end with plenty of other potential podium finishes in amongst it. The front row, as you say, a heavyweight front row with the 2 title front runners sandwiching the home favourite Senna Aegis, and it will be lost on nobody, of course, that Aegis is the teammate to points leader Manu Gonzalez.
2nd row ain't half bad as well. Jake Dixon 5th in the World Championship, a multiple Moto2 winner himself, going from 4th place on the grid alongside 2 real hot young chargers in Danny Holgado 5th on the grid and David Alonso 6th. There's the special message from Manu Gonzalez to his sidelined Dynovolt intact Moto3 colleague. David Munoz, of course, sadly missing out for the remainder of the season, having suffered a broken femur last time out in Mandalika. So Gonzalez really has to stop the recent rot, doesn't he? No podium since his third place at the Balaton Park in Hungary. In that sequence, Moreira beat him in Hungary. Third in Japan when Gonzalez was fifth, and then really jumping all over the Spaniard after a disqualification in Mandalika. Diogo Moreira winning over in Indonesia to pile up the pressure on at the top of the championship. There has never been an Aussie that's won a Moto2 Grand Prix at home. There's never been an Australian won an Australian Grand Prix in any intermediate world championship category. Moto2 all 250s is today the day that Senna Aegis writes his name in the history books.
Remember a year ago when he came through to a podium finish and had extraordinary late race pace. No question on Friday, the superior rhythm over longer runs in practice was that of Senna Aegis. Although we have said that already this season. Think back to the Sachsenring when he looked very good in practice. Barcelona 2, and it never quite materialised in the Grand Prix. But he will be highly motivated this afternoon. He has no real thoughts of the World Championship, although I'm sure the intact GP squad will be very keen for Senna to beat Diogo Moreira.
Looks super relaxed, doesn't he, on 4 plates on the grid. 29-year-old Brit Jake Dixon, World Superbike banned, just looking to finish this Australian Grand Prix. I'd imagine is Dixon. He crashed out of second in 2023 and dislocated his right shoulder in those really appalling conditions, and he crashed on the first lap here last year at turn 2. He does have a podium, though, in 2022 from 14th place.
So what a heavyweight grid we are looking down on. Here is Aaron Canet then. And as Matt mentioned, when the checkered flag came out last time out in Indonesia and we came off the air, we all thought Aaron Canet was out of title contention. The post-race disqualification changed that. Let's head to the front row and hear from the home favourite, Senna Aegis, talking to Jack.
Senna, don't need me to tell you this is a big one on the front row of the grid for the home Grand Prix. How are you feeling ahead of it?
Yeah, feeling good. Just can't wait to get stuck in. You know, great weekend, great qualifying. Here on the front row in front of the home crowds is good for the race today. Let's see this wind direction. It will make for interesting racing, and the conditions are not like Friday, so we have to discover it out there, and I'll give it my all.
All the best.
Thanks.
47th Grand Prix start for Aegis, just his second front row. Thanks to Senna for talking to Jack on the grid in what is a pretty high tense atmosphere, high pressure atmosphere down on his home grid. Third in the Grand Prix last year, a brilliant recovery from 13th, made him the first Aussie to podium at Phillip Island in his home Grand Prix since Anthony West was second, the 250cc race all the way back in 2003. Well, we just saw him looking very relaxed on the grid. Surely he's going to be a big victory contender in this Aussie Grand Prix. It's the Brit Jake Dixon from 4th, leads with Jack.
Yeah, big smile on his face as ever. Jake, looking at the lap times, everybody, it feels like this one could be pretty tight out there. Ready to get stuck in?
Big smile on my face because I'm just staring at you, so yeah, it's fantastic. You know, when you interview me, I just feel so good about myself. No, honestly, it's going to be a big group. It's windy. There's a lot of riders that have similar lap times. Just get stuck in and see what we can do.
Hopefully got that big smile at the end of it. Good luck.
Exactly, thank you.
Yeah, Jake will be hoping he has a post-race appointment with Jack, won't he, in about 23 laps time around this Phillip Island circuit. Two Aspar teammates alongside each other on that second row of the grid. Already winners in their rookie season in Moto2. We have, of course, Danny Holgado and David Alonso, the outgoing Moto3 world champion. Now then, he's under the cosh, he's under the pressure, isn't he, at the moment, at the top of the world championship. Manu Gonzalez on the front row with Jack.
Manu, obviously the championship picture very different now to 2 weeks ago. Does that change the approach going into this?
Well, it has not changed. I think we have to go to take the win. It's not the best race for us in terms of confidence with the bike. I'm not feeling incredible like the past races, but we are here, we are in the fight, so we will fight as hard as we can. The motivation is high, so we need to push all we have, and let's see what we can do.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, 2 Friday crashes at turn 8 and turn 4 aren't going to install too much confidence, are they, in a rider around Phillip Island? Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Manu Gonzalez. Always makes time for us, doesn't he, down on the grid. No podium, though, in the last 4, winless in the last 9 since Mugello. You do feel that Gonzalez needs a big result very, very quickly with this pressure continuing to mount from Moreira.
if they finish where they start, which is the biggest of ifs in Moto2, with Moreira first, Gonzalez third, they would actually leave here in Australia level on points at the top of the World Championship, which would be a mouth-watering situation with 3 Grand Prix to go. Tyre information, by the way, from Pirelli has dropped. Every rider in the field is on the same combination, that is soft front and medium rear.
We just saw him heading row 3 on the grid. 25-year-old Japanese rider Ayumu Sasaki, his best Moto2, qualifying in 7th place. Only the 4th time we've seen Sasaki-san start inside the top 10 in Moto2. In a decent run of form right now as well is Sasaki, points in 3 in a row for the first time in his Moto2 career. Ethan Guevara, what a performance it was from the Spanish rider last time out over in Mandalika. A front row start in 3rd place and an excellent 2nd spot, promoted up 1 spot after the Gonzalez disqualification. And of course, it was Guevara who's had that brilliant front end save when it all almost unravelled for him over in Indonesia. But it worked through though to make it back-to-back podiums for the first time in Moto2. Guevara, as you saw there, on the middle of row 5 in 14th spot.
Yeah, it's admitted he hasn't had the same level of confidence this weekend as he had in Indonesia. Mario Achi, as you can see here on screen, is taking a 3-place grid penalty. That was for getting in the way of Manu Gonzalez in qualifying. Let's go down to the grid and hear from Francisco Manzoni from the Italtrans team with Diogo Moreira on pole.
Yeah, he's been in fine form at the moment as Diogo. This championship battle is well and truly alive. How does that play into his tactics going into the race, Francesco?
But I think from this race we don't have to do any tactics. He is confident to push since the beginning. He showed good pace on Friday. Yesterday, super fast lap. So he's super confident. Yeah, the windy situation is for all. He says on the out lap there's some wind that disturbing him a lot of corners. But whatever, he should adapt on the condition. Who adapt fast will win the race.
Good luck.
I hope we us.
I imagine. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's not biased at all there, is he? At all there. As we saw Manu Gonzalez looking relaxed with his bucket hat on. He needs a bucket load of points, doesn't he, if he's to try and increase this slender world championship lead over Diogo Moreira. Center age, when you look at the lap-by-lap analysis in terms of race pace this weekend, Aegis looks really good, looks really strong. He's going to be a big contender in this 23-lapper. Just a bit of housekeeping to bring you, of course. Jake Dixon will be the lone representative from Elfmark Vides Racing in this Grand Prix. Unfortunately, Phillip Salach having to withdraw, aggravating quite a long-standing shoulder injury. He first picked up all the way back at Assen at the Dutch TT. So a speedy recovery to the Czech rider, who's sadly missing from this Aussie Grand Prix.
So 23 laps line store for us. The 21 of Alonso Lopez starts down in P20. Winner of this Grand Prix back in 2022. Won it despite a long lap penalty. The kind of exploits that Marco Bezzecchi is looking to emulate, or even better, later on today. It's fair to say the form of the Speed RS Bosca scorers this weekend does not indicate that they're going to perform a repeat.
Absolutely shocking. No top 10 in qualifying in the last 6 for Lopez. And Celestino Vietti has had an absolute nightmare down under 2 crashes. 25th on the grid is Vietti, his lowest qualifying since Aragon in 2021. Only 3 times in his entire Moto2 career has Vietti started lower on the grid. Well, this feels like a big one. At this stage of the season, they're all big races, aren't they, when you're fighting for the World Championship? That's exactly the position that Manu Gonzalez is in. Series leader going from the front row of the grid in 3rd place. Senna Aegis carrying the home hopes on his shoulders from just his 2nd front row start in Moto2. But it's the MotoGP bound Moreira who has been magic so far here this weekend in Australia. Diogo flying away from pole.
9 points between the top 2 in the World Championship. Both start from the front row in Australia. Diogo Moreira from a 6th pole of the season from Senna Aegis, a career best 2nd, and Manu Gonzalez, the under fire points leader, 3rd. Jake Dixon, Danny Holgado and David Alonso on a heavyweight row 2. Holgado came through Q1. Ayumu Sasaki took his best ever qualifying yesterday in 7th. Aaron Canet next to him despite a crash in Q2. Darren Binder's best qualifying since Argentina. 9th from Barry Baltasar Arenas and Tony Arbolino, winner here 2 years ago. Adrian Huertas, Ethan Cavara and Colin Vire together on row 5. Danny Munoz 16th ahead of Ivan Artola and Joe Roberts. Mario Aggi drops 3 places for slow riding in qualifying, which leaves him 19th ahead of 2022 winner Alonso Lopez. Zonta van den Gorbo 21st ahead of Alexis Screech, who has a long lap penalty to serve. Marcus Ramirez has been down twice this weekend, which is why he's down in 23rd. Jorge Navarro's next up in 24th, from Celestino Vietti 25th. His worst qualifying for 4 years, ahead of Yuki Cooney and Harrison Voigt, who is in at MSI as an injury replacement.
Manu Gonzalez, the 23-year-old Spaniard, has led this Moto2 World Championship since the Spanish Grand Prix in Jerez. I think there's been only 2 Grand Prix so far this season where Gonzalez has not left as the World Championship leader. That is under some serious threat though now, isn't it? In particular from Polestar to Moreira. Senna Aegis, well, he's going to go for broke. He's got nothing to lose in terms of the championship already. Of course, a Grand Prix winner in 2025. And the third Australian of that British Grand Prix at Silverstone to win in Moto2 with Remy Gardner and Anthony West. Big day, you feel, in prospect here for Aegis. It's already been a big day with Joel Kelso starting the Moto3 race from pole position. We won't give away any clues. Just a little bit of daybreak on the circuit there. I think that's going to get blown away, thankfully, with this heavy wind that does continue to buffet Phillip Island. We are expecting it to die down quite considerably for the 27-lap MotoGP race coming up at 3 p.m. local time. But this wind is still severe enough to give these Moto2 riders a bit of a headache, something to think about. Just look how dirty it is offline there as they came out of turn 11. You're still going to be straying out there on the marbles as Senna Aegis. Well, he won't need to be told that this is a wonderful opportunity to write his name in Aussie motorsport folklore, to write his name as an Australian Grand Prix winner here in Phillip Island. It's a very select few that have had that honour. Can Aegis get the job done here over 23 laps as the field come to the line? You can just see there the Australian flag on the top of the race control tower. It doesn't look like it's getting the pounding it was in the earlier Moto3 race, as shortly we're going to get the green flag clearing at the back, and then it's going to be the green light for racing in Moto2 here in Australia. Yuma Sasaki heading the 3rd row, his best of a Moto2 start. What can Sasaki do ahead of Aaron Canet and Darren Binder? Your front row, though, features our top 2 in the World Championship. Moreira on pole position, Gonzalez in 3rd. The green flag then does clear at the back of the pack. Revs up. Lights out, we're racing in Moto2 here in Phillip Island. Senna Aegis has made the dream start from 2nd place here in front of his home crowd. Aegis will lead his home Grand Prix in Phillip Island on that long run down to the Duan corner. Moreira not close enough to retaliate on the brakes into the 1st corner. So Senna Aegis has nailed the start. Dixon's wide though on the curve going towards the southern loop. Holgado and Alonso will pick him off from 4th on the grid.
Canet's getting boxed in a little bit in that 2nd group further back. Holgado had an absolute shocker. The Aspar riders plummeted down the order through the 1st sector to 9th place.
Half a second already between the top 3 and the pursuing pack, which is being led by Alonso. Sasaki's made a real good start from that 7th place. He's up into the top 5 already is Sasaki. There he is in 5th place. They go through Miller, gets picked up though. Picked up by his good pal off the circuit, at least Jake Dixon.
Yeah, there's Albert Arenas coming through on Holgado. They're side by side. Holgado, a really poor start. So the field now strings out. Senna Aegis leads his home Grand Prix. Of course, finished on the podium here last year, but never led it. He leads Diogo Moreira. These 2 have been the pick of the field so far this weekend.
Aegis has only ever led 1 lap in his Grand Prix career. It was the most important one at the British Grand Prix at Silverstone when he led on the very last lap of that dramatic conclusion at Silverstone. Holgado looking to recover some lost early ground as he tries to squeeze himself back inside that top 10. Guevara's got through in his Blue Crew Yamaha Pramac teammate Arbolino. That's a battle down the order for 13th as we power then now through turn 12 to complete this first lap of 23. Bit of a head shake there from Moreira as he ran wide onto the curves. Aegis it is then that leads here in Australia, nearly 2/10 clear of Moreira from pole.
Yeah, I think Moreira compromised himself coming through that final corner. He was a bit wide on the way in, but he closes up with that tailwind, not as severe as it was earlier in the day, down the main straight, closes in on the back of Senna Aegis. Manuel Gonzalez, I think at this stage will be just very happy to be on the tail of the top 2.
Barry Baltas has had a shocking first lap. He started this Grand Prix in 10th, 4th in the World Championship was Baltas. The Belgians plummeted 12 places down the order. He came over the line to complete lap 1 in a miserable 22nd.
Gonzalez closing in, so is Alonso. He's now in the battle. Look at Dixon and Canet having a battle. One current Mark VDS rider up against a future Mark VDS rider, and Dixon doing Canet's title challenge absolutely no favours.
I'll pose the question, how could Sasaki capitalise on a career best Moto2 start? Well, so far so good for Sasaki here in Australia. He looks brilliant there in a strong 5th place. Arbolino's going the wrong way in this Grand Prix. Joe Roberts has just pushed him out of the point scoring places, down in 15th spot. On board then with current World Championship leader Manu Gonzalez. Will that be the state of play then when we head to Sepang in a week's time? Just look how tight it is between the top 3, Aegis, Moreira and Gonzalez. Now flicking it left through the fast left-hander of 11 and dragging himself back into early contention after a bit of a scrappy first couple of corners is Alonso in 4th.
I don't think many will envy Moreira in this situation at the moment. We know Moreira loves to fight fire with fire, but he is sandwiched between the 2 intact GP teammates at the moment. His title rival Gonzalez right behind him, Aegis right ahead, fastest up in the Grand Prix to Albert Arenas on the Gresini Calyx in 8th place.
Yeah, that just shows what some slipstream and a tailwind can do for you. Oh, a moment there. Moment for both Moreira and Aegis. They both got sucked in with a tailwind into that Durham corner. They were both out wide. Aegis comes out the worst of it as he was on the paintwork on the outside of the Durham corner. Tries to tough it out with Moreira now on the exit of the southern loop. This is Moto2 at its very, very best. Gonzalez now attacking through Moreira into Stoner corner. And out of nowhere, this little bit of melee at the front. Alonso comes through Moreira into 3rd. This dragged Alonso and Sasaki right into this podium battle with the mistakes by both Aegis and Moreira in the Durham corner.
Wasn't by design, but it worked out perfectly for the intact squad. They're now 1 and 2, and they have a bike between themselves and Diogo Moreira. David Alonso, the 80 bike, now right in the thick of the action, up in 3rd place. Sasaki, Dixon, Canet now right on the tail of this leading group.
So easy to make that mistake. I mean, these Moto2 bikes, they're already not far shy of 300 kilometres an hour down that Gardner Straight, and with that tailwind, well, they're probably nudging very, very close to 300 clicks in the braking zone for the Durham corner. So out of all the drama, Aegis is back at the front. Now Dynavolt intact 1-2 now. Gonzalez then up into 2nd place. Barry Baltus is trying to work his way back through the order. 19th he is now, having ended lap 1 down in 22nd spot.
So put the flag out now. Canet would lose points, although he's just passed Arenas. He'd be 44 off the lead. So the time it cost them, they were a second slower on that 3rd lap. Back into the 31s. Canet was in the 130s. Huertas is actually the fastest rider on track on that last lap on a 30.6. Less than 2 seconds covers the top 10.
No significant progress forward from Celestino Vietti, who's had a shocking weekend so far here in Australia. A couple of crashes for the Boscoscura rider, starting a lowly 25th. He's only picked up 3 spots early on into 22nd. Canet back through on Jake Dixon, 2 of the wise old heads amongst some young chargers at the front of this Moto2 battle. Dixon trying to get back through on Canet on the brakes into the Miller corner, not quite close enough.
Well, Dixon hasn't quite thrown the towel in yet on his World Championship challenge. He's 59 points off the lead of Gonzalez, so he has to take some big points out of him here to have any hope in the final 3 Grand Prix. 6th and 7th now he and Canet are fighting for.
Roberts up into 14th now, then got through on Colin Vaya. Arbolino's day is going from bad to worse. Now he's been picked off by Zonta van den Gorberg. Arbolino now in 17th place, having started in 12th. Of course, the former winner here in 2023, Moreira, just letting Alonso know he's there as they drop down the hill into the bottom gear, turn 10.
There's no reason for Moreira to panic just yet, because the 2 intact boys aren't exactly pulling clear at the front of the race. Alonso looking pretty comfortable behind the top 2 in 3rd place. Of course, no one is going to want to push too hard too early in this Grand Prix. They'll be wary of some tyre drop late in the race, although we remind you, every rider is on the same tyre combination.
Oh, look at the slipstream of Moreira and Sasaki now with a 2-bike slipstream. Alonso and Moreira punching a massive gaping hole in the air ahead of him. Sasaki not able to quite go through. Aegis once again makes a misjudgment with that tailwind dragging him into that Durham corner. This time around he's able to just about hold on to the lead. But there's been a couple of big warnings there for Aegis. You're going to have to sort of adjust his braking markers. Is those gusts changing as Sasaki, now that is brave, on the inside of Moreira on the entry to Stoner corner. He set it all up with a good drive and exit out of the southern loop, but he's wide, a little bit wide. He was pushed out wide by Moreira's aggression back on the inside. Some Moto2 battle this early on here, isn't it, in Australia?
Yeah, Moreira Moreira's got to be careful. He can't let himself get shuffled too far back down the order, given where the two intact riders are, first and second. So Moreira continues to hold 4th place, but Aegis not exactly looking error-free at the front of the race, but he does still have his teammate Manu Gonzalez right behind him. Ethan Cavara, for contact, has been told to drop 1 position, a position he'll have to give to Joe Roberts.
Huertas on the 99 bike's having a cracking ride. You just see him there moving into your picture down the hill into turn 10. It's Huertas. He's got through an Holgado in there, little squabble for 9th and 10th. Huertas at this stage of the Grand Prix, certainly, as it looks like, being a potential top 6, maybe better podium contender. As Aegis then, the leader, powers out of turn 12. Just wonder whether he'll give himself a little bit more margin now in the braking zone for this Duran corner. He's got a bit of leeway. Gonzalez not able to get really any close to him in the slipstream. Aegis this time around does just about, yeah, that's perfect. That's more like it. Now that is the optimal racing line this time around for the 81. He got that absolutely bang on.
Moreira looked like he was trying to have a sniff at the inside of Alonso, but no way through. The Brazilian up against the Colombian for 3rd and 4th place. Holgado still not really making any progress from his poor start. He's still battling with Huertas at the tail of the top 10.
Oh, just listen to that Triumph 3-cylinder engine sing in the hands of Alonso. Moreira then now is having a real good tussle here, isn't he, with Sasaki for 4th and 5th. It's been a while since we've seen Moreira picking a fight inside the top 3. Still in this lead group is Canet, Dixon, Arenas, Huertas. Some early recovery this by Bouts. I've been keeping a close eye on the number 7. 22nd he ended lap 1. He's now back in the point scoring places. Up into P14 is Boutus. 5.5 seconds back of this lead train.
Well, the rider to watch the longer this race goes on might well be Alonso on the 80 in 3rd place. We know he's so good at getting his tyre to the end of the Grand Prix and having a little bit extra left at the end of the race as former Aspar teammates now go side by side. Dixon versus Arenas for 8th and 7th and 8th. It's Dixon that comes out ahead. They're just behind Canet as the top 5 now threaten to gap Canet in 6th place.
Yeah, there's a clear gap emerging, isn't there, now, between that top quintet. Aegis, that was a handful of power to charge down the Gardner Straight. Fastest rider on circuit at the moment, or a PB lap spin thrown in by the number 80 of Alonso, 1:30.691. That was still not though as quick as Aegis ahead of him, and Moreira directly behind him. Sasaki's not being dropped at all, is he, in this lead group of 5? This has been by far the best we've seen from Sasaki in his short Moto2 career. This is like the Yuma Sasaki of the Moto3 days.
Best of 9th in his Moto2 career. He's comfortably going to beat that if he gets dragged along with this leading group. Alonso had half a look at the inside into the first corner, some debris or some wildlife, one of the two on the track there into Miller Corner, as Dixon now overtakes Canet. Canet's grip on the front of the race and the World Championship starting to slip.
Yeah, while this trio keep tripping each other up, the Dixon, Canet, Arenas battle is just making sure the top 5 are a bit of a free run at the moment at the front of this Grand Prix. Through the ultra-fast right-hander of turn 8, that's where Gonzalez had a real high-speed get-off on Friday morning. That really did rattle the World Championship leaders' cage. Now over Lukey Heights we go, a spectacular part of this Phillip Island circuit. Down the hill then into 10. Moreira not close enough to attack Alonso on the brakes, but he certainly closes up inches closer to Alonso's rear tyre, and mindful of just trying to pick up some slipstream here, maybe attack the Colombian on the brakes into turn 1.
Has the feeling of a big lap this for Aegis. He's already opened the gap up to half a second through the first 3 sectors, as we now have a face full of Aspar Calex. Moreira versus Alonso. Aegis did do a personal best on a 30.4. Gonzalez now coming under some serious pressure. Alonso goes through, and Moreira now next behind his title rival.
He's a dead little fella, Alonso. He's a right old pocket rocket, and with that slipstream he just eased through on Gonzalez, and that little exchange for second. Aegis with his biggest buffer so far here in Australia. Alonso a little bit scrappy on the exit of the southern loop. He's able to gather it all back up on board then now with Moreira. Is he going to fancy a move on the inside? Gonzalez into turn 4. He goes on to the inside. That's lovely. That is absolutely beautiful from Moreira. This has been a dreadful lap 8 of 23 for Gonzalez. He started it in P2. Alonso and Moreira pick him off in just 4 corners.
Well, when the summer break came in, Gonzalez was 60 points clear of Diogo Moreira. He's only beaten Moreira once since then, which wasn't a problem until he got disqualified in Indonesia. His concern now is if Moreira not only passes Alonso but goes chasing off after Aegis.
Yeah, and Aegis, for the first time in this Grand Prix, his advantage over a second. Once again, Moreira just showing Alonso that front wheel down the hill into 10. This is as tight as you get between the two title contenders. Beautiful move. He knew as soon as he sees that inside line on the brakes into turn 4, there was absolutely nothing that Gonzalez could do. Textbook manoeuvre that into the Miller corner as far as the pole starter goes. Out of shot, and already over the line is your race leader Aegis. 1.2 seconds he is clear now of Alonso. Aegis, so 1:30.4, keeping himself at the front and out of all this melee behind him. It's half a second quicker than Alonso, of course, who had to make those moves through on both Gonzalez and Moreira.
Alonso then had the problem with the tailwind into turn 1, and he went slightly wide, which is not only going to cost him and that group further time to Aegis, another 2/10s, but it now puts Moreira right on top of him. And surely Gonzalez is in a position now, we spoke about it before the race, he can't be defensive now, he's got to attack Moreira.
Yeah, this group just needs to settle down here now. We know that Alonso, Moreira, Gonzalez, they'll have the pace to try and hunt down Aegis here, but if they keep picking fights with each other, well, they're going to sort of shoot themselves in the foot, aren't they here? Aegis will not care one jot, will, as he powers out of Siberia through the fast left-hander of 7. Now they're building up speed and momentum now through 8, left now over 9 through Lukey Heights. Dixon starting to close back in on Sasaki's rear tyre.
I think there's only one person that Manu Gonzalez is bothering about beating in this Grand Prix, and it's the rider right ahead of him, Diogo Moreira. I think he'll be more than happy for Senna Aegis to take a fairy tale home victory as long as Diogo Moreira doesn't. We are looking back now from the Brazilian, 10 versus 18, 9 points between them at the start of this Grand Prix. Moreira, if he finishes third with Gonzalez fourth, will take a further 3 out of that.
We're on board then now with Gonzalez through the 4th gear, over 200 kilometres an hour through that spellbinding turn 12. What a run that is, down onto the Gardner Straight. Yeah, with the tailwind, look, they are nudging over 300 kilometres an hour then on these Moto2 bikes. There is your race leader Aegis. He's clearing off at the front of this Grand Prix. Aegis a 1:30.4. That's 2 successive 1:30.4s from Aegis right now. That was 6/10 ahead of Alonso. That was really, really impressive speed in this early part of the Grand Prix for Aegis.
It might be 3 of them actually for Aegis. He's got such a superior pace at the front of the race, whilst this second group are busy watching each other. Moreira, I think he just favours that inside line. There's a little bit of a moment there for Gonzalez, just to show you how hard he's pushing. Of course, that tailwind into turn 1 is a headwind when you break for Miller corner.
Dixon then now, having got onto the rear tyre of Sasaki, has been able to do nothing about the Japanese rider directly ahead of him. This has been the best by a long, long way we've seen Sasaki in Moto2. Harry Baltus, he's just set his fastest lap of the Grand Prix. Had he not made a right hash of the first lap, where would Baltus be in this race? A 1:30.721 from Baltus. Looking at only Dixon and Aegis were fast him as Alonso makes a right hash of turn 10, and that's allowed both Moreira and Gonzalez through.
He was unsettled on the downhill drop from Lukey Heights and will have known already before he even arrived at 10 that he wasn't going to make the apex anywhere near it. So Moreira now clear. So this is going to be interesting now on the next lap as Sasaki's now up behind Alonso. What kind of pace does Moreira have with nobody in front of him?
2.2 seconds now is Aegis' lead. He just reeling off mid-30s for fun right now. Connects further down Baltus, the only other 2 riders out on circuit, they're in those 1:30s. That was so close to disaster, wasn't it, for David Alonso? Just running right out to the marbles. We saw how dirty it was offline at the very next corner on the warm-up lap as they went through turn 11. Now then, Gonzalez right on the rear tyre of Moreira. Any chance for him to attack the Brazilian going into the Miller corner? No, there's not. Finally, this move has been coming. Dixon shapes it up for a couple of laps now. He does find a way through on Sasaki. Dixon then sees his P5.
So Gonzalez just staring at the rear tyre of his title rival. He saw a lot of it in Indonesia, the entire Grand Prix. We were waiting for Gonzalez to really ignite. We were waiting for him to chase down Moreira. The chase never really came. It all proved academic when he was disqualified. But is he going to get his teeth stuck into Moreira this time? Surely, with Connect fading now back to 8th place. This here on screen is your battle for the Moto2 World Championship.
Trying to regroup after that big mistake a couple laps ago is Alonso. We've seen very little of his teammate Holgado as a front-running force in this Grand Prix after a poor start from the middle of the second row in 5th. Looking back then from Moreira. so huge at this stage of the season. Every point priceless. Every point so precious. In the slipstream goes Gonzalez. We're in the Gonzalez lane, aren't we, there briefly? That was so easy. Gonzalez then does find a way back through on Moreira. A swing back in favour then of Gonzalez. The championship's 13 points would be the gap if you throw the flag now and head to Malaysia.
Moreira's not going to take that line down. That is just not his style. Alonso having a very good look at this now in 4th place as he's regrouped from that error a lap and a half ago. Look how close Moreira is into Stoner Corner. Miller coming up. Surely Moreira's going to have a go.
Yeah, he's not close enough. Not close. Oh! Dixon piles into the side of Alonso there as they break down into the Miller corner. Dixon wide on the paintwork there as well. So Jake Dixon, having worked so hard to get 5th from Sasaki, now drops back behind the Japanese rider, behind Alonso and behind Arenas. So all the hard work unravelled by Dixon, who goes into instant retaliation mode. That was awesome on the inside of Arenas, going through into turn 7, just charging that a little bit hotter. So riding around the outside of Dixon through 8 and 9 goes Arenas.
Arenas almost found himself in that position by accident. Now he's got Dixon piling on the inside of him once again. Told you these two were former Aspar teammates. They weren't exactly mates during that time together in the red of Aspar.
No love lost between those two at all, is there? As already looks like Dixon's getting a bit of sliding on that rear Pirelli tyre as he got on the gas coming out of turn 11. Long gone into the distance at the moment, touring to what will be a fairy tale home victory goes Aegis. Now then, Gonzalez made this move on Moreira on the previous lap on the run down to the Durham corner. There's payback, and it's come instantly from Moreira, easing onto the inside line with the slipstream, and Moreira then back into 2nd.
There's that tailwind once again. It's almost a disadvantage to be at the front of a train in these kind of circumstances. We've seen that on consecutive laps now. The rider that led this battle onto the home straight didn't lead at the other end of it. It's now Gonzalez who has to go on the attack again.
Aegis is just taking more and more time out of this chasing pack. He's just gone through your pitch there in the Miller corner. 3.7 seconds he is clear. Now, we've had some of our closest ever Moto2 battles in history around this Phillip Island circuit. Aegis, though, is doing a right number on the field, isn't he, at the moment? 3.7 seconds clear of Moreira and Gonzalez. Points at stake. Who's going to strike the big psychological blow, though, as well as we head to Malaysia next weekend between Moreira and Gonzalez?
It's a test of concentration as much as skill now for Senna Aegis at the front of the race, nearly 4 seconds clear, and these are tricky conditions with the wind buffeting you so easy, as Alonso proved moments ago, to make a mistake. So it might feel like Senna Aegis is making this look rather easy, but still plenty of bridges to cross just yet.
There was Dixon charging into that Miller corner a couple of laps ago. You could also see Alonso was out wide as well. Those two are pretty close off the circuit. Of course, former colleagues in the Aspar programme. Gonzalez looks like he's having a good long look at his pit board there as he charges down to the Durham corner, and that's the 3rd lap in a row then now that on that run down with the slipstream and with the tailwind playing such a key factor this time around. It's 2-1 now in favour of Gonzalez on that long run down to the Durham corner.
One of the features of Moreira's title challenge this season has been his tenacity. Never knows when he's beaten. Anytime he's passed, his immediate thought is to try and repass the earliest available opportunity. The earliest available opportunity is here into Miller corner, but Gonzalez good enough on the brakes. But Alonso, Sasaki, Arenas and Dixon dragging themselves back into play again.
Just saw him at the back of the picture there. What a ride by Baltus. He's just picked off Huertas and Binder and got himself up into the top 10. He's had a lot of work. It's been a punishing first half of this Grand Prix for the Belgian, having dropped back to 22nd. But what a recovery by Baltus. He has had clearly pace that would have put him in this lead group, no doubt about it. He's still doing 130s, just like Senna Aegis and Alonso. Those trio, the only 3 in the 130s.
Well, Dixon's aggression hasn't quite paid off for him so far. He's now back behind Arenas in 7th place. Canet is still just about in touch. He's in the back of the picture in 8th place, but we've not really seen any kind of aggression or forward momentum from Aaron Canet since that first couple of laps.
Well, I think Gonzalez and Moreira are resigned to their fate. They know that they're not going to be winning this Australian Grand Prix, barring a late collapse from Aegis, but there's still so much at stake. Of course, they've got to contend with the likes of Alonso, Sasaki, Arenas, Dixon and co behind them. This time around, Gonzalez is just about able to get the corner speed in the drive out of turn 12 to make sure that Moreira was able to snatch back that second on that run down to the Doohan corner. Who's wide though, wide going through the southern loop, and that's, well, it's a free hit. Open goal, that wasn't it for Moreira, having done all the hard work to defend that second place into turn 1. Gonzalez goes wide, but now it's coming back on the inside. Moreira going through Stoner corner. Wow, talk about two title rivals leaving all on the line for glory in 2025.
Still 3 more races to go after this, but this almost feels like a title shootout, doesn't it, between Moreira and Gonzalez. But look at the queue up behind them, including Arenas, who dives on the inside of Sasaki, the Grassini rider, who's come from 11th on the grid via Q1 yesterday. He might still take a podium.
This ain't no given that Moreira and Gonzalez are going to hang on to a podium here. We're coming to the phase of the Grand Prix late on where deteriorating grip from those Pirelli tyres is going to play a big factor as Canet shows his front wheel to Dixon as they start climbing up to the blind entry through Lukey Heights. Just a quick check on Aegis. You can see him in the top left-hand corner of your screens now, 5 seconds and a little bit more clear of this intense battle. What a battle it is for second place in this Grand Prix. It's a battle though, isn't it, for the world title as far as Moreira and Gonzalez are concerned.
So all in one camera shot, you had 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th. Holgado is at the back of this train after his poor start. Has Aaron Canet just been managing, just been saving tyre at the back of that train? I guess we'll find out the longer this race goes on. Alonso now at the inside of Gonzalez, and there is now a rider between the two doing the title chase.
It's taken until lap 15 for Aegis to drop into the 131s, and it was not by much. A 131 flat as Gonzalez is coming under some big pressure, isn't he, from Alonso. We know how good Alonso is on worn rubber at the end of Grand Prix. Is Sasaki just struggling? Is the pace that little bit too hot for him? Has he taken too much out of his rubber on that last lap? Sasaki, who went back down to 7th place, well, he was in the 32s. Was there a mistake? Was he giving a helping hand to the marbles? Just from a long way back comes Holgado. Lovely on the inside of Canet through the Miller corner. That's pushed Holgado up into P8.
Canet's been at the tail of this group for the entire Grand Prix, just hasn't been able to make any progress through the Grand Prix. If he is saving, he's probably leaving it a little too late. So Moreira then through the hay shed. This was where Manu Gonzalez had the first of 2 big crashes on Friday. It has been a dramatic old weekend for Manu Gonzalez, but there is still the opportunity to take points out of Diogo Moreira if you can just pass the Brazilian up ahead.
Senna Aegis at the British Grand Prix. How many times has this move been made by Dixon and Arenas? I think that's got to be at least the 3rd or 4th time that 96 has passed his way through on 75 going through turn 10. Senna Aegis led in the last sector on the last lap of the British Grand Prix at Silverstone. This has been a completely different experience for the Aussie. Oh, big head shake there for Alonso as he was on the gas coming out of turn 12. That's going to cost him key time as he would have just had to roll the throttle. Gonzalez, though, fighting back into 2nd place. What a battle this is between the 2 title contenders. He ran hot though down into the Doohan corner, running wide on that sweep towards the southern loop. Moreira now back into 2nd.
Yeah, this isn't quite for all the marbles. We still have 3 more races to go after this, but there is so much at stake. As you say, it's not just championship points, it's bragging rights, it's ego, it's psychological between the top 2 in the World Championship, and it's fair to say that Diogo Moreira is in the head a little bit of Manu Gonzalez and Aaron Canet. Gonzalez does not want to be beaten by the Brazilian again head-to-head.
And Gonzalez has got some serious worries here from Alonso, who's had a couple of big moments down into turn 10 on the exit of turn 12 on the last lap, but Alonso really is starting to get back into his groove.
Baltus is the fastest rider on track here. He's now caught this train, and is he going to motor through it? Baltus did a 30.6 on the last lap, 3/10 quicker even than Aegis is going. So the Fantic rider, who we might have discarded a bit early from this title battle, he's now rampaging through to the podium.
Yeah, spotted him all the way through this Grand Prix, marauding his way back into contention outside the top 20 on a dismal first lap. Baltas. I suppose the only sort of question mark hanging over the number 7 is just how much rubber, how much tyre has he had to use to get himself back into this podium battle.
Well, remember back in Mazzano, he was the best in the business, wasn't he, at managing his tyre to the end of the Grand Prix. He's passed Aaron Canet for 9th on this lap. We have 6 more laps to go for him to make further progress, as Alonso once again sticks his nose where Intact will feel it doesn't belong, between the title chasers again.
I just said, didn't I, Gonzalez will be having a big headache coming here from Alonso, and that means that the World Championship, well, it's only going to be 2 points in favour of the Spaniard going to Sepang, and it's not a given here that Gonzalez is going to stay in that 4th place. Of course, he still feel like there's plenty left in the locker for him to try and get back through on Moreira and Alonso, but now Jake Dixon is coming back into contention. It's been a good late charge this as well by Holgado. He toughs it out on the brakes into the Miller corner, side by side then now with Arenas. He has made that move stick now as they run towards Siberia. Holgado's clawed his way back into the top 6.
Gonzalez will be thinking about David Alonso. Hey, if you're going to beat me, at least make sure you beat Moreira too. So the Colombian going after his fellow South American at the moment for 2nd and 3rd. Of course, these the three at the front of this second group, were battling for victory on the final lap in Hungary, where Alonso won that particular tussle.
He's been so darn good, so dominant. It's a shame we really haven't seen so much of our runaway race leader, Senna Aegis. Of course, we're focusing so much on this intense title tussle between Gonzalez and Moreira. They all power now through this final corner on a slightly wider line there, a more sweeping line was Moreira. Of course, going to LCR Honda in 2026 in MotoGP. What a move that is for the Brazilian. Will it be a move he'll make as the Moto2 world champion? Here comes Alonso. Well, we know how good Alonso is as Dixon also comes through on Gonzalez. This championship picture is changing every lap here. It seems like it's changing every corner at the moment in Phillip Island. Alonso knocks Moreira back to 3rd, and now Gonzalez is in 5th, and now coming under real big pressure from the charging Holgado. It's all unraveling here. Big start for Gonzalez.
His World Championship lead is now on wafer-thin ice. Holgado is surely going to have a crack on the 27. He's having one right now.
Wow,
as Gonzalez gets beaten up big time into Miller corner. More points disappearing out of the door.
He's got to get his elbows out here. He's got to sharpen his knees and elbows, hasn't he, Gonzalez? He has been beaten up and bullied over the last lap and a half here in Phillip Island, hasn't he? Alonso then now crucially ahead of Moreira. 3 points it would be. Tantalisingly close between Moreira and Gonzalez at the top of the championship. Are we starting to rule Canet and Baltas out of championship contention? Baltas has got through on Sasaki now, up into 8th.
As Gonzalez just ran out of tyre, because he looked like he was under pressure there behind. As now Baltas comes through on Albert Arenas. Arenas will now have the inside line for turn 11. He's not going to let Baltas round the outside of him there, but both of these riders could add further misery to Manu Gonzalez yet.
I'd love to know what happened to Baltas on that first lap, because without a first lap nightmare, without any question, he'd have maybe been able to have offered something for Aegis. What a moment that was. Once again, we've seen that a couple of times, how nervous, how twitchy that Kalex chassis underneath Alonso is as he got the power on going through 12. Holgado's got some serious late race pace here, hasn't he? Now he's through on Dixon, and we could have 2 Aspar bikes on the podium very, very quickly. Holgado's late pace has been astonishing.
Well, he's another rider who made a porridge of the start and dropped back down the order, but he's making up for lost time now. So Gonzalez now 6th with Baltas and Arenas right behind him. Sasaki and Canet have dropped away from this group, so that might be the extent of the damage for Gonzalez. And so once again, where do you look in this group? 7 riders all in your camera shot. 2 of them will stand on the podium.
Yeah, this has been an epic battle, hasn't it? One of the best battles we've seen for podium places, and there's been a few of them. There's been plenty of them already so far in Moto2 2025. 6 seconds clear now at the front of this Grand Prix is Aegis. He can almost smell that race-winning Prosecco. He can almost see himself now picking up the trophy. What a moment it could be for Aegis in 3.5 laps time. This massive train, though, fighting for second, drops down into turn 10. Alonso, Moreira, Holgado, Dixon. Gonzalez, a bit of twitch there for Dixon as he went full lean angle, cranked over going through 10.
So if Moreira can pass Alonso, he would take the World Championship lead. If Gonzalez slips to the back of this group with Moreira still in third, he would just about hold on to the World Championship lead by 1 point. Such fine margins, and Baltus now all over the back of Gonzalez. It looks like a matter of time here.
Baltus got great corner speed going through 12. There's nothing that Gonzalez can do. Just tries to tough it out on the brakes. That is brilliant. Fair play to Gonzalez, because he must have sensed, he would have heard Baltus now. Oh, Holgado almost goes into the back of Moreira. Well, that could have been a huge moment for the World Championship. How tight was that as Holgado going through these southern loops? He must have feared he was going to tag the 10.
And in the end, he released Gonzalez into an extra point. Moreira, best place for you to be is at the front of this group. That's the safest place. Is he going to attack Alonso? Surely he will at some point, but he's too far back. Gonzalez on the inside, perhaps defending from Holgado more than attacking Dixon.
Dixon once again had a big moment on the front as he grabbed a handful of braking through the middle corner. Dixon is working so hard. It looks like out of anybody in this league group, it's Dixon that's having to muscle and wrestle around that Bosca scorer more than anybody else in this battle for second place. It has been a barnstorm, hasn't it, here in Phillip Island. Senna Aegis in the top left-hand corner of your screens in a complete race of his own. Well, what a battle this is still for second. Who is going to come out the best of this one? Once again, Holgado. It's heart in the mouth. Heart in the mouth. Your heart skips a beat every time you see Holgado breaking behind Gonzalez or Moreira.
Well, it's clear the pace he's got if he can just make the clean moves. But Alonso with an absolute siege behind him with 6 riders queued up, but still the Colombian is hanging on to that second place. There are 2 more laps to go. Kind of wish we could have another 10 of these. This is brilliant stuff in this battle for second place.
Where will the championship picture sit as we head to Sepang? Holgado has got through then on Gonzalez. It chops and it changes once again. Moreira just trying to find that inside line on Alonso through the southern loop. There's no way through. Baltus now, what can he do about attacking Gonzalez? Is it going to be a good overtaking opportunity coming up very shortly on the brakes into the Miller corner? That pressure still being thrown all on the shoulders of Alonso. Baltus with great corner speed. Look how defensive Gonzalez goes. Going the long way around. That's not going to work out for Baltus. But he knows, doesn't he, Gonzalez, how strong Baltus is. Just look how tight and defensive Gonzalez went through for.
But that feels like the story of his race, doesn't it? He's being defensive. He's not attacking in this battle. Every time we see Gonzalez, apart from that battle with Moreira early on, he's defending from people. He's not in a position with such a slim World Championship lead where he can be defensive.
Connects nowhere. He's back in 9th place. Sasaki having been top 5 for so much of this Grand Prix. We thought he was suffering with grip issues. He is. He's been in the 32, stuck in the 32s for quite some time. Still on course though for a top 10. Joe Roberts just outside the top 10 of him, just past Huertas. Well, who is going to win out in this battle for second? Your race winner, barring any late disasters, will surely be Senna Aegis. What a performance, what a day beckons for the Australian, a 20-year-old from Sydney. Well, he's going to be very soon. He's on the last lap right now, the biggest lap of his career as Senna Aegis leads the Australian Grand Prix.
Moreira doesn't look close enough to Alonso, but Baltus surely is on Manu Gonzalez. But Gonzalez once again brave enough into dual corner to hold on to that 6th place. The World Championship lead hanging by a thread as Moreira attacks Alonso.
The problem is he goes so defensive on the brakes into doing, does Gonzalez. It compromises all of his exit speed and the momentum on that run to the southern loop. Look how close Baltus almost fancied riding around the outside of Gonzalez as they swept into turn 2. That was the differential between the two in terms of speed. Alonso, how much risk then will Moreira take? Again, going super defensive into 4 goes Gonzalez.
And will Baltus be able to slipstream him to the line? We know how good his corner speed is. Can he beat him on the run out of the final corner? Because Gonzalez is not going to make any further progress from here. It's all about defending 6th place.
Baltus is visibly so much quicker than Gonzalez. Fair play, you have to doff your cap to Gonzalez. He's doing a great rear guard action here to hold the Belgian at bay. For how much longer can he do it? Look, Baltus is going around the outside, on the run to Lukey Heights. That's defensive. The massive difference there. Baltus has just been so much faster. It looks like Alonso is going to fend off Moreira.
I don't know.
Well, massive points has taken the championship as Senna Aegis now attacks through turn 12. Senna Aegis through the final corner. It looks like Alonso will hold on to 2nd place. Senna Aegis though crosses the line. It is Aussie for the Australian here in his home Grand Prix. Aegis takes the victory by 3.6 seconds. At one stage late on, he was 6 seconds clear clear of David Alonso. Alonso then does just about fend off Moreira on a drag race to the finish line. Moreira missing out on second, and 4 hugely important World Championship points that would have put him actually at the top of the World Championship, going to Sepang by just 0.03 of a second. Holgado is 4th, Dixon 5th, Balsestein, what a recovery, 22nd to 6th for the Belgian, taking away a couple of really important points in the challenge for Gonzalez. 3 to go, 2 points now between Gonzalez and Moreira, and what a ride. Take a bow. Senna Aegis becomes the first Australian to win his home Grand Prix in Moto2, the first Australian in Australian Grand Prix history to win an intermediate World Championship battle here in 250s and in Moto2, and he made it look so easy. A couple of early scares when he went right into the Doohan corner, but this circuit has corners named after Australian icons, Aussie legends, Wayne Gardner, Mick Doohan, Casey Stoner and Jack Miller. Well, they'll all be proud of that incredible performance by Senna Aegis, his second Moto2 victory, and this one will feel better than Silverstone surely, as he wins in front of his home crowd here in Phillip Island. A day Aegis will never forget. A day for the Aegis.
A win that another famous Senna would have very happily claimed as one of his own on 4 wheels, but it's Senna Aegis on 2 wheels who takes Moto2 victory today. A glorious day for the intact team. Even if Manu Gonzalez lost crucial points, he does still lead the championship. But victory for Senna Aegis. Tom Lutey's giving his reaction to Jack.
Yeah, what a remarkable performance, Tom. Senna has just won his home Grand Prix. Just firstly, what a ride.
Yeah, incredible. I mean, he pulled away, he made a gap, and then he kept on going. What a ride, absolutely.
And for Manu, he battled hard and still holds on to the championship lead, but this is going down to the wire.
He's still there, absolutely, he's still there, and he showed us his potential again this weekend. So he fought hard. He was maybe a little bit unlucky in the fight towards the end, but I'm proud of him to be there again.
Great job, Tom.
Thank you.
No podium in the last 5 Grand Prix, no win in 10 now for Gonzalez. That is scarcely World Championship winning form, isn't it, as far as the Spaniard goes? Well, this is going to be an immensely popular victory. There is nothing that comes close. There is nothing quite like the feeling of winning your home Grand Prix, and that is the sweetest of taste, the sweetest of sensations that is coming the way of Sydney's Senna Aegis. It was just supreme. At one stage late on, he was over 6 seconds clear of the field. Alonso then does take 2nd place. He had to work very, very hard for that second. But Moreira, well, he started this Australian Grand Prix 9 adrift of Gonzalez. He takes another 7 points out of the Spaniard. And as we head to the heat and humidity of Sepang, the heat well and truly on now for Manu Gonzalez. 2 points the gap at the top of the championship.
Got to say, it's a shake of the head there from Manu Gonzalez, whether that's through pain or disappointment or a combination of the two. Diogo Moreira feels like the favourite now for the Moto2 World Championship, even if he's 2 points adrift. It's a straight shootout now between the top 2 in the World Championship. Canet didn't lose too much in the end. He finished just 2 places and 2 points behind Manu Gonzalez, but with the races ticking away, 35 points is surely too far back for him to still win the World Championship. Baltus and Dixon now surely also out of contention. Congratulations to David Alonso, who had a posse of riders behind him for most of that Grand Prix. He held them all at bay to take his first Moto2 podium since his victory in Hungary.
David don't defend, does he? It was attack from Alonso. Aegis, though, was just absolutely phenomenal here in Phillip Island. That podium here 12 months ago, 3rd place would have felt good. This is going to feel out of this world right now for the 20-year-old. Starting on the front row for just the 2nd time in 47. As mentioned at the start of the race, if you looked closely at the lap-by-lap analysis of Aegis, he was always marked down as one of the favourites. His race pace throughout the weekend has been top draw, it has been next level. And the Aegis camp can celebrate once again. Kind of contrasting emotions, mixed emotions inside the German team's garage as Aegis takes the spoils And Manu Gonzalez left to ponder what might have been a 7th place for Gonzalez. That's actually his worst finish since a 9th in Aragon. Form disappearing for Gonzalez at the worst possible time. Momentum, it's a wonderful thing, isn't it, in Grand Prix motorcycle racing? And with now 3 successive podiums, including a 3rd in Motegi, a win in Mandalika, and now a 3rd here in Australia. It's been some flyweight tour so far for Moreira. The momentum well and truly with the Brazilian.
3 rounds to go. We go to Sepang next time out, and then of course we've got the back-to-backs in Portimao and Valencia. As Senna's father there hands him the Australian flag, which has never been on the top of a Moto2 podium before here in Phillip Island. Today, though, Senna, is your day.
Yeah, there's his dad, Jono. He'll be jumping for joy. I'm sure he's got a sore throat and a few gnawed fingernails right now as Jono ages, because he'll be so proud of his boy. Look at this move. Look at that. It was so obvious late on that Baltus's pace was far, far superior. At one stage, he was the fastest rider on circuit, wasn't he, Baltus? Baltus was 22nd on lap 1. He finished not even 2 seconds off the podium. A story of what might have been as far as the Belgian is concerned. Diogo Moreira, pole position to the podium here in Phillip Island. 2 points to gap now at the top of the championship. He's with Jack.
Diogo, that feels like a hugely important podium. Now only 2 points in the World Championship. You gave everything in that fight with Manu. Psychologically, how important do you think it is to have beaten him today?
Yeah, at the end it was a difficult race, a lot of windy, so it was difficult to put the pace on the track, but yeah, very happy. We make a very good weekend, so yeah, we need to keep like this, and let's see, but yeah, very happy.
Great job, well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was a great job. Those tricky windy conditions, so easy to make a mistake. But Diogo Moreira, well, we didn't really see any obvious signs of mistakes, did we, in that pulsating 23-lap Australian Grand Prix in Moto2. And this is very much game on. He'll be in MotoGP in 2026 alongside Johan Zarco in the Premier Class at LCR Honda. And he could well be heading to the Premier Class, mixing it with the very best. Marc Marquez, Jorge Martin and co. as the Moto2 world champion. David Alonso wants a 3rd podium finish of what's been an impressive rookie season for our former Moto3 world champion. Another absolutely top-notch ride from the Colombian. 2nd here in Australia, and he's with Jack.
David, what a brilliant fight that was to get onto the podium. Have you ever had to work harder for a 2nd place?
Wow. Honestly, today I need to say sorry to all the fans that were seeing the race, because I finished the race so tired that I couldn't even like say hello to the people, because my arm is completely dead. So sorry for the people that I cannot say hello to them. But well, I think it's one of my best starts of the year. I really make a good start, and then I was trying to be there on the top. This race was the hardest one about physical condition. Like with the wind, you need to fight a lot with the bike, and I was dead. And when Senna goes, I just stay on the group to try to get energy again. And on the last 5 laps, I have cleared that I need to go in front. This teaches me a lot for the future to lead a race. Not leading because I was 2nd, but without anyone in front. And on the last lap, I just put all in and try to make this happen. Today is the birthday of my cousin, Danae. Muchas felicidades. Te quiero, prima. Let's keep doing like today, like working, but not expecting anything.
Top ride, well done.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Yeah, another top ride from a top talent, David Alonso, with the knowledge and experience of his rookie season under his belt. Well, he's going to be a nailed-on title contender, isn't he, you think, in 2026. What a fight it was, what a battle it was that raced throughout that 23 laps. A long, long way behind Senna Aegis. who is going to be wearing the biggest smile right now in the whole of Australia, I'm sure, as Manu Gonzalez. That's a nice touch. Gonzalez putting behind his own personal disappointment of a rather lonely and underwhelming 7th place for the World Championship leader. And we have to say, still, World Championship leader Gonzalez then comes to congratulate his teammate Senna Aegis. But here he is. Well, last year when he took a podium here in front of his home crowd, it was special. But this will top the lot. Your Australian Grand Prix winner. It's the Aussie Senna Aegis with Jack.
Senna, you've just won the Australian Grand Prix. Can you put into words how much this moment means?
It means everything. You know, last year we set the benchmark and everyone's been saying all weekend, are we going to see it again? And I knew since Friday that I felt amazing this weekend and my aim was a victory, and I can't believe I got it done. I got a good start and I went for it. I used all the tire in the middle of the race to break away, and it was a long race, a new experience, and yeah, I'm just over the moon, and I'm out. I've got no words. Yeah, just like to thank everybody in my corner over here. They mean the world to me, and everybody's doing their best to help me succeed, and I'm finally starting to show off. So I'm just really proud of myself and the whole team for this one, and how good to do it at home.
Huge congratulations.
Thank you so much.
He should be very proud of himself, shouldn't he? Senna Aegis. I think the whole of Australian motorsport fans, the whole Australian motorsport community are going to be very proud of Senna Aegis' performance here over 23 laps in Phillip Island. As he said, right from Friday, he's felt like he had the potential. Probably getting fed up with people asking him, are you going to go a couple of places better than 3rd last year? But he did. 2nd on Friday afternoon, 2nd on the grid, but the most important part of the weekend, when you take the checker flag, it was P1 for Aegis, the first ever Australian to win a Moto2 race at home. And this was that incredible feeling. What a moment that he's never going to forget. A moment that he's worked so many years for as he crosses the line. Victorious here in Victoria. What a moment for Senna Aegis, and what a moment for the team. Tom Luthi, the rider, coach and mentor inside that garage. The Aegis connections, the Aegis family looking on. He's done it. He has done the business in emphatic fashion, in emphatic style. As he mentioned, he decided to push hard. Was it lap 15 before he was even in the 131s? That mid-race burst where he thought, you know what, I've got an advantage here. Let's just try and push while I've got the grip. Build a lead where nobody's got a chance of catching me. Tactically, it was spot on. And it was just a brilliant performance. A very international feel as well to that Moto2 podium. An Aussie leading home, a Colombian leading home, a Brazilian. Candidate outside of Senna Aegis for Rider of the Day, Barry Baltus. Look at that, 22nd he was at the end of that first lap. I'd love to know, I wonder if we've got a replay maybe of what happened to Baltus on that opening lap, losing 12 places on lap 1, fighting his way through to 6th place, and he wasn't even 2 seconds behind the podium positions. Some stunning recovery by Baltus.
I do recall seeing 1 or 2 riders going wide and off the other side of the curve at turn 1 at the start while I was watching Connect further back. One of those might well have been Barry Baltus. We'll, as you say, hopefully catch a glimpse of that very shortly. Jürgen Ling onto the podium on behalf of Intact GP. Bittersweet day in many respects, as we say, for them, but he will be focusing on the positives for sure. 3rd place, 3rd podium in a row for Diogo Moreira, MotoGP bound and potentially heading there as the Moto2 World Champion, just 2 points now behind Manu Gonzalez. David Alonso, well, he's got the energy now to wave to the fans, but they will all be cheering this man, Senna Aegis. Drink it in. Not the only thing he'll be drinking in over the course of today. Winner of the Australian Motorcycle Grand Prix. There can be no better feeling than that if you're an Aussie. The event sponsored by the title sponsors, or certainly one of the title sponsors of the Intact GP squad. Some things, I guess, from their point of view are just meant to be. Well, I asked the question earlier on, is this now the Moto2 title favourite? Many will feel so. Diogo Moreira just 2 points behind now. Gonzalez 247, Moreira 245 points. 2nd place for David Alonso. when he's been good, he's been extraordinary in Moto2 this season. And surely that's going to be his base level next season. But today is the day that Senna Agius conquered Phillip Island. Podium finisher last year, winner here as he gets to hear the Australian now.
For the first time at Phillip Island in Moto2 history, Advance Australia Fair bellows out around this magnificent host circuit. And Senna Agius now pops the race-winning Prosecco. A day that he is never, ever going to forget. A big day in terms of the championship potentially as well. Has to be a shoey, doesn't it? Go on, Senna trying to whip the home fans up into a bit of a frenzy here. He's going to get a size 10 for the Prosecco. There's his father Jono looking on. Yeah, he's hanging on the ground, and there you go. Well, that is going to taste very, very nice indeed, isn't it? Jürgen Ling, the team manager, going, yeah, come on, I want some as well. Big sip coming in for Jürgen Ling. Let's see the team owner take a big guzzle. There you go. Such a great character, is Jürgen. I'm not too sure how much he was hoping to actually get in his mouth there. Has he got a proper Prosecco shower? I do believe that some of the kind of on-impact teams are actually flying out to Kuala Lumpur this evening. I wonder if they might be cancelling some or modifying some of their travel plans to KL in the next few hours.
If you're on the same flight as them, you might want to change yours, because it's going to be quite a rowdy flight over to Kuala Lumpur. What a day for Senna Agius, what a weekend it's been. He looked like the clutch of the field on Friday. Even if Joe Moreira was the fastest rider, the race would have looked like it was Senna Agius' Grand Prix. That was how it proved. Agius, the winning margin doesn't really do him justice, but it was 3.6 seconds over David Alonso, who won that monumental battle for P2. Diogo Moreira, a valuable third. Danny Holgado could well have been on the podium himself had he not gone home and nearly wiped out Moreira a few laps from home. Dixon fifth from Baltas and Manu Gonzalez. Around the outside by Baltas on the final lap. Arenas 8th, Canet 9th, and loses more title points. Sasaki faded back into 10th. Huertas 11th for Fireball, it's Binder, and Alonso Lopez takes 1 point. Marcos Ramirez, he sold the timing in the Australian Grand Prix today. He pulled into the pits midway through. Races to go, 2 points in it. Manu Gonzalez clings on to the World Championship lead, but for how much longer? Aaron Canet, well, he might well drop out of title contention along with Barry Baltas and Jake Dixon. Next time out in Malaysia, there's 75 points now left on the table. Senna Agius does climb a place to 8th for the World Championship, while Alonso Lopez, he loses further ground down to 16th place. Marcos Ramirez, another rider falling down the championship order today. The American Racing teammates swapped places. Joe Roberts goes up to 3rd place. Yuki Sasaki, who did take a top 10 finish from a career best qualifying, but licked him up ahead of Danny Munoz and Darren Binder. Champions, they took another victory today. Bosco Scuro is best. Was Jake Dixon, who took a half-court 5th place. between the top two. In MotoGP, we'll begin our build-up
For the first time in 58 sprints, ceremony. More troubles, more woes, more frustration for double world champion Pecco Bagnaia as he took the checker flag over 30 seconds back in yesterday's sprint. Of course, some of our superstars missing sadly here this weekend in Australia. No world champion Marc Marquez after his collision with Marco Bezzecchi in Mandalika 2 weeks ago. The result of that means in this upcoming 27-lap Grand Prix of Australia, Marco Bezzecchi, who is a massive pre-race favourite after his sprint domination yesterday, 3.1 seconds clear of Fernandez, he will serve a double long lap. That's something to keep a close eye on, a key couple of moments for Bez in this 27-lap battle. Round 19 about to get underway then in MotoGP. Other high-profile absentees, former world champion Juan Martin and Maverick Vinales, also sidelined through injury. We'll see none of those trios sadly next time out in Malaysia. But as the waves break on the beautiful sandy beaches of the Bass Strait, what a location, what a setting this is. Always spectacular scenery and spectacular action here at Phillip Island, and this one should deliver something truly special once again. In particular, with Marco Bezzecchi looking to pull off his own Aussie miracle as he looks to become just the second rider in MotoGP history to win a Grand Prix with 2 long laps. Jack Miller, the home hero, who starts from the front row of the grid, did so at the French Grand Prix in Le Mans back in 2021. That was a flag-to-flag encounter though. Bezzecchi be the first rider to come back from 2 long laps in a dry Grand Prix and take the spoils. Well, we're assuming it's going to be dry. We believe it will be, despite the fact that race day 19 here today in Australia has been dominated by very blustery and windy conditions. That's why actually we'll be lights out about an hour later than our normal schedule. The organisers just moving the entire race programme back 60 minutes just to make sure that we avoided the worst of some pretty powerful gusts this morning. We've had no dramas. We've had some entertaining battles already in Moto3 and Moto2. Up next though is MotoGP. Matt Burton Lewis going to be in the comedy box. Jack Apexward down in pit lane. As with a very sprightly sprint, it's our sprint winner, Marco Bezzecchi, who comes to the back of the factory after the garage. Never has Bez taken a double win in MotoGP. He's going to have to do it the hard way with a double long lap incoming. You have to say, Lewis, when we spoke to a whole number of his rivals yesterday, after the early seagull drama, a whole bunch of riders picking their way through a flock of seagulls. This was about the most dramatic moment of Marco Bezzecchi's sprint. It happened before he had even started. You can see they're ducking the cover behind him and start. But Bez, after the seagull drama, relatively untroubled in the sprint.
Yeah, that was the only real drama for him. You feel though he's going to have to make a better start than he did yesterday. Ralph Fernandez, of course, seized the early advantage in the sprint yesterday until this move where they nearly cut into each other. Bezzecchi losing it a little on the downhill approach to turn 10, but will finally chasing down Ralph Fernandez and passing him into the southern loop. He's going to have to overtake a few more riders you fancy today with those 2 long lap penalties, which he spent pretty much all of this morning's warm-up session practicing to try and lose as little time as possible. You really feel the double long lap penalty has added some extra spikes to this Grand Prix, because without it, Bez had the speed to win at a canter at the front of the race. He wants a challenge, he's got one.
You need a calculator to work out the amount of times Bezzecchi has been inside the long lap penalty loop this weekend. It is something that is very well rehearsed from the Italian. If practice makes perfect, well, he will still be a big figure and a big part to play in this battle. This is the reason why he has the 2 long laps, and this, unfortunately, is an incident, a collision, which threatens Marc Marquez's participation in the remainder of a 2025 World Championship campaign, which up to this very point had been superb. Come back fully loaded, come back completed, one of the best we've seen in history. Just 7 days prior to that scary crash in turn 7 on lap 1 in Mandalika. Unfortunately, Marc Marquez knew straight away there was damage to his right shoulder, a fracture in the right shoulder blade. And Marc did wait a full week to try and see if that injury and some damaged ligaments would recover naturally. Unfortunately, after that 7-day checkup with his medical team in Madrid, it was obvious that a surgical intervention was going to be required. Some specialists, some experts calculating that Marc's recovery period for the injury could be 16 weeks, 4 months, which season. It looks like he's relenting a little bit early, so he can return. A few people saying, well, he might just come back for the post-race test session. But of course, we send our wishes, our best wishes for speedy recovery to back to Mark, to Roy Martin, and to Maverick Vinales. And of course, let's not forget, they were our front row qualifiers, our top 3 on the grid in our 2024 running of the Australian Grand Prix.
Jeez, only this man, Alex Rins, and Johan Zarco back in 2022 and 2023 respectively, is the only 2 riders on the grid this afternoon who have won the Australian Grand Prix before on a MotoGP bike. Alex Rins has won here in all 3 classes of racing. He's competing here in Moto3, Moto2 and MotoGP. It would be overrating it slightly to say that anybody could win this Australian Grand Prix, but surely there are at least half a dozen possible contenders to win this race, considering Bez's handicap.
Best sprint yesterday for Jack Miller since the Japanese Grand Prix in 2023. He said his best sprint on the Prima Pamac Yamaha. And Miller, well, he's already thrilled his home fans here this weekend. Led the way in FP1 on Friday, and then having come out of a real tricky Q1 session behind third in Aldeguer, Miller then took or grasped his opportunity for a front row start with both hands. Catching first front row of the grid in 45 Grand Prix. It was a really good fight for the bronze medal place yesterday, just behind Pedro Acosta. This, though, is a completely different proposition. This is a different ball game. This Phillip Island circuit, one of the most punishing on tyres, particularly the rear tyre on the entire calendar. Mixing Motorsport manager Piero Taramasso saying it's the toughest they have to contend with throughout the whole year. So you're not going to be able to go gangbusters. There's going to be no gung-ho attacks on a soft rear tyre in this 27-lap race.
How on earth must this man feel walking into a Ducati box, walking into relative darkness? It's been a dark weekend for Pecco so far. Finished second last in the sprint yesterday with only his test rider teammate Michele Pirro behind him. Grid position is not actually correct, what you can see on screen there. He qualified in 11th place. He does take a 3-place grid penalty, which drops him to 14th on the grid, as if he needed any further bad news. If you watched him in warm-up this morning, he had all manner of instability on his Ducati.
He cannot wait to see the back end of this 2025 season, can he, Pecco Bagnaia? That's the reason why they're impeding his great friend Bezzecchi at the end of that qualifying session. Busted then with a 3-place grid penalty, as if he hasn't got enough issues to deal with, the 28-year-old Italian who, I mean, where does it, you have to pose the question, where on earth does he go from here? I mean, talk about the highs and lows of a Grand Prix motorcycle race. From the start of our Asia Pacific swing, which feels like an awful long time ago now, doesn't it, as far as Bagnaia is concerned, he was absolutely superb over in Japan, disappeared without trace last time out in Mandalika, and he has sunk once again so far here in Phillip Island. Not too many crumbs of company we can offer him either, Lewis, at the moment. It's been an absolute shocker.
Hasn't scored a single point since, which means that Alex Marquez could crown himself World Championship runner-up today. That's the mathematics. That's what he has to do today. I'm not sure whether Alex Marquez is reading this for the first time the same as us, but if he outscores Pecco Bagnaia by 20 points and Marco Bezzecchi by 12, then Alex Marquez will secure second in the championship today. If he doesn't today, surely he will very shortly. 20 points gain over Bagnaia means that he needs a minimum of second place, of course.
Well, there have been so many questions circling around the paddock and circling around the whole MotoGP fan base, really, about what is going on right now with Pecco Bagnaia. Well, there's one man in the know. What on earth is going on, Jack? He's with Davide Tardozzi, the boss.
Yeah, very, very tough weekend for the factory Ducati squad. It's not often that we see both of the bikes at the bottom of a race. And warm-up this morning, it seemed to get yet worse, Davide. Have you got an explanation of what's been happening this weekend?
We do not have an explanation, otherwise we have found the problem and solved it. But yeah, we tried something, very, very tough this morning that doesn't work, and now we are back in a different setup. But yeah, this morning we make some, I want to say, funny setup to try to understand. But then we are back in quite normal situation, and we'll see how it works.
I mean, how is Pecco mentally dealing with everything that's been going on of late? From the highs of Japan to being dead last time out, 30 seconds behind, 32 seconds behind yesterday for a world champion. Mentally, it must be so difficult to cope with.
Yeah, honestly, he's devastated inside, but we are trying hardly to try to understand, because as you said, Jack, coming from the winning, the domination of Japan to be in the last the following week with the same bike, for us is something hardly to understand, but obviously we trust Pecco, and we are trying to solve his problem. Now this shaking on the front is something that is not being understood from our engineers, and we'll see today, and then we will have another tough weekend next week, but we are hardly trying to help him.
That's the thing, with the races coming so fast every weekend, there's no break for Pecco. How critical is this situation right now?
Yeah, I think that mentally is very hard, and is a tough year, so we are trying to manage it on his side in the best way, but it's not really easy to do it. But in the end, again, we trust Pecco. He show his potential in Japan, and coming from first to last is something that never happened. And yeah, we have to find out something, but it's not easy.
Thanks, Davide.
Yeah, it's certainly not easy. It seems like everybody kind of a bit bemused, a bit perplexed about Pecco's current issues. I've never seen anything like it in my long Grand Prix career, where a rider goes from the top step of the podium to the back of the pack and just nowhere. I mean, it's not just that Pecco was last in Mandalika at the wrong end of the sprint yesterday, it's the massive gulf in time. He's just nowhere. I mean, just the times yesterday in the sprint, he was doing 32s when the pace was 27s, 28s. It was just abysmal.
Well, pole position in Moto2 yesterday was in the 129s, and Pecco Bagnaglia's best lap of the sprint was a 29.2. So that gives you an idea of just how much he was struggling, and it was hard to watch when he came into the Ducati box yesterday, and it was hard to watch him in the warm-up this morning. Clearly, that rather extreme and sort of experimental setting, should we call it, did not work, because he looked like he was riding on gravel when he was coming out of the final corner. The Ducati shaking from side to side, and he came into the pits early in the session. Ralph Fernandez, though, well, if the sprint yesterday is any kind of form guide, is Raul in the pound seats to take advantage of Marco Bezzecchi's double long lap penalty, because the Aprilia seems to be the pick of the bunch this weekend.
Certainly does. Bezzecchi led home Ralph Fernandez in an Aprilia 1-2 on Friday. He led home an Aprilia 1-2 with Bez yesterday in the sprint. And looks like he might well have the potential for a first Sunday Grand Prix podium. This was the start yesterday, immediately around the outside of Quartararo. Alex Marquez, of course, got the whole shot on the Gresini Racing Ducati. Alex, though, was to run a little bit wide as the field attacked the Southern Loop turn 2. And just watch this, seizing his opportunity there as Marquez does run offline the 73 Ducati. You know what, he's got a big smile on his face, because that saw Ralph Fernandez sweep into a sprint lead, which he made Marco Bezzecchi work hard to take it away from him. To be fair, this was the key moment. Bezzecchi just setting that move up beautifully. Just made sure he got the corner speed and his braking marker nailed on going through the Doohan corner, and on that flip-flop, the change direction into the Southern Loop. That was the key move as far as Bez was concerned. But that's a best ever MotoGP finish for Ralph Fernandez. Second in the sprint. Yeah, Vamos in a big fist bump. No wonder he looks pretty cool and calm, because surely he knows that this, given Aprilia's clear advantage and clear speed around some of the fast section of Phillip Island and just his potential all weekend so far, this is a great opportunity, his best opportunity, you feel, to snatch that first Sunday Grand Prix top 3.
Well, normally when we come to Phillip Island, we're looking skywards to work out what the weather's going to do. We were hoping for dry conditions and for the wind to die down a little bit before lights out. What's the current situation, Jack?
Yeah, the good news is the wind has definitely died down compared to when these bikes were last out in morning warm-up earlier this morning. It is significantly lower. There is, however, slight concern about the rain. There is a little pocket of weather just to the south of us at the moment. I just went to speak to Lucio Cecchinello, and this will be interesting for the LCR squads, because they are preparing the second bike for wet conditions just in case. So crucially, not only are they preparing for a flag-to-flag scenario, but if there are any problems on the sighting lap, on the warm-up lap, then for both Shohan Zarco and Somkiat Chantra, that second bike is ready for the wet. So it's something to keep an eye on. Obviously, I'll be looking skywards as ever, and if we get any raindrops, I'll let you guys know.
Well, that would really be a turn up for the books, wouldn't it, here in Australia? The last forecast that I looked at, it was suggesting rain late into the evening here on Sunday night in Australia. We just saw there Brad Binder copping a penalty, a 3-place grid penalty after bulking Johann Zarco at the end of a Q1 session, which actually could have broken some home hearts because it looked like Zarco was potentially going to bump Jack Miller out of a place in that top 2. Of course, flag-to-flag races in 2025 have already been very, very kind to Johann Zarco, haven't they? That unforgettable French Grand Prix at Le Mans for the 35-year-old. 2006, right here in Phillip Island, it was the first ever flag-to-flag MotoGP battle, wasn't it? And we're reminded constantly when we come to this part of the world of Marco Melandri's absolutely mind-blowing, one-handed, massive tyre slide through the final corner. So will the rain prove to be a pain here in Australia?
Well, whatever the forecasts say, you can never truly say no with confidence here in Phillip Island, can you? We came here on Saturday morning expecting fairly stable weather conditions, and then it rained quite heavily for around about half an hour, around about the time Moto3 FP2 got underway. Jack Miller, surely he won't be bothered whatever the conditions, although surely has his best shot of a dry weather result today on board that Pramac Yamaha. Had he had a bit more top end to get past Pedro Acosta on the straight down to Duan Corner, he might well have been on the sprint podium yesterday. He was denied by just 1/10 of a second.
So many riders well aware as they made the long journey down from Indonesia to Australia that this weekend, minus Marc Marquez, minus Jorge Martin, minus Maverick Vinales, was going to present a great opportunity to grab some headlines, grab some glory. And Jack Miller so far has seized that opportunity with both hands, as he no Ducati on the front row of the grid for the first time in over 5 years since the European Grand Prix at Valencia in 2020. First time, of course, we saw no Ducati on a sprint podium in 58. The last time there was no Ducati on a Grand Prix podium, that was also an awful long time ago. British Grand Prix at Silverstone in 2021. So, yeah, Ducati, Fabio Di Giannantonio will be hoping that he can keep that golden run going. Probably felt like he had podium potential yesterday, had he not started from all the way back in 10th place. Jack just informing us as the riders leave pit lane. Piero Taramasso spoke to Jack earlier on this weekend, saying that maybe this was yesterday, that 2 or 3 riders, having gained information on the soft rear in the sprint, might take a punt in this full-length 27-lap battle. But at the moment, our information from Jack is that every single rider is coming to the grid, at least, with a medium rear tyre fitted. Nobody at the moment taking the big gamble that Jorge Martin did here in 2023.
Well, pole sitter Fabio Quartararo was one of the riders who felt like the likeliest to go for the soft rear tyre. He got the front tyre choice wrong yesterday, going for the medium, which he said felt like chewing gum. He wanted the front tyre. Here is your allocation from Michelin: asymmetric front and rear to cope with the very specific demands of this Phillip Island circuit. So many long, punishing left-handed corners around this Phillip Island circuit. If you were absolutely convinced and were able to say with certainty that rain was coming midway through the Grand Prix, then that might convince you to go over to the soft rear tyre, because it wouldn't have to do the race distance. You'd be switching over to wet. But with the likeliest scenario at the moment being of a dry Grand Prix, the medium, the preferred pick.
One of only 3 tracks on the whole calendar, with Sachsenring and Valencia, where every single tyre in Michelin's allocation is asymmetric in configuration. Turn 12, the left-hander, long sweeping left-hander onto the Gardner Straight, generates the highest temperature, rear tyre temperature in the whole season, which is something to consider when you think that we race in the tropical climates of Buriram, of Mandalika, and next weekend in Sepang. Marco Bezzecchi just about to complete his slowest lap of Phillip Island of the weekend so far, as he goes into fuel conservation mode. You do spend so much of this 4.448 kilometre Phillip Island lap pretty much at full throttle. Not the thirstiest circuit on the calendar in terms of fuel consumption, but certainly one that you have to factor in, particularly as well with all the wheel spin that's potentially generated from the tyre wear.
No one that we've seen at this stage is tempted to scrub in a set of wet tyres in anticipation of needing them in the Grand Prix. They're all going to the grid on slick tyres. Pit lane is open though for another 3 minutes if they do want to come back up pit lane one more time. Well, it's a spectacular setting. We thought we were going to be bathed in sunshine this afternoon for the Australian Grand Prix, although it is noticeably warmer than it was yesterday. Probably not as warm as most were used to in the last couple of weeks when they were staying over in Asia after the Indonesian Grand Prix, but from air temperatures temperatures are around about 13, 14 degrees, as once again the riders have to pick their way through a flock of seagulls. We're into the low to mid 20s this afternoon, so around about 8 or 9 degrees warmer than we had for the sprint yesterday.
Picking their way through turn 10, where Andrea Iannone in that infamous battle of 2015 here in Phillip Island had the scare with the seagull. As Fabio Quartararo then, for the 21st time in his MotoGP career, 24th in his Grand Prix racing career, comes to pole position. Are these hotter conditions where you think Quartararo and Alex Marquez, who we thought were going to be big podium contenders in yesterday's sprint, they kind of dropped the ball a little bit going for the medium front tyre. Quartararo said he realised immediately on the first lap that wasn't the best pick on the front row of the grid, hoping to put some more smiles on the faces of the home crowd here. It's the Aussie Jack Miller with Jack.
Well, Jack, what a weekend it's been so far. On the front row for the Australian Grand Prix. If we know you, you're going to be absolutely all in here. Ready for it?
Yeah, we'll give it a crack. No, it feels good, honestly. Weather's looks all right. Wind's come down a little bit. We'll see what happens with this cloud cover that's all over us, but no, I'm feeling good. Had an awesome weekend so far, and if we can top it off with the solid result this afternoon, that'll be fantastic. Senna, massive shout out to him. Awesome day for the Aussies already with Senna and Charles. So we'll see what we can do.
Good luck.
Cheers, mate.
Yeah, no pressure, Jack, at all after what we've seen already from the home heroes in Moto2 and in Moto3. First Australian on the front row at Phillip Island in MotoGP. That's since Casey Stoner, of course, recently inducted into the MotoGP Hall of Fame. That was all the way back in 2012. He has been victorious here in front of his home crowd previously, Jack Miller, in the 2014 Moto3 battle. He has been on the MotoGP podium here as well 6 years ago in 2019. Rain or shine, as Jack said to Jack, he's going to be going all in, isn't he, to try and get another podium here in front of his home fans.
Starting right next to him then, the pre-race favourite, well, to many he is, Marco Bezzecchi, even though he starts with the double long lap penalty to serve. Here is the grid, as Jack informed us, everyone on the medium rear. While you look at the grid, let's head down to the grid and speak to the boss at KTM. What chance of Pedro Acosta fighting for the podium today? Aki Ayo with Jack.
Yeah, once again proved yesterday that Pedro, the toughest man to overtake on the MotoGP grid right now. Aki, the switch to the medium rear, could that help you guys today? How do you fancy your chances?
Hopefully. It has been a few times this year that we see that on Sunday with the harder rear tyre. Maybe we, let's say, somehow riders are a bit more comfortable. That at least it's not this, maybe those small problems what we have sometimes with the soft rear. And could be that then we are a little bit better position. But okay, now the main point is, of course, first of all, to see that if rain is coming or not. And of course, the latest discussions are just about this, if it's coming and what to do and all the possibilities. But hopefully it stays dry. And I think still the main option for everyone is hard front and minimum rear for the race.
According to your information, how likely is it that this rain arrives?
If we trust our radars, it should not come anymore. But if you look to the sky, you cannot be sure.
Good luck, Aki.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to Aki. What's the famous saying in this part of the world? If you don't like the weather, just wait 10 minutes because it'll be completely different. 4 seasons in a day is how they describe the weather in Victoria. So we just saw Fabio Quartararo getting lined up for an attack from pole position. We just saw that grid graphic, and as you could see quite clearly, Somkiat Chantra, the only outlier in terms of the tyre choice, the Thai rider, the only rider that's gone for the medium front. Every other rider, our current information is hard front, medium rear.
As mentioned, Fabio Quartararo not exactly pleased with his medium front tyre yesterday. He said he knew immediately that he had made the wrong call. Doesn't want to, I guess, try and compound that by making another tyre choice mistake today. So he hasn't gone for the soft rear tyre. We're expecting a slower pace, of course, than we had in the sprint yesterday. But Marco Bezzecchi surely has to go on the attack early on. He has to try and secure the lead on that first lap and try and stretch clear. With those 2 long lap penalties to serve, he's surely guaranteed to emerge from those long laps in traffic. The question is, how much?
Maverick Vinales has done it. Aleix Espargaro has done it. Double winners for Aprilia in previous years. There would be some going, wouldn't it, if it's a double win from a double long lap for Bezzecchi. Fabio Quartararo, mindful of the threat still posed from Bezzecchi, one of a whole bunch of riders who were asked yesterday, well, given his brilliance in the sprint, do you still see Bezzecchi as favourite for the Grand Prix? Despite the long lap visits, Fabio Quartararo, one of several contenders who said absolutely, see nothing to suggest that Bez will not be able to recover from the long laps, which are going to cost him anything sort of around 4 to 5 seconds. So it's a handicap and a hindrance that he certainly would have wanted. I guess from our point of view, and from all of you watching at home as neutrals, it's probably the best thing that could have happened. Not for Marc Marquez, of course, as Marc recovers from a shoulder blade injury, but Marco Bezzecchi, without those 2 long laps, well, this could have been a runaway success for the Aprilia start.
Yeah, I guess in addition to the pure time loss of the long lap itself, it's whatever time he's going to lose with the traffic he then emerges into, and potentially wear to his tyres by having to push a bit harder to overtake those riders that pass him when he comes through the long lap penalty loop. A little bit of a smile and a wink there from Gigi Dall'Igna, who's expecting normally victory, but I don't think he's expecting that today. Can Fabio Quartararo end his winning drought from pole position? He's speaking now to Jack.
Fabio gone to the grid with the medium rear. How difficult a decision was that? Were you tempted at all by the soft?
No, because the consumption was way too high, so at least it was an easy choice for the tires. But yeah, let's see how it's going to work the first lap, especially with the rear medium. But I'm going to do my best and try to push from.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Fabio Quartararo, winless in the last 68 Grand Prix, all the way back to the German Grand Prix at the Sachsenring in 2022. Does the absence of key figures like Marquez, Martin and Vinales open the door, push it wider jar for Quartararo and co? Well, surely it does. The problem is, how do you stop Bezzecchi? Will the 2 long laps be the only way to stop Marco Bezzecchi in this 27-lap Grand Prix of Australia coming your way in what's about 15 minutes time? At the moment then, we're still looking at our commentary box window, and there are some rather worrying and threatening grey clouds. It is still dry. For how much longer that remains the case, well, that's anybody's guess in this part of the world.
Yeah, that is a pit lane, as you can see, with our own Jack going through the foreground, full of spare bikes ready to be set up, as for himself watches from the grid. Chris Hemsworth, who was here yesterday, certainly enjoyed his first MotoGP experience, met the Aussie home hero Jack Miller, who now returns to the grid, heading across to the front row.
He's not the most famous Chris on the grid, though, is he? Chris Vermeulen, former Grand Prix winner and home crowd favourite, is doing sterling work for some of our Aussie TV colleagues down on the grid. But yeah, fantastic to see Hollywood A-lister Chris Hemsworth enjoying all the build-up to this Australian Grand Prix. Neil will certainly be hoping as well that there's going to be some home success delivered by Jack Miller. We just saw there that beautiful Phillip Island race winning trophy. It's such an iconic prize to win at an iconic Grand Prix venue. It's one race that every rider wants on their CV. Of course, this man has got one on his CV, an Australian MotoGP win in that incredibly dramatic 2023 race. Moved to Saturday, of course, with concerns about the inclement weather on Sunday, and what a race it was, as Jorge Martin bolted, gambling on the soft rear tyre when he was fighting for the World Championship. What a punt that was. So close to success. 26 laps and 4 corners. Martin looked like a genius, looked like a hero, but quickly went to 0, and it was his then Pramac Ducati teammate Zarco who came steaming on through to an unforgettable victory. And for the first time since Valencia 2016, we witnessed the Zarco backflip.
Some of the 2015 battle, which of course the Dusters probably never going to settle on. 2017, we also saw another epic battle at the front of the race. Will we see something similar here this afternoon? There is Chris Hemsworth with Jack Miller, 2 Aussie heroes sharing a moment together on the grid. A Hollywood superstar next to a man who will certainly earn superstar status if he can win the Australian Grand Prix.
Looks like Jack's about to go a word with Chris. Someday we'll go immediately down to Jack and Chris on the grid.
Yeah, it's just no camera, Chris. We're on the world feed globally with MotoGP. We've just seen you embrace Jack then. I know you're a huge fan of two-wheeled motorsport. I guess you're going to be rooting for the number 43 in this one.
Absolutely, yeah. Trying to give him some advice. My advice was don't listen to me. Have fun, go win. But it's good, mate. I grew up at Phillip Island, and it's interesting talking to a lot of the guys how they say this is their favourite track out of a lot of the places, all the circuits around the world. And there's something, you know, obviously personal and nostalgic. Haven't spent a lot of time here myself. My dad used to race here many years ago, so it's exciting.
In these MotoGP machines in full flight, is there anything quite like it?
Oh, not at all. I mean, just you know, it's like you know, the Formula One has the same sort of instant, visceral effect on the body, and the bikes I feel more familiar with, and I don't know, certainly gets the blood running in an intense fashion, and makes you want to get out there and have a ride yourself.
Great to see you here. Enjoy the race.
Thanks for having us. Cheers.
Yeah, great get that, Jack. Well done, mate, down on the grid. Always fantastic to see a global superstar sharing their love and affection for this great sport. Of course, he's from this part of the world in Phillip Island, isn't he? Chris Hemsworth. Well, the advice was very simple, wasn't it, to Jack Miller? Don't listen to me, have fun and win the race. Brilliant stuff from Chris Hemsworth. OK, then Ralph Fernandez, second in the sprint yesterday. What a day it was for Aprilia and for Trackhouse. Can they take the fight for a win here in Phillip Island? Let's get the thoughts of the boss, Davide Brivio's with Jack.
Davide, second yesterday, with Marco having the long lap today, the double long lap. Does that make Raul the favourite?
No. I mean, one off, I would say. Yeah, I mean, we cannot hide ourselves. Raul here, he got the speed, he's riding well, but then of course, you know, the race is always unpredictable. Let's see how we can start, how we can manage the tire through the race, because here in Phillip Island it's always, you know, a thing. Of course, everybody's on a medium today compared to yesterday on a soft, so it's a different game, but tire management always plays an important role. So yeah, I mean, we can do a good results. But okay, that's the sport. Let's see how what the sports will give us back.
Good luck today, Davide.
Thank you.
Ralph Fernandez for Trackhouse Aprilia certainly does have the potential to deliver a great result, doesn't he? Second in the sprint, leading it for the first half of it as we get ready for the pre-race grid ceremony here. Still dry. We keep looking out of our commentary box window rather nervously, just making sure there's no spots of rain. Myself and Lewis have an absolutely brilliant perch, the best commentary box position we have of the whole season. We're just on the outside of turn 4, the Miller corner, so we can see the MotoGP bikes powering through turn 3 up towards the Siberia corner as well. We're going to take a very short pause. Now, as it's always a very special moment as we get to hear Advance Australia Fair ahead of the 2025 Australian Grand Prix here at the fantastic Phillip Island.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice.
Fantastic part of the world, a fantastic racetrack and a fantastic rendition of Advance Australia Fair by Sam and Sam then as we continue our countdown for this year's Australian Grand Prix. Johan Zarco just checking out the shaven head of Jack Miller. If this is a countdown of a fantastic racetrack and a fantastic rendition of Advance Australia Fair by Sam and Sam, then as we continue our countdown for this year's Australian Grand Prix. Rendition of Advance Australia Fair by Sam and Sam, then as we continue our countdown for this year's Australian Grand Prix. Johan Zarco just checking out the shaven head of Jack Miller. If this is a flag-to-flag race, you know two of the bravest and boldest in rapidly changing conditions are going to be Zarco and Miller. It's ever happened.
I don't think it's about the 2.5 seconds roughly that you lose per lap, but per penalty. But it's more about the traffic. You jump in, doing these 2 penalties in the first 5 laps. You will be in the middle of the group. So how much time do you jump in back penalty? There are
everybody Andes, that bowling Grand Prix. Rendition of Advance Australia Fair by Sam and Sam, then as we continue our countdown for this year's Australian Grand Prix. Johan Zarco just checking out the shaven head of Jack Miller. If this is a flag-to-flag race, you know two of the bravest in Australian Grand Prix. Fantastic rendition of Advance Australia Fair by Sam and Sam, then as we continue our countdown for this year's Australian Grand Prix. Johan Zarco just
in the race and just get them out of the way and then chase back from further back down the order. It's going to be fascinating to see just where Bez emerges at the end of the second of his 2 long laps. He won't be able to come through there on the very first lap. He'll get the instruction on his dashboard sometime on the first lap after he's passed turn 4, and then from that point he will have 5 laps in which to serve 2 long lap penalties. The long lap penalty zone, which I'm sure you're up to speed with now, but in case you're not, it is on the outside of turn 4, Miller corner.
It certainly does add an extra dynamic, an extra dimension, doesn't it, to this Australian Grand Prix. Bezzecchi clearly
Miller corner.
It certainly does add an extra dynamic, an extra dimension, doesn't it, to this Australian Grand Prix. Bezzecchi clearly the fastest rider on circuit all weekend, having to do the 2 long laps. Will some rain throw another spanner in the works? Blimey, can you imagine if Bezzecchi has to contend with a flag-to-flag race and 2 long laps? Who knows whether the heavens will open here very, very shortly. We certainly hope they don't, as Fermin Aldeguer, well, brought crashing back down to earth with a... Who knows whether the heavens will open here very, very shortly. We certainly hope they don't, as Fermin Aldeguer, well, brought crashing back down to earth with a... out of his sails after a crash at Siberia and outside the point scoring places yesterday in that sprint. Jack Miller then, front row of the grid for the 30th time in his MotoGP career. He has been here before. 30 years of age now as the rider from Townsville. Can he deliver a top performance to send the Aussie fans home happy? Marco Bezzecchi. It's going to be all about his tactics and strategy, isn't it, in those first 5 laps where he has to do the 2 long laps. Raul Fernandez also a big contender, no question, maybe even for the victory, depending on what happens to Bezzecchi ahead of him on that factory Aprilia. Just some last-minute words of encouragement then for Miller.
It might be Jack Miller that Marco Bezzecchi's looking to for some inspiration. Jack Miller is the only rider ever in MotoGP who has served 2 long lap penalties and still won the race. He got those for speeding in the pit lane during that flag-to-flag race in Le Mans back in 2021. That is the only time a double long lap penalty has ever been overcome to take victory.
Pedro Acosta, we know what a rocket ship off the line that KTM RC16 is, and as we saw quite brilliantly throughout the whole of the Indonesian Grand Prix on the Sunday and then yesterday in the sprint, Pedro Acosta right now is arguably the hardest rider to overtake. He's the ultimate blocker right now. As Acosta, he says, well, I'm going to just play the cards that I'm dealt with. The KTM, it has strength in certain areas, and I just have to capitalise on that. Miller then, looking to be the first Australian home winner in Phillip Island MotoGP since 2012. Casey Stone and Marco Bezzecchi looking for a double win with a double long lap, but firing away from pole position. Fabio Quartararo looking for his first victory in 3.5 years. The Yamaha star leads the field away from the front of the grid. To find out who will be the Wizard of Oz in MotoGP in 2025. A front row featuring Fabio Quartararo chasing his first Premier Class success since the Sachsenring in 2022. Can Marco Bezzecchi complete an Aprilia route of this Phillip Island battle, having been dominant from the front row to win yesterday's 13-lap sprint? And Jack Miller, with the hopes of a nation, the hopes of the Aussie motorsport fans all around this great nation, wondering if he can produce some magic here today. Miller going from his first front row start on the Pramac Yamaha. Don't discount Pedro Acosta from the second row of the grid. As always here in Australia, this will be a time management race. Who can manage the medium rear tyre over the full 27 laps? Are we going to get some flag-to-flag drama? Rain hanging in the air, looming large just off the coast here in Phillip Island. The riders, though, are going to be starting on Michelin slick rubber. Johan Zarco, of course, already a winner in a flag-to-flag encounter, memorably so, of that French Grand Prix in Le Mans as we started our European campaign. Jack Miller will just be going for broke running, nothing to lose. Just a quick reminder, if this is the first time you're joining us here in Australia, Marco Bezzecchi has a double long lap penalty after his controversial collision on lap 1 with newly crowned MotoGP World Champion Marc Marquez, who was unfortunately just 2 weeks after lifting the biggest prize in motorcycle racing in Motegi, was once again back under the surgeon's knife. Sadly, a fracture to his right shoulder blade will keep Marc Marquez sidelined until probably the last round of the season in Valencia, if not for the remainder of 2025. Still some good news, though, beckons more good news, let's be honest, as far as the Marquez family are concerned. For the first time in Grand Prix history, what a story this would be, as we look to have a Marc and Alex Marquez 1-2 in the World Championship. Alex can actually seal second place overall in the standings today, depending on what happens to the out of sorts double world champion Pecco Bagnaia, who limped over the finish line in the sprint yesterday, 19th place, over 32 seconds behind winner Marco Bezzecchi. He's actually going to be hanging on to potentially third and fourth in the championship. The rate is going for Pecco Bagnaia, who is having the biggest crisis of his Grand Prix career, not just in MotoGP. Fabio Quartararo, then a rather disappointing 7th from pole position at the end of that 13-lap sprint yesterday. Can he make amends and be the first winner on a Yamaha in 7 years? Maverick Vinales did the business here on an M1 back in 2018. Green flag then has cleared at the back. It's lights out, we're racing in MotoGP here in Australia. It's a superb start from second place on the grid by sprint winner Marco Bezzecchi. Quartararo, like yesterday, is going the wrong way. Acosta is using that lightning speed of the KTM on the run down into the Doohan corner. Acosta immediately up into third place. Miller runs a little bit bit wide going on the brakes into the Durham corner. That's allowed Quartararo back through into 4th place, but it's Bez that leads it, and Aprilia 1-2 once again.
Another poor start, as you said, for Quartararo, but he has at least limited the damage somewhat, and this is perfect for Marco Bezzecchi. That's exactly what he would have wanted to achieve on this first lap. Get out front, pull an advantage out, so the long laps aren't going to cost you as much.
Yeah, and Fernandez now as Acosta toughs it out on the brakes into the Miller corner against Quartararo. That looks like Luca Marine's getting a little bit hung out to dry on the 10 factory Honda going through the Miller corner. I think Alex Marquez had the inside line. Paul Espargaro and Mario Vinales' injury replacements had another good getaway. Espargaro through sector 1 in 8th.
Fabio Di Gianantonio is up front into 9th. He's a rider who expects to be motoring towards the front of this race. So it's the factory Aprilia from the Trackhouse Aprilia, but Pedro Acosta right behind Ralph Fernandez there, I guess, effectively battling for the lead of the race once Bezzecchi jumps out of the way.
Great start, a superb start, wasn't it, from Bezzecchi. He absolutely nailed it away from the lights to put himself in prime position now to lead the Grand Prix into the first of his 2 long laps. Further back down the order, Aldeguer's hopes of being the first rookie to win back-to-back MotoGP races since Marc Marquez all the way back in 2013. That's going to be a long shot, to say the least, for Aldeguer. He's going to complete lap 2 of 27, down in 10th place.
Pecco Bagnaia has dropped to place in the first lap. He's 15th, so the indicator has now come up now. There you can see it on your screens. Bezzecchi now, in the next 5 laps, has to serve his double long lap penalty. He's already got probably the riders outside the top 10 out of his window the first long lap, so even if he served his first one now, he'd still be in the top 10.
That missile top speed of Espargaro's KTM RC16 just saw him blitz Marini down the Gardner straight on the factory on, and nothing Marini could do about that as Espargaro now climbs up into 7th place. There's a bit of a gap emerging here already, isn't there, between Bezzecchi, Fernandez and Acosta, which was your top 3 at the end of playing yesterday's sprint.
The dream scenario for Bez would be to come out of his first long lap into that gap, but that might be a little bit too much to ask for Bezzecchi because he doesn't have too much time to play with. So Miller 5th from Alex Marquez. Then it is the rocket KTM you referred to of Paul Espargaro ahead of Marini, Digia and Aldeguer into the top 10.
How on earth is Paul Espargaro a part-time racer? Fastest TV pundit in the world, isn't it, without any question? That is the Spanish rider, former Moto2 winner here, just hugging that inside line as he keeps Marini and the Gianantonio at bay behind him.
So the gap from Bezzecchi back to Ralph Fernandez then at the moment is a quarter of a second. Bagnaia has just lost another place, by the way, to Baccini. This is all really turning into a rather familiar experience for Pecco Bagnaia as he starts to slip back through the order. But Bezzecchi not exactly putting the same kind of distance we expected into the rest of the field. A 28.0 matched by Acosta.
Acosta, brilliant. He's got the inside line there, using every single pony underneath him there. He's got a big twitch on the front and the rear. Both wheels sliding almost as he went through the Durham corner. That's what happens when you're on top of the fastest motorcycle in history. Got the great drive coming out of turn 12, and then he just started clicking through 4th, 5th and 6th gear. It was easy as you like to take second from Fernandez.
Surely this is exactly where Pedro Acosta would have dreamed of being at this stage of the race, because the rider ahead of him is going to take a long lap, well 2 long laps, and jump out of his way. So Pedro Acosta will surely soon inherit the lead of the Grand Prix, and we know how hard he is to pass.
Bagnaia, after 2 laps already, almost 5 seconds adrift of Bezzecchi, stuck down in a very lonely 18th place. In fact, he's lost a whole chunk of time already on this lap 3. Bagnaia now 6.2 seconds adrift of Bez, who's just trying to build this lead, gain as big an advantage as he possibly can before he serves the first of those 2 long laps.
Yeah, look at this pack behind him. They're all battling bottom end of the top 10. This is where Bez is going to filter back in, and then he's not going to be able to have clear tarmac ahead of him to try and maximise his pace between this and the second long lap penalty. 1.2 seconds is the advantage to Acosta. He's doing all he can, but he's certainly going to lose the lead when he comes through the loop.
And having built such a huge advantage to commanding lead already, how much is Bezzecchi taking out of that medium rear tyre? Again, he's in the 27th. It's electrifying. It's dynamic pace, this by Bez. A 127.865, but how much is he already overcooking that medium rear tyre to get himself into this position of authority before he sweeps into the long lap for the first time? Looking at our commentary box window, we're going to pick up Bezzecchi very, very shortly through the Stoner corner. His advantage over Acosta is nigh on 1.3 seconds. Here then comes Bezzecchi. Acosta versus Fernandez behind him. This, well, no, he's not come in.
Well, he's got 5 laps to play with. He's now gone through 3 times, so we now know he's made his strategy clear to the rest of the field. He's surely going to be coming through on the next 2 consecutive laps.
Yeah, you do just wonder whether this real big early burst, this surge that he had to make, he had no choice. His hand was forced by the 2 long laps for the Marquez contact in Mandalika last time, as Fernandez has got back through on Acosta. Now this is good news as far as Aprilia are concerned, isn't it? Fernandez immediately finds a way back through on fellow Spaniard Acosta. Now they drop down through into turn 10. This is where Bezzecchi made the big mistake, one of his few mistakes in yesterday's sprint.
Quartararo is now starting to get up to speed in 4th place. He did 28.4 on the last lap, which was quicker than the 2 immediately up ahead of him, and he's got a bit of breathing space back to Jack Miller. So far on this lap, actually, Bezzecchi's lost some of his advantage back to Raul Fernandez.
He's the only rider in the 27s on that previous lap was Bez. He's back in the 28s. Yeah, and Raul Fernandez was faster. Raul Fernandez getting on with this, cracking the whip, isn't he, on that track out of Aprilia? 128 flat PB lap from Fernandez. Not a great lap for that from Acosta, who was a lot slower than Fernandez ahead of him and slower than Quartararo, Miller and Alex Marquez behind him.
Turn 1 in the gravel trap, so much so, and Zarco straight to the gravel trap. That will be a fast old crash at Doon Corner. So coming through Stoner Corner now, bit of a head shake there for Bez, just to show how hard he's pushing. Surely now he's going to go straight on into the long lap penalty loop. Here he comes. Raul Fernandez then takes the lead of the Australian Grand Prix. Acosta will also go through into 2nd place. Where is he relative to Quartararo? He's just ahead of him.
Bezzecchi then slots back in ahead of Fabio Quartararo. Now they go through to Siberia, turn 6. So minimising the damage is Bezzecchi after his great start leading on that first lap. This is going to be a big old get off for Zarco. He's well wide. So wide. He stays committed, doesn't he, there? And that front, just look at the big dark line he leaves from that Michelin rear tyre. Ooh, that's a scary one for Zarco. Let go of it, Johan, let go of it. He finally does, spikes the dust. So if there is going to be some flag-to-flag drama, Johan Zarco's not going to be involved in it. That's a nasty old get-off. So then here we go. Oh, Jack Miller's gone down. Jack Miller has crashed out of podium contention here in his home Grand Prix, having raised the roof to get himself on the front row here yesterday and fight for the podium in the sprint. Oh, Miller, that went in a flash. That was almost like a rain crash, wasn't it? Miller, that front end washed out from under Miller before he could do anything about it. Oh, Bezzecchi, big head shake on the front there as he attacked into the Doon Corner.
He still did a 1:29.9, even with the long lap vacancy. He lost 1.7 seconds to Raul Fernandez. That's why he's been practicing that all weekend. He certainly did a fast long lap penalty, so if he loses another 2 3/4 to 2 seconds, he's going to drop back somewhere near to Gian Antonio and Pol Espargaro.
And Miller's exits doing a big favour here for Bezzecchi, because there's one rider in this lead group that's taken out of the equation as far as Bez is concerned. He would have had to have fought his way back through shortly after the 2nd long lap on Quartararo, Alex Marquez and Miller. Miller, though, down on that last lap going into Siberia. Paolo Bonora and Massimo Riva looking on from the Aprilia pit wall, just making sure that they know exactly when it'll be the optimal time for him to come in for the 2nd long lap.
Like Bonora was saying, once more and then he'll come in, so we'll see maybe through there on the next lap, but he's not going to be in the lead of the Grand Prix when he takes his 2nd long lap, that is for sure. So Raul Fernandez leads from Pedro Acosta. Neither have won a MotoGP Grand Prix. Fabio Quartararo will surely soon take 3rd place. Of course, he hasn't won for 3.5 years.
Yeah, and Acosta will want this one. He was really miffed. He might not have looked it, but he was inside, having seen his close, or former close pal Fermin Aldeguer beat him to the top step of the podium in MotoGP last time out in Mandalika. Just look at the drive and the corner speed of the Aprilia carries through 12. That's where the Aprilia really does excel and come into its own on those high speed sections through Stoner Corner turn 3, through sort of 7, 8, 9 and then 11 and 12 as there's a head shake there from Quartararo's Yamaha M1 on that high speed change of direction as he attacked now towards the southern loop. He's doing a sterling job here, Quartararo, keeping that high-speed Ducati GP24 in the hands of Alex Marquez behind him.
Yeah, we're still matching Bezzecchi's lap times on the last lap, so will Bez come straight on this time? He's over to the right-hand side of your picture. Here he comes into the long lap penalty loop, so through goes Quartararo, through goes Alex Marquez, through goes to Gian Antonio, and Bezzecchi then rejoins behind Digia in 6th place.
Now that is a big problem. Now he has got a big task on his hands because his immediate competition ahead of him are 2 Ducatis, which are going to be pretty tough to beat, certainly down that long Garden Straight, 900 metres in length. Not very often you're going to see an Aprilia out-drag a Ducati down that start-finish straight. So Bezzecchi, he's got so much time on his side. There's still, what, 20 laps remaining here in Phillip Island as he slots then now back into 6th place.
So he's roughly 2.5 seconds. We can actually see it now on the left-hand side of your screens. He's 2.8 seconds off the race lead. That will not be easy to chase back down. And of course, he's got 5 riders up ahead of him to overtake. Behind him is the battle here for 7th place. Paul Espargaro versus Luca Marini. Binder 9th, confirming Aldeguer 10th, who we're not seeing any sign of coming forward progress from yet.
Well, that's easy as you like, isn't it, for Alex Marquez, blitzing by Quartararo's factory Yamaha. Almost stripping the paintwork off the side of that M1. No competition in terms of top speed there between Alex and Quartararo. More bother brewing here as well for Quartararo, as it's another Fabio that hones in onto his rear tyre. There you can just see coming through the shot out of the Southern Loop is the 72 bike of Bezzecchi. 6th place, he did a 1:29.9 on that last lap, which was exactly 2 seconds slower than Diggio, who's now ahead of him on the road.
Well, Ralph Fernandez is sniffing the opportunity here, of course. Now Bezzecchi out of the way, 2 penalties served, stuck in traffic. Cash in, make hay while the sun is not exactly shining here in Phillip Island. Ralph Fernandez's lead is already in excess of a second over Acosta.
When was the last time we had successive victories from first-time winners in MotoGP back-to-back as Gian Antonio? What a move that is.
He's a threat.
You need some confidence to put a move on Quartararo going through turn 8. Confidence which Diggio had in abundance. And now Gian Antonio from 10th on the grid drops down into turn 10. Diggio upwardly mobile in this Australian Grand Prix, now in P4.
He was in the 27s last time around, but so was Ralph Fernandez, who did a 1:27.895. His best lap of the Grand Prix so far. Of course, he has led sprints before. This is the first time really Ralph Fernandez has led a Grand Prix. Can he handle the pressure and the weight of expectation on his shoulders now?
That second gets clear through Quartararo very quickly. Alex and Gian Antonio have got the pace to drag him back into contention. Trying to come a long way back here. Not close enough though, is he, to attack Quartararo into the Doohan corner.
This is exactly the problem that Massimo Rivola spoke about with Jack on the grid. It's not the long laps themselves, it's the traffic you feed into. He's doing 28.3s now, Bezzecchi. He's 0.4 a lap slower than Ralph Fernandez, the leader.
Yeah, at the moment, Fernandez looks like he's having a Sunday stroll in the, I was going to say Aussie sunshine, not quite so sunny as it was yesterday in the sprint, but at the moment, Ralph Fernandez looking absolutely supreme at the front of this Grand Prix. Into Miller corner we go. On board with Bezzecchi. Still not able to find a way through on Quartararo. Will he try and lunge through, going through turn 7 and 8, just as Gian Antonio did on the previous lap? Yeah, he's lining this up. Surely it's going to be coming. No, he's not close enough. Just shows how good that move was by Diggio on that previous lap, using a bit of the element of surprise to get through on Quartararo. At the front net, Fernandez is about to have a lead of over 1.5 seconds here over Acosta.
We saw contrasting examples of how to deal with traffic from Bez in Indonesia. Of course, made a dreadful start in the sprint, still came through to win on the final lap. Had another poor start in the Grand Prix and ran into Marc Marquez almost immediately. So he needs to be patient, but if he wants to win the Grand Prix, hasn't got an awful lot of time to play with.
Fernandez in the 27s, so we'll have to pose the question of if he's sustaining this kind of speed, how much is he taking out of his Michelin rubber underneath him as Ayagura takes 15th place, the final point scoring place away from Bagnaia. Bagnaia is actually just on a 1:28.277, his best lap of the Grand Prix, which is quicker than Acosta in second, quicker than Quartararo in 5th, and faster than Marco Bezzecchi in 6th place. I mean, Bagnaia's pace, just like he was in Mandalika and in yesterday's sprint, it's like a yo-yo.
So difficult to understand, isn't it? If he doesn't understand it, Ducati don't understand it. I don't know what chance we've got, but he is now back into the points at the expense of Ayagura. Ralph Fernandez then leads by 1.5 seconds over Acosta, by 2.6 seconds over Alex Marquez, 2.9 over Fabio Di Gianantonio. Diggio and Bez perhaps the threats further down the field, but can they clear all this traffic?
Bezzecchi's got to clear Quartararo very soon. Perfect time to ride on board with the Italian once again. Quartararo on this occasion. You just wonder whether Quartararo might have made a little mistake on the exit of Siberia that allowed Gian Antonio to power on through, because Bezzecchi now has been stuck behind the Frenchman for a good 3 or 4 laps, has not been able to make any kind of move. And Luca Marini's getting dragged back into this battle as well. Marini just set his personal, somebody's crashed out. We've got somebody crashing out here. I think it might be Mir who's plummeting down the ODS, so it's going to be another DNF to the increasing tally for Mir. It's going to be a 12th DNF of the season for Joan Mir. Crikey, I mean, what a woeful year it's been for Mir. Alex Marquez, quickest rider on circuit, 1:27.782. Fair play to your race leader Fernandez, though, as Bezzecchi finally has made his way through on Quartararo. Fernandez still in the 27s.
So Alex Marquez is 2.4 seconds off the outscored Bagnaia by 20 points and Bez by 12. If he can somehow get up to the lead of the race, he would achieve that.
12 DNFs in 19 Grand Prix in 2025 for Joan Mir. He is right at the top of that crash count this season with Johan Zarco, who's also gone down the road. At the complete opposite end of the scale is Marini, who missed a couple of Grand Prix after a Suzuka 8-hour testing crash. But on the number 10 bike, I hope this is not the ultimate commentator's curse. Well, Zarco and Mir have been jumping off the RC213V with a rather alarming regularity. Luca Marini still to take a tumble off his factory Honda so far in 2025. At the moment, he's piling the pressure on a fast-fading Quartararo here.
As soon as Alex Marquez set that fastest lap, he's had a scruffy lap on this one. He started the lap 3/4 of a second behind Acosta. It's now over 1 second. So the fastest lap's been followed by a poor one for Alex Marquez, and he's now reversing back towards Fabio Di Gianantonio once again. That's a sad sight to see Jack Miller out of his home Grand Prix, but boy has he done the Aussie fans proud this weekend as Marini now just eases past Fabio Quartararo, who has nothing by way of defence.
Faded from pole to 7th in the sprint yesterday. That was because of an errant front tyre choice by Quartararo, as Aldeguer just tries to squeeze through at the southern loop on Pol Espargaro, who's riding out of his skin once again, isn't he? The KTM replacement rider. So Marini now up into 6th place. Quartararo from pole to 7th on Sunday, just as he did on the Saturday sprint. He's going the wrong way once again, it's Quartararo.
The battle between Aldeguer and Espargaro continues. Firmin trying to go around the outside. Very different ends of the experience spectrum, aren't they? Espargaro and Aldeguer. But Acosta's now upping his pace. He's now in the 1:27s on the last lap as he cut Ralph Fernandez's lead to 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, you just wonder that's Acosta in those first 9-10 laps of the race, just being a little bit conservative, not throwing too much caution to the wind, getting back in those 27s. He might have just been thinking, well, Ralph Fernandez, if he carries on bolting at that pace, there's no way, not a chance that that rear tyre's going to hold out underneath him. Well, we'll find out, won't we, in the second half of this Grand Prix. But encouraging as far as Acosta is concerned. On the previous lap, the only rider in those 27s.
Let's see what the lap times are as they come round this time then. Fernandez, the lead through the third sector, was just under 1.5 seconds. Alex Marquez rebounding this time and closing in. Acosta again in the 27s, as was Alex Marquez. Ralph Fernandez, though, still holding 28 flats and just keeping them at arm's length. Quartararo's unable to do anything about the riders, just queuing up behind him. Pol Espargaro now goes through, and Aldeguer surely is going to follow through momentarily.
Sitting duck right now, unfortunately, is Fabio Quartararo. This has not gone to plan A at all, has it, as far as the factory Yamaha star is concerned. Clinging on at the moment, Quartararo having started from pole position, he's going to have it all on to keep himself inside the top 10, because as you can see just behind him, Quartararo relegated to 9th. Well, not too far behind him are Binder on the 33 KTM, Alex Rins and Enea Bastianini also coming into contention. The Beast. He's a real conundrum, isn't he? Yeah. What an enigma Enea is. A 1:28.015 on that last lap, his fastest lap of the Grand Prix, having worked his way through from 20th up to 12th. And I mean, he's got podium pace about the Beast.
Just tell him every day Sunday and he'll be absolutely fine, because he seems to have great race pace, just nothing in practice nor in qualifying. We've seen nothing really by way of a counter-attack from Bezzecchi since the second long lap penalty. He can only at the moment go as fast as leader Ralph Fernandez, and he's now over 4 seconds off the lead at half distance. Is that just too big a bridge for Marco Bezzecchi to climb?
There was instant regret when he had that collision with Marc Marquez, injuring the reigning world champion, and he always felt like that regret was going to carry on into this Australian Grand Prix with the double long lap penalty hanging over his head, and it does look like that's going to curtail Bez's hopes of a dream double win here. Binder then has got his way through on Quartararo. Quartararo surely very, very quickly is going to surrender his place inside the top 10. Just a passenger at the moment on top of that factory Yamaha, being reeled in quickly now by both Bastianini and his teammate Rins.
Yeah, he's now in the 29s, is Quartararo, although in fairness to him, he's watching riders breeze past him on the main straight every time he comes out of turn 12. Surely the next KTM of Bastianini is going to do the same, and then all 4 KTMs will be ahead of Quartararo, so at least won't see any more of them motor past.
Quick Bagnaia check. He's just done his personal best lap of the Grand Prix once again. Another 1:28.2 from the double world champion as Aldeguer finally picks his way through on Policho, and that's been a pretty tough ask for the Mandalika winner. At the moment finds himself down in 7th place. Davide Brivio looking on. Well, he was a race-winning team manager for Yamaha. He was a race-winning team manager for Suzuki. Is he about to be a race-winning team manager? An easy ride for Alex to take second.
Well, it was Alex who was one of those queuing up behind him in Indonesia, and at one point did get past him, only to lose that second place back again. So Pedro Acosta at the moment, though, don't know how he'll feel about this, because as it stands, once again, he's going to take a brave second place and watch a fellow Spaniard take his first MotoGP victory before he does.
Yeah, and now Fernandez, he's built that lead to over 2 seconds for the first time in this Grand Prix. We're looking at Ralph Fernandez and wondering if there's going to be a collapse late on like came the way of Jorge Martin a couple of years ago. That was when Martin took a real left field gamble, putting the soft Michelin rear tyre on his Pramac Ducati at the time. We know that Fernandez, it's a level playing field really in terms of the tyre choice at the front of this Grand Prix as Alex Marquez goes side by side against Pedro Acosta. This is going to be a game of there on the brakes into the Doohan corner. Acosta just leaving it that fraction later. To be fair, he did have the inside line there, so there was very little having put himself on the outside of Acosta Alex could do in terms of making a move on the inside going into the Doohan corner. Yeah, Grazzini racing, look on. Calma, tranquilo, Alex.
Well, this is all just playing even further into the hands of Ralph Fernandez, isn't it? And for Fabio Di Giannantonio too, behind this in 4th place. Acosta wide through Stoner corner. He's on the inside line. He's going to have to really lunge at Alex Marquez from there, but Alex is able to sweep across the front tyre of Acosta, and he's now clear into 2nd place and launches a tear off in the face of Acosta in the process.
Yeah, and you can see just behind this battle for 2nd and 3rd, Di Giannantonio is certainly not out of this at all. On that last lap, Digi was 4/10 faster than Acosta in that now 3rd place. Still stuck in those low 128s is Bezzecchi. You always felt there was potentially going to be him ruining that double long lap. So many people thought he could still overcome it, but just has not been the case, as he is. Acosta running wide, going through Stoner corner. So you've already taken the best out of those Michelin tyres underneath him, and that's allowed Alex into 2nd.
Yeah, as it stands, he would gain 9 points on Marco Bezzecchi and 17 on Bagnaia, so that would not be quite enough to secure 2nd in the championship today. Bezzecchi would go ahead of Bagnaia into 3rd overall if you put the flag out now. Bezzecchi doing 28.1s, matching Di Giannantonio, and Acosta in danger of plummeting out of the podium battle now.
Yeah, Acosta's suffering at the moment. He's almost back in the 129s for the first time in this Grand Prix. Having a quick look at the timing screens, Acosta, the only rider slower that's already clicked through the timing screens is Lorenzo Savadori on the factory Aprilia racing Jorge Martin. So it could be a tough last 11 laps here as far as Acosta is concerned.
A bit of a battle between MotoGP world champions for 12th place soon, because Quartararo is now behind his fellow Yamaha teammate Rins and is reversing back towards Bagnaia. So did Quartararo just not do enough saving, or has he got some other problem with that Yamaha, because he is falling quickly back down the field?
Painful experiences for Quartararo. Pole position to a frustrating 7th in the sprint yesterday. He blamed that on the incorrect front tyre choice. Went for the hard front today, thinking that was going to be the option that would carry him potentially to a rare podium, but it has just not worked out at all, has it? Look at that now in P12 is Quartararo. That might, well, 13th will probably be about as worse as it gets, because he's about 3 seconds clear of Morbidelli, who's currently in 14th at the moment. But this has not gone to script at all, has it, for Fabio Quartararo from the front of the grid?
So on this lap, Alex Marquez with clear tarmac ahead of him is chipping away a little bit on Ralph Fernandez, whose pace is down to a 28.3, but Alex Marquez only does a 28.2, so he barely took any time out of him at all on that last lap. So Ralph Fernandez has got 2.8 seconds to play with in the final 10 laps, so you can do the maths. He can lose just under 3/10 a lap from there to take a first MotoGP victory. We said it was an opportunity for just about everybody coming into this Australian Grand Prix weekend. Is it Ralph Fernandez who who's going to grasp that opportunity.
Secchi's the fastest rider on circuit, but this is surely all too little too late as far as the sprint winner is concerned. Here is Digit then now piling the pressure once again on Acosta. Acosta is going to have to perform defensive heroics just as he did last time out in Mandalika if he is to cling on to the rostrum here in Phillip Island. Just as you can see, a bit of a dot on the screens coming out of Siberia was Luca Marini on the factory Honda, looking well set for another top 6, although Aldeguer has just put in his PB lap of the Grand Prix, 1:28.090 from the Mandalika winner. So he's got ample time potentially here to get back on par with Marini's Honda.
Gian Antonio has such a proud record here around Phillip Island. The podium which really did change his career back in 2023. A strong fourth, which was an equal best of the season last year. Can he take a second Phillip Island podium out of the last 3? He, like most, absolutely adores the Phillip Island circuit, and it's only Pedro Acosta at the moment that stands between himself and a podium. And is Acosta's resistance about to be finally broken? No, that KTM strong enough on the run down to Doon corner.
A combo of the top speed of the KTM and some brilliant braking there by Acosta into the Doon corner is keeping him in that P3 place. 2.9 seconds or 3 seconds over the line was Fernandez's advantage over Alex Marquez. You can just see Fernandez clearing through our picture as he attacks now hard through Stoner corner, on the brakes now into the Miller corner. So many people thinking that Raul Fernandez is pretty fortunate to still be on this MotoGP grid. Flattering to deceive so many years, struggling to unleash his full potential, which we know he's had after that stellar campaign fighting with Remy Gardner, the Moto2 World Championship back in 2021. Never really worked out for him at KTM. He's had his struggles on a vastly improving Aprilia. But Raul Fernandez now is, 8.5 laps away from what would be a big shock victory. The Gian Antonio might be one corner away from the podium here in Phillip Island. He certainly is on the inside of Acosta. He goes down the hill into the first gear, turn 10. Acosta then's resistance has been futile. He's been pushed off the podium now, back into P4.
Can Gian Antonio get the final corner right though? Because unusually, Fermin Aldeguer said it yesterday, the Ducatis were actually being beaten down the straights by KTMs and Hondas. So is Pedro Acosta now just going to whistle straight back past Dichia on the run into turn 1? Look at the 37. Just pulling up alongside him. 3 lap time for Pedro Acosta, and he takes third place back again.
Is he going to get that stopped? If he does, that is some effort. That is some effort by Acosta. Fair play. Yeah, he just running that little bit hot going into the Doon corner. That just put him on that slightly wrong line for that run down to the Southern Loop, and that's allowed the Gian Antonio to come back through, keeping a watching brief. In 5th place still is Marco Bezzecchi. 2.8 seconds is still the very comfortable advantage that Raul Fernandez has over Alex as Acosta tries to slow Digiri's front wheel going into turn 4 further down the field. Polispargo's just been bumped out of the top 10 by Alex Rins.
Marini and Aldeguer are still having their battle behind this for 6th and 7th place. I think Aldeguer's got the kind of pace to potentially chase off after this podium battle. If he can just clear that Honda. He did a 28.2 last time around, which was quicker than Bezzecchi, quicker than Acosta, and quicker than Digia. But he, like Marco Bezzecchi, who we now see on our screens, seeing way too much traffic for his liking today.
Well, and Aprilia won the sprint, and most likely, without the 2 long laps and Aprilia in Marco Bezzecchi's hands, we're still going to be a big favourite to win this Australian Grand Prix, but it's another Aprilia. The underdog in many respects, Raul Fernandez, who surely is going to take the spoils here, unless he has his rear tyre falling off a cliff like Martin did a couple of years ago. Bezzecchi then now still in that 5th place, trying to pick up some slipstream, some draft behind Acosta's KTM. He's not going to be close enough though to attack the Spaniard into the Doon corner.
His pace has been metronomic, Raul Fernandez at the front. He's still doing low 128. There's been next to no drop-off at all yet, and we stress yet for Raul Fernandez. Now the drop was expected to come on the soft rear tyre in fairness, but they say the final 4 or 5 laps is when you're in that danger zone, when it could fall off a cliff. Just ask Jorge Martin.
Well, for the first time in 58 sprints yesterday, no Ducati featured in the top 3. Doesn't look like Ducati are going to have a continuation of what's been a rather bang average weekend as far as the Bologna factory are concerned. At the moment, no risk of them missing out on a Grand Prix podium for the first time in over 4 years, as Alex Marquez and the Gian Antonio look relatively safe and secure in Ps2 and 3 right now. Fernandez still doing low 128s. It's been absolutely brilliant. This has been sort of a Jorge Lorenzo style performance, hasn't it, by Ralph Fernandez. This is his 76th MotoGP start. He has never had a Sunday podium, just the 2 sprint podiums, and those 2 have come in the last fortnight. Where has this Ralph Fernandez been throughout the last 3 or 4 years? Great to see, though, him finally shining and delivering on all the promise and potential that we knew was there.
We are delighted to welcome the real Ralph Fernandez to MotoGP. Finally, if this is indeed what we're seeing, Pedro Acosta's about to see some more pain, I think, here. Bezzecchi, though, look how brave, look how bold. Pedro Acosta is on the brakes. Was he too bold? No, he does just about get it. Stopped down into Durham corner, and this is going to add to the frustration of Marco Bezzecchi, who knew from Thursday just how difficult his life was going to be today, and his fears have been realised.
Just does not know when he's beaten, does he, Acosta? He's the ultimate prize fighter. You want him in your corner when you're Pedro Acosta. What another brilliant performance he's producing here. Ralph Fernandez, as you can see, long gone up the road. So he's on lap 22 of 27. How much longer can Acosta resist this onslaught coming from Bezzecchi? Alex Marquez, 2.9 seconds. It's never really got down under 2.8 seconds, the gap between Fernandez and Alex, as Bezzecchi goes on the inside of Acosta through turn 8. That was a real class move, that, by Bez. So that might be as good as it gets as far as the sprint winner is concerned here. He does finally pick up Acosta to take P4.
And probably as bad as it's going to get for Pedro Acosta, unless he has some serious tyre drop late on, because Acosta does have an advantage of nearly 2 seconds over Luca Marini. Fermin Aldiguez's pace has really dropped off in the last lap and a half. He's doing 29s now in 7th place. He's potentially going to reverse back towards a KTM battle between Bastianini and Binder. We're just watching them out of the window a moment ago. They were really knocking spots of each other into Miller corner.
And further down, keeping a close eye on the Quartararo Bagnaia scrap for the bottom end of the point scoring places. Yeah, the Gian Antonio, he's got great late race pace here. He's proven it over the last couple of years or so. In fact, Bagnaia has finally got through on Fabio Quartararo. So Pecco Bagnaia at least is salvaging some points, and perhaps more significantly some pride and some confidence and feeling in the front end of that Ducati GP25, because he's still doing high 128s. It's been perfectly respectable pace, this, as far as Bagnaia is concerned.
He might still get into the top 10 yet, Bagnaia, because he's doing high 28s. The pack ahead of him are all doing mid 29s, so there is still some points on the table here for Bagnaia, and if he wants to finish in the top 3 in the World Championship, he might need every point he can get.
Digi's taking second. I was going to say, he's taking second on this lap. He takes it immediately. He made that brilliant move there, didn't he, early on in this Grand Prix, through on Fabio Quartararo. Digia loves that attack going through turn 8, doesn't he? That's an absolute class manoeuvre, that by Gian Antonio. Is it all a little bit too late, though, as far as the victory hopes are concerned? We'll check the gap between Fernandez and the Gian Antonio when they cross the line. There'll be, what, 4 laps remaining very, very shortly. But having cleared now Alex, twitch there for Alex. You can see that he's running into some late grip problems, isn't he, on that Ducati GP24. What can Digia do about a 3.1 second deficit to Ralph Fernandez? Can't see him recovering that in just 4 laps.
It's a big black line on the rear tyre. Is that Ralph Fernandez just telling his team, calm down, don't worry, I've got this? Or is he just stretching his fingers out? Is he just trying to just fight off any kind of nerves that Ralph Fernandez must be dealing with, because there must be so much on his mind right now? Of course, in Moto2, he was so comfortable, so supreme when he led Grand Prix. This is his first opportunity to demonstrate those talents in MotoGP, and he is certainly doing that.
You can understand why, perhaps, as he closed in on the biggest achievement, the biggest day of his Grand Prix career, that he's perhaps getting a little bit tight, a little bit tense. It's so difficult to muscle a 300 horsepower MotoGP bike around this super fast Phillip Island circuit, particularly when there's some gusting breeze around as well. Really physically challenging without the wind to contend with, so that may be just giving that left arm a little bit of a breather from Ralph Fernandez.
Someone's down at Siberia off into the distance. I think it might be Pecco Bagnaia with 4 laps to go. He was salvaging some pride from this Grand Prix, but he crashes with 4 laps to go.
Well, things do just keep going from bad to worse, don't they, as far as Bagnaia is concerned. Never settled in a million years as he flicked it left into Siberia. He had just clawed his way back through on Quartararo. Was the wind factor, was the left into Siberia. He had just clawed his way back through on Quartararo. Was the Pecco Bagnaia walking away from the scene of another for him. Alex, what a moment, what a day, beckoning for him. Alex just looks like he might be dropping back into the clutches of Bez here. Bez, this still might be on for a podium rescue after his 2 long laps.
Bez is still doing 28 zeros in 4th place. No one else is doing anything better than a 28.5 out there, and that's Fabian Antonio, who's breaking clear of Alex Marquez now, so there's definitely a podium. Potentially 2nd place if you can clear Alex Marquez quickly. Gian Antonio not taking much time out of Ralph Fernandez on the last lap, but 0.3 of a second. That's not going to worry Trackhouse at this stage.
Yeah, Digit's going to give himself a right bash around the head, isn't he, after a poor qualifying? There's been no doubt about it. If anybody had the speed, if anybody had the pace to take the fight to the Aprilias here this weekend, it was Gian Antonio. But boy, is he paying so dearly for that 10th place on the grid. Fought his way through to 5th in the sprint, just over a 10th off the podium behind Pedro Acosta and Miller. He is going to be on the podium here this afternoon, it looks like, for Gian Antonio, but could it have been better? He certainly had the pace to go with Ralph Fernandez, but just far too much to do coming from row 4.
2 more laps to go, and of course Trackhouse are on the verge of something quite special too here in the remaining lap and a half. Of course, they, very new to MotoGP, looking to try and put the stars and stripes back on top in MotoGP. They are a lap and a half away from achieving it with a rider who they have put so much faith in over the last year or so. Faith that not everyone felt was well placed. They are being rewarded for that faith today.
Team Roberts, I guess probably the last time an American team was victorious in MotoGP. What a moment this is for Justin Marks and all of his connections. There's a massive time swing between Australia and the US, but I'm sure they're all glued to their screens right now for a moment of history. Of course, they are serial winners on 4-wheel motorsport over in America, but this is the reason why they decide to take the plunge and come in and try and repeat that success on 2 wheels. And at the moment, Ralph Fernandez is getting the job done. Bezzecchi is coming down the hill into turn 10. There's nothing that Alex can do about that. Marco Bezzecchi then does indeed dive to the inside of Alex Marquez to take the final place on the podium. This has been some salvage mission by Bez.
Don't want to worry Trackhouse, but Ralph Fernandez's lead has plummeted on this penultimate lap. Here he comes to start the final lap. What's his advantage? Ralph Fernandez does a 1:29.187. He's got 1.8 seconds over to Gian Antonio, who took 0.8 out of him on the last lap. Is Ralph Fernandez just managing this? He's got just over 4.5 miles to go.
They've got no fingernails left right now in Trackhouse, have they? They'll be looking at those timing screens and thinking, is he just managing this beautifully to the checkered flag? Marco Bezzecchi is going to be taking 3rd place in the World Championship away, isn't he, from Pecco Bagnaia at the moment? Another real poor day at the office, a poor weekend as far as Bagnaia is concerned, surrendering 3rd in the standings as well. Down to 1.6 seconds is the gap between Fernandez and Digia. Vote for your rider of the race. There's a few contenders. Surely your vote's going to be going to potentially our race winner here, Davide Brivio. He's been in this position so many times, hasn't he? With Yamaha, with Suzuki, and now with a 3rd manufacturer at Aprilia. Yeah, this is just in his hands now. 1.7 seconds clear he is of Digia.
He has 3 more corners to go. Downhill into MG. He'll go left through 11 and left through 12. There are few better places than Phillip Island to take any MotoGP victory, but the first MotoGP victory, always the most special, and Ralph Fernandez can reach out and touch it.
After Fermin Aldeguer took his first MotoGP success last time out in Manlica, we have another first-time winner in MotoGP, and it is the phenomenal Ralph Fernandez in Phillip Island who wins the Australian Grand Prix for Trackhouse Aprilia. What a moment for Fernandez, what a moment for the American team as they take their first ever MotoGP victory. Gian Antonio fights his way through from 10th up into 2nd place. Marco Bezzecchi with a late rally after his 2 long laps does indeed rescue a podium in 3rd. Alex Marquez is 4th. Acosta 5th over the line. Marini back inside the top 6. Top 10 to Rins, Binder, Bastianini and Pol Espargaro. Points for Quattro, Oliveira, Agura, Aldeguer and Morbidelli. But Raul Fernandez In back-to-back races then in 2025, we have first-time winners. Brilliant for the Aprilia rider. What a weekend it has been for the Nawale factory. Ralph Fernandez, Marco Bezzecchi, your top two on Friday, top two in the sprint on Saturday, and now first and third here in that Grand Prix. It's just about going to start to sink in, isn't it, as far as Ralph Fernandez is concerned. He's had some fierce and third in it as top 10 for Rins, Binder, Bastianini and Pol Espargaro. Points for Quattro, Oliveira, Agura, Aldeguer and Morbidelli. But Ralph Fernandez in back-to-back
22. He was picked as an incredible talent. He matched and beat some of Marc Marquez's Moto2 records as a rookie in that class, and that is not achieved easily. But in MotoGP, it has been a bit of a rocky road to this point. Davide Brivio, who can spot a talent, of course, he brought Joan Mir into MotoGP, and on the way to MotoGP title of glory, placed his faith in Ralph Fernandez, and Ralph Fernandez can now turn around to all of his critics and put the finger to his lips and say, I am a MotoGP winner.
Marco Bezzecchi, what a rally, what a performance by Bez. Just as it was in the sprint yesterday, two Aprilias. An under-strength Aprilia effort here this weekend, of course, with no Jorge Martin. Ralph Fernandez then prevails here in Phillip Island, becoming the 38th winner in the modern MotoGP four-stroke era, the 124th winner in Premier Class history, our 7th different winner of 2025. And what a moment this will be. I'm sure he's going to be incredibly emotional. Ralph Fernandez, Trackhouse and Aprilia have stood by their man, and they have been given the biggest prize. This is going to be super special, isn't it, for all of the connections to Trackhouse.
He's also the 5th different winner in the last 5 Grand Prix. Marc Marquez in Hungary, Alex in Barcelona. Of course, we saw some drama in Misano. Pecco Bagnaia, of course, taking the victory in Japan. Indonesia went the way of Fermin Aldeguer. And Ralph Fernandez victorious today. And as his brother Adrian is sure to be part of the celebrations. That's the Leopard team, of course, that Ralph Fernandez spent so much time with, of course, with his younger brother Adrian riding for that team. It's today, though, Raul who gets to make his way into Parc Fermé. He stands aboard his Aprilia. Davide Brivio has put so much faith in him. His faith is rewarded. He's now talking to Jack.
Yeah, he's just run off just to give his congratulations to Ayagura for his efforts. Just going to see how long. In fact, come back to me in 30 seconds, guys.
We certainly will do, Jack. Davide Brivio is not going to get away with a winning interview as Ralph Fernandez then embraces his Trackhouse team. Absolutely, what a day to remember for the Spanish one. Let's go and hear the thoughts of the boss, Davide Brivio, with Jack.
Well, Davide, so many people for so long wanted to write off Raul, but you guys continued to believe in him. He's now a MotoGP race winner.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe it. He did great today. He rode leading the race. Of course, he's an expert rider, but he has done already. What to say? He couldn't be better, no, today. So, all congratulations to Raul.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Dreams do come true. Never doubt yourself. Keep pushing yourself. Keep making all the sacrifices. Block out some of the criticism, because better days are always around the corner, and none better than today as far as Ralph Fernandez is concerned. First time we have 2 Aprilias on a Grand Prix podium since the 2023 Catalan Grand Prix. What a day that was, as Aleix Espargaro led home Maverick Vinales. Would the tale of the tape been slightly different without Marco Bezzecchi's 2 long laps? Well, that's all this, but what's a maybe. Let's take nothing away from our Australian Grand Prix winner in 2025, the fantastic Ralph Fernandez.
Yeah, those 2 long lap penalties are not Ralph Fernandez's fault. They're Marco Bezzecchi's, who did a great job, in fairness to him, to make up for that, taking a podium in the end. Another lap or 2, it might have been second. It's 4th for Alex Marquez, who will have to wait probably another 6 days to secure second place in the championship. Marco Bezzecchi keeps that going on at least another week, but we can now surely say that the Marquez brotherly 1-2 is just one more race away from being completed.
Another dire day for Pecco Bagnaia. His late crash out of top 10 contention, and Marco Bezzecchi's brilliant charge to the podium sees Bez finally wrestle top 3 in the championship away from the Italian Chris Hemsworth, the Hollywood A-lister, who's been spending so much time with the VR46 racing team this weekend. Well, he's brought a bit of a podium touch to Valentino Rossi's pit box, because Fabio Di Giannantonio, boy does he love Phillip Island after what was effectively a career-saving podium here back in 2023. He's done the business again. As Trackhouse Aprilia, don't think they can quite believe it, can they? Chris Hemsworth there just having a chat to Pablo Nieto, the Fertamina Enduro VR46 racing team boss. Paolo Bonora, of course, such a key figure behind the scenes at Aprilia, comes to congratulate Raul Fernandez. It's brilliant scenes, absolutely wonderful scenes to see a rider fulfill a dream, fulfill a lifelong goal, and to take their first success in MotoGP. Two Aprilias. What a weekend it's been for Aprilia.
That's the catchphrase of the Trackhouse team. Welcome to the house. Well, Phillip Island is now their house.
Dare we say it? Despite Marc Marquez's brilliance in 2025 on current form, is Aprilia the best motorcycle in MotoGP right now? Certainly putting a strong case to be known with that accolade, as the Aussie fans make their way to the podium celebrations, as they will savour and offer their adulation to a first-time winner, Raul Fernandez. 1.4 seconds he was clear of Fabio Di Giannantonio at the checkered flag. Looking forward to hearing our top 3 very, very shortly. Then have a little post-race natter with Jack down in Parc Fermé. Let's hear from Marco Bezzecchi. Then he led early on, had to serve the 2 long laps, but still salvaged a brilliant podium. He's now 3rd in the World Championship. Bez with Jack.
Marco, once again, you had to fight today. That long lap penalty, the double long lap penalty, was always going to make things difficult. Just how deep did you have to dig to get onto the podium?
Yeah, it was a super tough race, because of course with the penalty was everything more complicated, but my strategy worked perfectly, because I wanted to make the perfect start and try to push at the beginning, and I had a bit of gap when I made the penalty, so super happy. I didn't imagine to catch a podium with a penalty, so very happy. I'm super grateful to my team, to all Aprilia factory, also the Riders Academy, Vale, and all the staff, because they are always close to me, and now it's time to recover a bit physically for Malaysia.
Great job, well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, more time to recover, not too much time to recover for Bez before he's back on track in Malaysia in just 5 days' time. But that's another brilliant performance, isn't it, by the Italian. That is his 40th career podium finish, his 16th in the MotoGP World Championship, and that actually now does as we just listen to Bellissimo and Grandissimo, the congratulations to Marco Bezzecchi's brilliant late charge, and make that Bez's 7th podium finish of the season, which is now a new record from an Aprilia rider. No Aprilia rider has ever taken that amount of podiums in a MotoGP campaign. Just shows the outstanding job that Bez has been doing. Certainly over the last few Grand Prix, his last 8 finishes, all top 5s. Fabio Di Giannantonio's love affair, though, with Phillip Island continues. An excellent second for the Ducati star, and he's with Jack.
Well, Fabio, it's been a roller coaster, up and down season, but once again, you come to Phillip Island and magic happens. You must love this place.
This place is amazing. A part of racing is a fantastic island, so whenever we come here, it's just a magical weekend. Then, yeah, for sure, when you do races like this, it's even more sweet. You know, it's been a great race. Definitely, maybe the biggest bittersweet of my career, because we had the potential, we just ruined the opportunity to win for the qualifying, but a part of this racing today was amazing. Did a lot of overtakes, great pace. I was trying to catch Raul, but it was really far. So happy for me, for the team. we keep going, we never give up. Even as a roller coaster season, we always try to keep up.
Super ride, well done.
Thank you. Ciao guys.
Yeah, cracking ride that once again in front of the Australian fans for Fabio Di Gianantonio. Just his third Grand Prix podium of the season. His last, of course, was a special one as well, in front of his home crowd in Mugello. Never an easy proposition to find your way through on Pedro Acosta when he's fighting for the top 3 on a KTM, but he does it. Maybe he's a bit of a lucky charm, isn't he, Chris Hemsworth? If Fernando can pay for a flight for the star of Thor to maybe come to the Sepang Grand Prix next weekend. We're going to hear from, I'm sure, a very emotional Ralph Fernandez, a first-time MotoGP winner. What a place to do it as well, right here in Phillip Island. Your MotoGP winner then in the Australian Grand Prix of 2025, a first-time winner, Ralph Fernandez with Jack.
Raul, what a journey it's been for you in MotoGP. Doubted by so many, but you've silenced the critics today. You are a MotoGP race winner. How good does that sound?
I cannot believe it. So sorry, but I cannot believe it. I think after a long time, we found something. All the team always believed me. They never stopped to support me. So it is the consequence of hard work. So thanks to them. Of course, we make a really good pace. I try to manage until the end. We know that in this kind of track, you need to manage very well the rear tire, and I try to make, because at the end, we know that was very difficult to manage, and it is what I did. Just especially the last 5 laps was super long race for me. So, but anyway, thanks to my team, thanks to my family, they always support me. So thanks to them.
Huge congratulations.
Thank you.
Those last 5 laps probably felt like 5 years for Ralph Fernandez, but he has finally done it. This is that special moment which you could never take away from him. Winning a MotoGP race for the very first time at one of our most iconic and classic venues. There's his crew chief on the left there, Noe Herrera. Davide Brivio there, offering a round of applause as Trackhouse are MotoGP winners for the very first time. Valencia, all the way back in 2021 in Moto2, was the last time Ralph Fernandez would have heard the Spanish national anthem after a victory for the Spanish rider. 11th win of his career, but this, the biggest of them all, his first in MotoGP, first for Trackhouse. Just the 6th ever win in MotoGP for Aprilia. Marco Bezzecchi, Aleix Espargaro, Maverick Vinales, previous winners for the Nuali factory. But now we can add Ralph Fernandez to that roster.
And if you're going to win a Grand Prix, that's how to win it. From the front, no one ever really put in under any kind of threat. As soon as Marco Bezzecchi had served his first long lap penalty, the path was clear for Ralph Fernandez to motor clear at the front of the race. What a result for Raul, what a result for Trackhouse, and you have to say, from Ralph Fernandez's point of view, that was no fluke, as he completes the clean sweep for every team now, as you can see in MotoGP. They have all now won a MotoGP Grand Prix, with the newest team in MotoGP, Trackhouse, joining the rest. All 11 teams now in MotoGP are Grand Prix winners.
There's going to be some party in the house later on as far as Trackhouse are concerned, isn't there? As we get set for the podium celebrations. It's been a pretty windy and wild day here in Phillip Island, but as always, we've been treated to some spectacular action. We go from the rather cool and chilly breeze of Phillip Island to Sepang and the heat and humidity once again. There are some Jack Miller fans who unfortunately didn't get to see the home hero sustain his fight for the podium after an early crash at Siberia when he was well locked inside that top 6. As we'll take a pause and listen to the thoughts of the top 3.
Bravo Tio, sono contento per te, lo sai?
Grazie mille.
Te lo meriti.
Ti guardava che arrivavi te, arrivava.
Sto spingendo.
Ma te sempre, Tio, alla fine sei forte? Anche?
Perché curo bene le gomme dall'inizio.
Sì.
Però andai
una
forte.
partenza da Dio. Non ti hai partito bene oggi? Sì.
Ma l'anno scorso la 1. Cioè se andavi tipo un metro largo così, c'erano le buche?
No.
Non c'erano infatti.
No, sì, oppure meno. Sì, alla 1 sì.
Anche l'anno scorso?
Sì. Sì, credo sì.
Alla 2 che vento c'era.
Tanto?
Si chiudeva da me.
Ma secondo me a fine gara di più? No?
Eccomi qua.
Oh, guarda, te sei andato forte. Cioè, fa il podio con due long lap.
Sì.
Ma poi stamattina il vento non c'era praticamente.
Comunque se non giri col vento non è girare Phillip Island. Cioè
Sì.
venerdì e sabato non era
No, vento e gabbiani nella moto.
Io ieri...
Ieri l'hai preso piano, mi hai passato.
Mi sono arrivati i pezzi nel collo per 3 giri.
Sì. 2 giri alla fine, Dio, qua.
C'era il gabbiano.
Arrivando alla 10. Wow.
Te quanti secondi avevi?
3.
Niente.
Io pensavo che mi rompi le scatole. Ah, anche te l'hai passato lì. Okay.
Ma io quando ti arrivavo a te, nel momento che ti prendevo, passavi.
Ah, ok.
E allora vai, passo io, mi avvicinavo, passavi.
Perché l'upgrade
dopo
abbiamo
in
messo
realtà
qui.
qua io ho perso con Acosta per passarlo, ho perso un po' più tempo e te già eri andato. E io ho detto, posso fare quarto. Quando ho spinto per andare via Costa ho visto che vi prendevo. Allora ho detto, ok, cerchiamo di prenderli e vediamo.
È caduto?
Poverino Pecco.
Madonna, lì c'è il muro vicino comunque.
Abbiamo montato i specchietti sta gara per quello che ti staccavo Bez quando ti avvicinavi. L'update 26 quello lì. Bello. Prima vittoria, no? Prima è stato grande.
Sì. Il primo podium dopo 3 anni, 4.
Ah, sì.
L'ultima volta che ho
No, però sprint l'hai fatti?
Sì, è sprint.
Gara lunga no?
Mai.
Bella sta coppa.
Sì.
Figa.
Mamma mia, sono a pezzi,
Oh, guarda
stamattina mi
la gente.
è salita la febbre, sono a pezzi.
Ci credo. Io sono a pezzi non per la febbre.
Sì, poi Phillip Island.
So our top 3 then have processed that dramatic Phillip Island Grand Prix here in Australia. And now it's time for the podium celebrations as we herald once again a first time winner in MotoGP in 2025.
So it is Davide Brivio who put his faith in Raul Fernandez, who takes his place on the podium. Track House are winners in MotoGP. Marco Bezzecchi, superb ride, what a comeback for him. The 2 long laps were just too much. Fabio Di Gianantonio, second Phillip Island podium out of the last 3 and a third of the season. But your star today, representing the stars and stripes of the United States and Trackhouse, he lets the emotion out. Raul Fernandez, a day that he thought may never come at times. When he was jettisoned from Tech 3 KTM in MotoGP, he found a new home at RNF, which of course then became Trackhouse under new American ownership, and he has shone today. Congratulations then to Davide Brivio. Trackhouse take their first MotoGP victory. What a place to take it to. Third for Marco Bezzecchi, which takes him to third in the World Championship too now. 8 points ahead of Pecco Bagnaia with 3 Grand Prix to go. He must have known even before he came here that some penalty was coming his way. So to take a podium regardless is some effort. The chairman of the AGPC will present second place over to Fabio Di Gianantonio, who takes a round of applause from Thor himself. But the superhero from a Trackhouse point of view today was Raul Fernandez. Doubted for so long, but doubted no more. Raul Fernandez, today is your day. A MotoGP winner at last.
great day for Trackhouse, a great day for Aprilia, and a monumental day for Raul Fernandez. As for the first time in his MotoGP career, the 24-year-old Spaniard celebrates from the top step of the podium, and quite rightly so as well. Fans watching all around the world at home have voted Fernandez your rider of the race. One of the easier decisions of the season to make, I'm sure, with a thoroughly and richly deserved accolade for Fernandez. Is he going to do the shoey on the Aussie podium? I think he is. Here we go. Are we all going to go? We're going to get a triple shoey here. I think Di Giannantonio's certainly getting in on the act. Marco Bezzecchi likewise. Well, I'm sure they'd have preferred Jack Miller to be part of these celebrations, but nevertheless, the Australian fans once again showing their utmost respect for our top three here in Phillip Island. Digia egging on the crowd as he takes a big gulp of Prosecco out of his rather sweaty boots. Need a bit more in there than that, Raul. Come on.
He's had a
load it up, mate. Come on, load it up. Yeah, first time since Valencia 2021 he's had that winning feeling. As of course when he was back in his Moto2 days. Marco Bezzecchi, great recovery, great ride by Bez. I'm sure there's going to be a little tinge of regret that the 2 long laps arguably cost him the chance to double up here in Australia, as some lucky fans get a prize. Who's got the boot? We'll let them. I think we'll let them tough it out, shall we? Down on the grid, some special souvenirs. We'll let them. I think in Australia, as some lucky fans get a prize. Who's got the boot? We'll let them. I think we'll let them tough it out, shall we? Down on the grid, some special souvenirs getting flung into the crowd here on the Gardner Straight. A little tinge of regret that his Moto2 days. Digia egging on the crowd as he takes a big gulp of Prosecco. Fans once again on the act. Do the shoey on the Aussie podium? I think he is. Here we go. Are we all going to go? We're going to get a triple shoey here. I think Di Giannantonio's certainly getting in on the act. Marco Bezzecchi likewise. Well, I'm sure they'd have preferred Jack Miller to be part of these celebrations, but nevertheless, the Australian fans once again showing their utmost respect for our top three here in Phillip Island. Digia egging on the crowd as he takes a big gulp of Prosecco out of his rather sweaty boots. Need a bit more in there than that, Raul. Come on. He's had load it up, mate. Come on, load it up. Yeah, first time since Valencia 2021 he's had that winning feeling. As of course when he was back in his Moto2 days. Marco Bezzecchi, great recovery. He's had that winning feeling. As of course when he was back in his Moto2 days. Marco Bezzecchi, great recovery, great ride by Bez. I'm sure there's going to be a little tinge of regret that the 2 long laps arguably cost him the chance to double up here in Australia, as some lucky fans get a prize. Who's got the boot? We'll let them. We'll let them tough it out, shall we? Down on the grid, some special souvenirs getting flung into the crowd here on the Gardner Straight. Once again, thanks to the Australian fans who come here in their numbers at one of the most iconic Grand Prix venues. We don't always get too many favours from the weather. The Australian fans once again out in force, come rain, shine, hail, wind, whatever. Now that's a bit more like it. Take a proper big gulp, Raul. Your Australian Grand Prix winner then, Trackhouse Aprilia's Raul Fernandez. Not too many on an RSGP have gone before him. Aleix Espargaro, Mauro Vinales, Marco Bezzecchi, who stand alongside him on the podium. Some weekend that we think prediction. For the heat and humidity of Mandalika a couple of weeks, Raul Fernandez celebrates his first ever MotoGP victory. Never really looked in any serious doubt, did it, once Marco Bezzecchi had to come in for the first of his 2 long laps. Looking forward to asking him afterwards just what it was all about, shaking that left hand down the Gardener Straight at one stage. Was he just getting a little bit tense? We know how tough it is to tackle Phillip Island in the windy conditions on a MotoGP bike. But there goes the boot after Ralph Fernandez put the boot into the opposition here in Australia. Well, our Asia Pacific tour, it's been an intense one as well, hasn't it? 4 overseas Grand Prix in the space of 5 weeks. The last one is one of the best before we head back to Europe for the season finale in Portimao and Valencia. Join us for the Grand Prix of Malaysia at the spectacular Sepang International Circuit,
where Ralph Fernandez will head there as a MotoGP winner. Extraordinary to say that, but thoroughly deserved. Ralph Fernandez, your winner, from Fabio Di Gianantonio. Marco Bezzecchi from 2 long laps recovered to 3rd. Alex Marquez 4th, which puts him on the brink now of the runner-up spot in the championship. Acosta 5th from Marini. Rins the first Yamaha home in 7th after Quartararo's collapse. Binder 8th from Bastianini. Pol Espargaro, the pole sitter, fell back to 11th ahead of Miguel Oliveira. Ayagura, Fermin Aldeguer, he plummeted to 14th late on, with Frankie Morbidelli taking the final point. Pecco Bagnaia was on course to potentially finish as high as 10th, but he crashed with 4 to go. So Marc Marquez, of course, the champion. Alex Marquez on the brink now of finishing runner-up. He just needs a handful of points, which he can, of course, take in the sprint on Saturday in Malaysia to secure the run-up spot. Marco Bezzecchi takes over 3rd place after Bagnaia's late crash. Ralph Fernandez, after his victory, vaults himself into the top 10 in the championship. Of course, Constructors Champions. Aprilia's hopes of finishing 2nd, certainly boosted today by Ralph Fernandez's victory. Ducati Lenovo, of course, are the team's champions. Grassini set to finish 2nd, VR46 in a comfortable 3rd. Trackhouse, they leap up to 7th now. Independent rider standings, well, Alex Marquez can wrap this one up, of course, next time out in Malaysia. Fabio Di Gianantonio back into 2nd overall. Of course, Alex has already done that. It was the team that could secure the independent crown this weekend. Grassini, after the result of the sprint yesterday, were unable to do that. That will surely come next weekend in Sepang. Who wants some highlights then? Fabio Quartararo might not enjoy watching these after a tough afternoon from pole position. Once again, for number 20, he was off the line where he lost a lot of his places, falling down to 4th on the first lap. Bezzecchi certainly completed objective number 1 with the 2 long lap penalties to come, taking the lead on lap 1. Costa attacking Ralph Fernandez in those early stages in the battle behind Bez for 2nd place. And it was just as Bezzecchi was taking the first of his 2 long lap penalties that Ralph Fernandez seized the lead, taking the inside into Stoner and able to sweep around the outside of Acosta. That was the move that ultimately secured Ralph Fernandez MotoGP glory. Bezzecchi rejoined from his first long lap in 3rd. He would then come out of his 2nd long lap penalty down in 6th place with too much traffic between himself and the front of the race. Costa giving it plenty to try and stay in the podium hunt. He would lose 3rd place though at this stage to Alex Marquez. 5th as Fabio Di Giannantonio and latterly Marco Bezzecchi will also dive through. Bezzecchi holding an incredible pace in the latter stages as he first took Acosta and then set his sights on Alex Marquez up ahead, who was about to lose second place to Fabio Di Giannantonio. Beautiful move through the hay shed. Pecco Bagnaia was salvaging some pride as he chased the top 10, but he crashed down moments after passing Quartararo for 12th. With around 3 laps to go, Bezzecchi returned to the podium positions once more, diving through on Alex Marquez. But in serene isolation at the front was Raul Fernandez, who from the moment Bez took his long lap penalties was never headed. Trackhouse join every other team in MotoGP. All 11 have now won. Raul Fernandez heads to Sepang as a MotoGP winner. We will see you in Malaysia in just 5 days' time.
What a super Saturday it's been in Austin. As Batman, is he going to produce another superhero performance here this afternoon?
We go hard. Challenges rise, but we stand taller. Eye on the prize. No, we don't falter. Been through the fire, forging the steel. Done painting the power, hand on the wheel.
It is showtime at the Horsepower Rodeo. Pedro Acosta has made a sensational start from the middle of that front row. Vinales gets properly barged by Bagnaia. But it is Acosta that leads.